This meeting is being recorded.
All right, if everyone could gradually migrate upstream to your chairs, grab some coffee, and we'll get started. All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of our March Council meeting. I'd like to welcome to the table Dr. Karin Bravey, John Ugoritz, and Admiral Bubalis from the U.S. Coast Guard. So let me turn to our Executive Director to see if there are any announcements before I pass the baton.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. No announcements from me this morning.
All right, we'll get started with our first agenda item, and I'll pass the gavel to Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can express what an honor it is to hold the gavel for this agenda item here. This is our Coast Guard annual report that we have. There is a supplemental report in the briefing book, and Lieutenant Commander Ettinger will be giving us a report. But before we get to that, it's my extreme pleasure to welcome and introduce Admiral Bubalis to our table here, and he'll give us some opening words and remarks on this topic. So good morning, Admiral, and welcome.
Good morning, Pete, and everyone. Thank you for being here. Let me just see how this mic works so I can hear everything. Well, it's my great pleasure to be here. And I don't know if this is a distinction that we go first or we're going to set the tone for things. We'll see how this goes. But thank you again. A couple of acknowledgements. Chairman Mark Gorelnik, thank you for having us here. Executive Director Merrick Burden, council members, NOAA, and our states and tribes. Thank you for the opportunity to highlight the work that your Coast Guard's doing in support of the council-managed fisheries on the West Coast. Thanks as well to the members of the enforcement consultants and the staff officer, Dr. Jim Seeger, for continued support and assistance. You know, I think we're gonna try something a little bit different here and do a video to get started, maybe set the tone and get some energy going. So if we can go ahead and hit that. So I suspect some of you saw this. I wasn't sure if we'd have some audio with this or not, but I can speak to this a little bit, and this is pretty spectacular. You'll see that little black dot that popped out there. That's actually the crew member that was ejected out of the vessel as it rolled over. And this is AST-3 branch, Walton. And that was that petty officer's first operational case right after doing advanced helicopter rescue school. He was qualified literally a couple days before that. Interesting background on that. We just have great people in the Coast Guard who are motivated to do good things. The way he was selected to be that part of that air crew, and none of those folks have grown up or operated together before this course. We had folks from various different units, but there were 6 or 8 rescue swimmers. They're the guys that jump out of the aircraft and all that were in the queue, and they literally did rock, paper, scissors when they heard the launch to see who got to go. So he was jazzed. This is his first operational case, and I hated to tell him. I said, I don't know that there's going to be a whole lot more exciting things going on after that one. That was pretty spectacular, and to have it caught on video, I'm happy that we could highlight the great things, the courageous folks that we have, and the great things that they do. So thank you. Do we have another? That's it. Okay. That was a lead into one of my roles, and it's not directly on topic, but my background is both in operations and mission support. And I have the distinction of being what they call the ancient albatross, which I didn't bring that gold name tag here, but it's more of a ceremonial position where I'm the senior most rated aviator still on active duty. So I get a chance to go about and recognize some of our aviation people and represent and advocate for that community, to include past aviators, present aviators, and future aviators. I think we have one person who's going to flight school here in the near future. All right, awesome. But that's not why we're here. We're here to talk about fisheries. So let me jump right into this, and I'll mention a couple of highlights from 2022. Then I'll turn it over to Brett Ettinger, Lieutenant Commander Ettinger, who most of you know, and he'll get more into the details. He's actually much more familiar with all the details and working with you folks. So the Coast Guard's highest priority, of course, after mariner safety, that's really our number one priority. But our first priority in the fisheries realm is protection of the U.S. exclusive economic zone, and to protect that from foreign fishing incursions and protect our stocks and resources. So to that end, the Coast Guard did several things. Of course, we monitored international borders, the U.S.-Canadian border and the U.S.-Mexico border and the maritime boundary lines. Now, I mentioned Mexico because I'm Admiral Mel Bobolis, and I'm the commander of District 13, which you know that is Washington, Idaho, Montana, and Oregon coasts. And then D11 handles the southern AOR. Andy Sugimoto sends his, Rear Admiral Andy Sugimoto sends his regards and regrets he couldn't be here, but we do have a representative from D11 as well. So monitoring those borders, also the U.S.-Canadian border and their treaty albacore fishery. We embarked Canadian DFO, Department of Fisheries, and Oceans Conservation officers on board Coast Guard Cutter Active during their deployment. And fortunately, we had no significant violations detected during those operations, which I really think speaks to our good relationships internationally and the respect that folks have for our precious resources. Turning more domestically, your Coast Guard dedicated nearly 10,000 vessel hours and 1,500 aircraft hours to fisheries enforcement and safety. And we conducted over 2,000 fishery boardings, with approximately 20% of those being with commercial fishing vessels and the remainder on the recreational and tribal vessels. We detected 24 fisheries violations, 76 commercial safety violations, and 292 recreational safety violations. And on the search and rescue front, which the video highlighted, your Coast Guard units conducted 159 search and rescue cases throughout the year, assisting the commercial fishing fleet and saving or assisting 450 mariners, preserving over $45 million in property. Unfortunately and tragically, the commercial fishing fleet saw 3 lost lives in 2022. It's lower than our 10-year average, which is 4.7 lives lost per year, but everyone is precious. In D13 and D11, we reviewed and evaluated all the comments for the Pacific Coast PAC-PARS, the Pacific Coast Port Access Route Study, which was very interesting to me, and happy to address that later as we need. And we had some slight adjustments to the original recommendations based on the input of the council and the public at large. PAC-PARS is currently under review, and we've got one more public comment period that we're going to adjudicate before that input goes up to Coast Guard headquarters for final approval. Excuse me. On the IUUF, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fisheries, Coast Guard has been very active there. There are Pacific area cutters, Coast Guard Cutter Monroe and Stratton, and also an Atlantic area cutter, the James. Those are all national security cutters, 114-foot or 418-foot vessels, very capable. They conducted numerous high seas boardings in support of IUUF and in the Pacific regional fisheries management areas. And they did inspections to strengthen regional partnerships and protect and foster sustaining fisheries in the Pacific. And then in support of our Marine Protected Resources mission, the Coast Guard conducted multiple operations focusing on southern resident killer whales, ESA-listed salmon, short-tailed albatross, endangered or threatened large whales, and national marine sanctuaries, and of course, the state marine reserves. So that's a quick summary. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. We'll be here for quite a while. I know Brett and team are going to be here throughout the day. We also have representatives, you can see them back in uniform there, from our local units and sectors Puget Sound. And we're happy to be here. And let me turn it over to Brett. Brett, if you can take it away and walk us through the presentation, please.
Thank you, Abel. Wait for that to come up. Mr. Vice Chair, good morning. Good morning, Chairman, council members. I'm Lieutenant Commander Brett Ettinger, Admiral Bouboulos's primary designee to the council. Additional Coast Guard personnel who participate in the council include Mr. Chris Sherman behind us, and Lieutenant Devin Zeich from District 11. The Coast Guard appreciates the opportunity to present our annual report. You'll find a written report under agenda item G1 in your briefing book. Similar to previous years, our report provides an overview of Coast Guard enforcement and safety efforts from the previous calendar year in support of PFMC managed fisheries along the U.S. West Coast. As always, we appreciate the council allotting time to discuss important safety and enforcement issues. The Coast Guard places the safety of the nation's fisheries among its highest priorities. In addition, the Coast Guard recognizes at-sea enforcement as an essential component for the success of fisheries management plans this council governs so diligently. The following slides summarize what you'll find in our written report. Next slide. Our report contains an overview of the Coast Guard's involvement in fisheries management processes, an update on Coast Guard resources used to accomplish the Living Marine Resource Protection Mission, and the impacts from competing responsibilities and statute missions, a summary of Coast Guard fisheries enforcement activity over the past year, and engagement with partnering agencies. Finally, a review of fishing vessel safety statistics from 2022. Next slide. Coast Guard Fisheries Enforcement Mission is guided by our Ocean Garden Strategy Plan, and that's Coast Guard wide. Ocean Guardian provides a framework for Coast Guard efforts in fisheries enforcement, both on the high seas and within the US EEZ. The Pacific Council's efforts considering and incorporating input from the enforcement consultants is a model to be emulated across the country. Our report today includes highlights for each objective listed here: EEZ enforcement, domestic fisheries, and combating IUUF. Next slide. This is our 13th district chartlet. This chartlet shows our search and rescue and fisheries enforcement resources within the 13th district. Of note, we expect to replace our two 110-foot patrol boats, the Cuddy Hunk and the Orcas, next summer with 154-foot fast response cutters. The first two will be home ported in Astoria. We have started the build out for their home port, and we're very, very excited for those very capable assets. We have no fixed wing aircraft intrinsic to the 13th district. Air Station Sacramento provides fixed wing long range support in Washington, Oregon, and California. Next slide for the 11th district. Moving down the coast, District 11 Search and Rescue Fisheries Enforcement Resources. There are several patrol boats. The 11th district does have fast response cutters. Again, very, very capable. We like to sort of consider them mini medium endurance cutters. Very, very capable. And they are participating in both southern border and fisheries enforcement missions. Some new changes. Air Station in Southern California is co-located with Naval Air Station Point Mugu in Oxnard, California. They're completing that project, and once it's complete, several aircraft from Air Station San Francisco will be moving south to the Southern California, LA area. Next slide, please. All right, Coast Guard missions. This is the slide where we're going to talk about sort of competing operational requirements that take away time from the LMR mission in both the 13th and 11th districts. The Coast Guard has 11 statutory missions, with fisheries enforcement and the protection of living marine resources folding into our overall responsibilities. Competing missions and resource limitations continue to necessitate some difficult decisions to ensure our ability to support the missions most closely related to the Council's interests, LMR enforcement, including integrity of the EEZ, vessel safety, and search and rescue. Specific to LMR enforcement, proficiency in that mission is accomplished in part by training provided by the Pacific Regional Fisheries Training Center located in Alameda, California. The training center hosts 8 resident courses per year for West Coast boarding officers. NOAA OLE and our state partners provide invaluable support to the training process. Next slide. Domestic resource hours. In 2022, the majority of West Coast offshore fisheries enforcement efforts were conducted by 210-foot medium endurance cutters, 154-foot fast response cutters, 110-foot and 87-foot patrol boats, which patrols 8,871 hours. Coast Guard aircraft patrolled for 1,475 hours, while small boats patrolled for approximately 1,000 hours. In addition to offshore fisheries patrols, Coast Guard units enforced federal safety regulations and monitored tribal and state fisheries activities in Washington internal waters, as well as monitoring buoy 10 and other coastal recreational salmon fisheries. Next slide. Domestic boarding effort. Coast Guard units conducted nearly 2,000 commercial and recreational fishing boardings in Washington, Oregon, and California waters, covering federal, state, and tribal managed species. Approximately 20% of the boardings were commercial fishing vessels, while the remainder were recreational and charter vessels. The violations involved documentation of non-compliance with federal fisheries regulations, which were forwarded to NOAA for adjudication, as well as suspected violations of state and tribal regulations that were forwarded to the appropriate agency or tribe for disposition. Some examples of these violations include broadcasting incorrect VMS declaration codes. That's particularly at the start of season openings, specifically Dungeness crab. Gear violations, for example, barbed hooks while participating in the salmon fishery. Failure to carry HMS logbooks. Fishing within closed areas. That includes both federal and state managed marine reserves. Fishing during closed periods, violations of observer regulations, and then finally one that I hold close to the heart is failure to provide sufficient boarding access to Coast Guard boarding teams, and that's not having a boarding ladder for us to get on board. Slide 9, please. IUF efforts. This one's a little bit long. These pictures are all from the previous calendar year. We had several major cutters supporting IUF efforts. But the majority of Coast Guard IUF operations are outside of our districts, with District 17 in Alaska and District 14 in Hawaii covering the lion's share of those efforts. Our report discusses activities directly associated with Coast Guard units from the West Coast, including our involvement in protection of local EEZ boundaries and efforts related to enforcement of the U.S.-Canadian Tuna Treaty. In spring 2022, Coast Guard Cutter Monroe, an Alameda, California home-ported national security cutter, supported Operation North Pacific Guard, an annual high seas U.S. fisheries law enforcement operation running for the past 25 years. Designated to detect and deter all types of IUU fishing activity, including large-scale high seas pelagic drift net fishing. Operation North Pacific Guard upholds international maritime governance in the North Pacific by supporting several RFMOs. Multilateral bodies that adopt legally binding conservation and management measures to protect migratory fish stocks on the high seas. The United States views high seas boardings and inspection authorities and RFMOs to be critically important to monitoring and compelling compliance within regulatory measures. At sea inspection level, the playing field for legitimate operators and challenge IUU fishing bad actors by shining lights on their illicit activities. During the late summer months, Coast Guard Cutter James, another national security cutter home-ported in Charleston, South Carolina, completed a patrol in the Eastern Pacific where they conducted the first ever high seas boarding inspection in the South Pacific Regional Fisheries Management Organization Convention area. By combining enforcement efforts with outreach and education, training, and key leadership engagements, this operation strengthened regional partnerships, empowered coastal states, and enhanced international cooperation. Throughout the year, several other Alameda-based cutters, including Stratton and again Coast Guard Cutter Monroe, conducted patrols in Oceana as part of the Blue Pacific campaign, a multi-part strategic plan that strives to provide operational support across Oceania with a focus on economic and national security, regional maritime governance, and partner nation combating IUU fishing and other transnational crime. These cutters provided presence and maritime domain awareness throughout numerous high seas pockets and exclusive economic zones of Pacific Island nations. Throughout the Blue Pacific campaign, the Coast Guard reinforced the United States as a Pacific nation and upholds a free and open Indo-Pacific to advance U.S. security interests across this geopolitically charged region. Next slide, protected resources. In addition to routine operations, the Coast Guard conducted multiple surge operations focused on protected resources last year. These included Operation Be Whale-Wise, which is protection of the protected southern resident killer whale, in particular enforcing vessel approach zones and salmon regulations within Puget Sounds. Op Buoy 10 and Silver Surf were protected of ESA-listed coho on the Columbia River and approaches in southern Oregon. Op Coleridge, protection of the short-tailed albatross through fixed gear toy line regulation and enforcement. And a fun note there, tomorrow, Sector Puget Sound is assisting with the release of a rehabilitated short-tailed albatross, I believe, short-tailed albatross, with one of our patrol boats and Coast Guard Station Nia Bay assisting with its release off of Cape Flattery. So it's an exciting tangential op to Op Coleridge. Op Fluke, which is the reduction of interaction with endangered and threatened whale with crab gear. When we assisted states collecting and finding derelict gear after the season is closed. And then finally, Op Ocean Protector, enforcing the nation's sanctuaries and the regulations within. Next slide, please. Okay. So this is we're shifting from the enforcement piece to search and rescue here. One of the Coast Guard's primary objectives during the PFMC process is to identify ways to improve the safety of all fishing activity, whether it's related to commercial or recreational trips. Whether the fisheries are administered by federal government, the states, or tribes, and whether activity takes place on the ocean or within internal navigable waters. In 2022, Coast Guard boat crews, air crews, and cutters conducted 3,548 search and rescue cases in coastal and inland waters of California, Oregon, and Washington. Again, 3,548 search and rescue cases. 159 of those cases were assisting West Coast commercial fishing vessels, ultimately saving 28 and assisting an additional 427 fishermen and preserving $45.3 million in lost property. The following portion of this report summarizes incidents on board commercial fishing vessels resulting in the tragic loss of 3 lives and the total loss of at least 8 vessels participating in West Coast fisheries in 2022. This slide displays the loss of life from commercial fishing vessels in 2022 compared to similar regrettable accidents since 2013. During the previous decade, an average of nearly 5 lives were lost while participating in West Coast fisheries. Next slide, commercial fishing vessel Sea Star. In February, a 42-foot wood crabber, the Sea Star, with 1 person aboard, was found unmanned and adrift 2 miles west of Bodega Bay. Approximately 4 hours later, the operator was found deceased a mile from the vessel, not wearing a personal flotation device. The vessel subsequently drifted aground and broke up in the surf. It was total loss. Next slide, commercial fishing vessel White Swan 3. In March, a 32-foot wood salmon trawler, White Swan 3, with 2 persons on board, hailed the Coast Guard at midnight, reporting they were taking on water near Hecate Bank, approximately 30 miles west of Florence, Oregon. A Coast Guard helicopter and motor lifeboat were launched and commenced searching for the vessel. Approximately 2 hours later, the 13th District received an EPIRB alert and directed the motor lifeboat to investigate. The lifeboat discovered an empty life raft in a debris field, subsequently recovering 1 body about a mile quarter-mile from the life raft. Two fatalities, and a total loss of the vessel. Next slide, commercial fishing vessel Fog Dog. In September, a 25-foot fiberglass multi-rig, the Fog Dog, with one person on board, was swamped by a wave a mile west of Point Sur and capsized. The operator was trapped underneath the boat but was able to resurface. He sat in the hull for several hours in a remote coastal area before being spotted by a passing car, who called 911. The vessel grounded ashore and the operator crawled to shore without injury. Next slide, commercial fishing vessel Speranza Marie. In December, the 59-foot aluminum squidder Speranza Marie with 6 persons on board grounded near Santa Cruz Island when the operator fell asleep at the helm due to fatigue. The crew abandoned ship to a nearby lifeboat. The vessel sustained an 8-foot gash down the side, on the starboard side, and the vessel was a total loss. Next slide, please. We had several other significant cases that may not have resulted in total loss of the vessel, but I'll highlight a few here. In March, a 35-foot wooden crabber, the Susan E., with 3 persons on board, was inbound Bodega Bay and took 2 large waves over the stern with 30 crab bots on deck. Pumps failed to keep up and the vessel sank. All 3 POB entered the water and were rescued by a nearby fishing vessel. In May, a 59-foot wooden crabber with 3 POB began taking on water 10 nautical miles west of Ventura. A mayday call was made from the vessel and an EPIRB was activated. All POB went into the life raft and were picked up by Towboat US and returned to Ventura after the vessel sank. In June, a 53-foot fiberglass squidder with 5 persons on board had a crew member fall overboard in the Santa Barbara Channel. The crew member treaded water for almost 5 hours before being sighted and picked up by a passing deep draft vessel. The member was transferred to the Coast Guard and treated for hypothermia. In August, a 49-foot tribal fishing vessel with 5 persons on board sank west of San Juan Island. The Good Samaritan responded to the Coast Guard's urgent marine information broadcast and recovered all 5 POB. The fishing vessel sank in approximately 250 feet of water with approximately 2,500 gallons of diesel on board. The Coast Guard, Washington State Department of Ecology, and the vessel owner formed a unified command and conducted a 41-day oil and vessel recovery operation. In October, a 70-foot wooden fishing vessel with 3 POB was departing Fish Harbor in San Pedro and began taking on water from rotten planks on the starboard side. That was caused by deferred maintenance. Pollution ensued from the oily bilge and the vessel was destroyed. 2 more. In December, a 31-foot fiberglass lobster boat, Martha Jane, with 1 person on board, 10 nautical miles west of Santa Barbara, was on autopilot working the back deck when he collided with an offshore supply vessel. The collision caused severe head trauma and knocked the fisherman unconscious. The vessel grounded on the beach south of Santa Barbara and took on water. The fisherman was found on board, nearly drowned in the fish hold, and was taken to a local hospital and recovered. Also in December, a 34-foot fiberglass squid light boat with 1 person on board fell asleep due to fatigue and ran aground on Santa Cruz Island. The fisherman sustained a head injury but survived. The vessel was damaged but salvaged. Next slide, please. I have some details on some of those 159 search and rescue cases that the Coast Guard did participate in. A couple highlights. The majority of those cases were disabled and adrift caused by dead engine, dead battery, and 120 of those 159 cases resulted in tows off the West Coast. Some of the other ones were minor collisions, sinking at the dock, injuries over first aid, and then about a dozen medevacs. Lower end first aid was not included in these cases. Moving on to the Pacific Coast Port Access Routing Study, PACPARS. Last year and actually in 2021, D11 and D13 reviewed and evaluated all comments received and made some slight adjustments to the original recommendations based on input from the council, other entities, and the public at large. We have forwarded our updated recommendations to the Pacific Area Commander for review before they're sent to Coast Guard headquarters for final approval. There will be at least 1 more public comment period before the fairways are codified. This slide highlights the northern portion of the PAC-PARS fairway with the original proposal in white and the changes in black. And it's pretty difficult to see, but the big changes there are the widening of both the Columbia River and Coos Bay approaches and the alignment of the DOD action area near Coos Bay with PAC-PARS. So the Columbia River and Coos Bay approaches are now more of a funnel shape instead of having a north and south approach. And the approach to Coos Bay was widened to align with that DOD work area. So those are pretty significant changes that affect our region in the Northwest. In the Southwest, the D11 AOR, no major changes, just some slight alignment with some of the marine areas. Next slide, please. This one is for industry. This MSIB, which is a Marine Safety Information Bulletin, was transmitted from Coast Guard headquarters in early February. Recently, the Coast Guard published a Marine Safety Information Bulletin that details new mandatory reporting requirements for owners and operators of federally documented vessels receiving complaints of harassment, sexual harassment, or sexual assault against anybody aboard the vessel. That includes crew, passengers, and, in our case, observers. Reports should be made to the Coast Guard National Command Center as soon as possible so that the Coast Guard Investigative Service can initiate a criminal investigation and coordinate with NOAA's Office of Law Enforcement. I believe the MSIB was included as an attachment within the briefing book at the very bottom as well for additional details. Next slide, please. I'd be remiss if we didn't mention the contributions and efforts of our partner agencies in protected marine resources off of the West Coast. A shout out to our other members of the enforcement consultants, OSP, NOAA OLE, GCES, WDFW Police, and CDFW Enforcement, along with our Canadian Department of Fisheries and Oceans and our tribal enforcement partners. Lastly, thank you to Dr. Seeger of the council staff for ensuring the Coast Guard and our enforcement partners are truly included in the council process. Thank you. And that concludes my slide deck. I'd open it up for questions either to me, D11, or the Admiral, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lieutenant Commander Ettinger. And I will look around the table for any hands. Anybody have any questions or comments they want to make on this topic? Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Admiral, for being here today. We very much appreciate your attention to the Pacific Council. I know all of us around the table here appreciate the outstanding and professional individuals that you delegate to represent you here at the table, like Lieutenant Commander Ettinger, and just really appreciate that. I've lived in a small fishing port, Westport, Washington, for over 50 years. And I can say without hesitation that the entire recreational and commercial fishing industry is eternally grateful for the services that the Coast Guard provides at that port. And I know that's repeated up and down the West Coast in the various ports and in the fishing industry as a whole. I wanted to ask a question about, in particular, and I think we talked a little bit about this last time you were here last year. The asset that the 52-foot boats like the Invincible provided to several of that were placed in several portions of the district, and the capabilities of that particular class of vessel to assist larger commercial fishing vessels that are disabled or need help further offshore. And I heard loud and clear from you, Admiral, that those vessels were not going to be used any longer because of their age and the other issues. But I was wondering how you've gone about filling the gap that those that particular type of vessel provided, and if there if there are any other plans in addition to what you've done to fill that gap in a longer term perspective.
Thanks, Phil. I appreciate the call out and the recognition for our folks. And I will tell you that your Coast Guard remains semper paratus. We don't always have all the stuff that we would like or we need to do, accomplish all the tasks that we have, but mariner safety is paramount to us. So I won't get into all the challenges we have, but I will say the Coast Guard's hiring. So if you know anyone who's interested in the Coast Guard or to serve their nation, feel free to point them to me directly and I will engage. We have across all the services a challenge recruiting new talent and new folks to our organization. And that's vitally important because all the people you see in the back have been serving well over, I would say probably maybe our youngest is 3 or 4 years in the service after having some lengthy training. But regarding the 52 and that niche capability, yes, those vessels are not coming back. That remains the same. The next time you see them, I hope they're going to be on proud display in some museum somewhere in the Northwest or somewhere where their heritage of service can be honored and appreciated and shared with others. We continue to look at the gap that we have in that area. So we watch the weather pretty regularly. We use our intel staff to forecast when openings are, fish openings and fisheries are opening, and we monitor the commercial fishing fleet so we have an idea of their operations and, of course, watching the weather so that we're ready for those types of things. Throughout our stations that are along the coast with the 47-foot motor surf boat and our helicopter arsenal, we watch and are ready to respond to those. We have used buoy tenders, medium endurance cutters from PAC area. I don't own those cutters, but we advocate for presence during peak periods. That's a challenge, quite honestly, with what's going on in the southwest border and migrant operations in D7 around the Caribbean. That's a national interest right now. And so we leverage those resources. We'll send a couple boats out to try and tow boats in where we might have been able to use the capabilities of a big 52, plunge through the surf, and then pull a disabled boat back through. We may have to sit offshore for a while and tend those boats until the tides change and we can get them safely across the bar. Our first priority is saving lives, the mariners' lives. So I will tell you it's a difficult operational decision, but when I am providing direction to our folks, that's paramount. So, the lives are more important to me than the vessel and the catch. But we're very sensitive to the importance of both the vessel and the catch. And it's the whole industry, right? I'm happy to give an update, though, on the efforts to replace that capability. So we've been in the process of identifying, I won't go into all the details, but what capability we need to replace. We don't want to just buy another boat. We want to understand what that capability is and get the right thing. So we, in 2023, the Coast Guard's budget, we had $10 million authorized to get the start for replacing those assets. And that capability, I believe, is broader than just here in District 13 and in the Pacific Northwest. So we've got some requirements identified. We've got money to begin the acquisition process, and it's already been in the works for a while. Realize that's the federal government and the acquisition process, so it's going to take several years, but that awarding or appropriating of that initial money is a clear sign to me that we're going to replace that capability, and that's our full intention. So I hope that answers the question. Timeframes, I'd hate to give you timeframes on commercial, vessel construction contracts, but I would say you're looking it's probably going to be 5 5 to 6, 7 years, somewhere in there, before we see another piece of steel out there to serve that need.
Just a quick follow-up, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you very much for that response, Admiral. That makes me feel good. I know there was a lot of concern. I know Mr. Smith from Ilwaco and my colleague here and I were both concerned about the loss of that asset, and it sounds like you've got a plan that's well thought out to try to replace that asset. So appreciate that response.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Further questions? Butch Smith.
Welcome, Admiral. Ditto what Mr. Anderson said. I'm just live a little bit below him on a place called the Columbia River Bar where that film was taken, and truly appreciate the Coast Guard family and the men and women of the Coast Guard and all you guys do. But sometimes it's important to point out a person that I believe that went out over and above their duty to help. Last year we had not an incident, but needed some help with an incident. And normally, being from the Columbia River, we deal with Portland or Cape Disappointment. And I had the pleasure for the first time or second time in my whole 40+ year career to deal with the Seattle office. And I got to tell you, you should be proud of all your men and women that I dealt with. But I wanted to give a special shout out to Commander Amy Fisher. That person followed the issue that we had from start to finish, was absolutely professional in every way, and plus with a sense of humor, as a few of the people that I had the pleasure of dealing with in your office there in Seattle. And I just want to let you know, sometimes you hear the bad things, but you don't always hear the good things of what your people do. And I just want to let you know how important it was for me to convey that to you, knowing that you were coming here today. So I want to thank you and all the service people and the men and women of the Coast Guard for what they do. I mean, they're a family. When you come from a coastal community, they're our family and our neighbors, and they actually, there's a couple that play on the basketball team with my little 9-year-old grandson. So they are an integral part of our community. And once again, thank you for all you guys do.
Awesome, Butch. I appreciate that. You said Amanda Fisher, I believe, right? So thank you. Yeah, she's exceptional and very responsive. And I tell you, as far as marketing the needs of our region, whether it's 52s or whatever, her connections and networks across communities and our congressional representatives and those types is indispensable, particularly as we look at some of the other, I would say, service sustainment operations. We have a large base in Seattle. We're home port to the only icebreakers that we have that move between the Arctic and the Antarctic, and we're endeavoring, or we desire to upgrade and expand that capability there. And we have on contract new polar security cutters, which will be launching out of there. So I think that's an important piece for us as well, along with the infrastructure for the fast response cutters, and of course this 52 motor lifeboat replacement. So I appreciate that, and I encourage you to share your perspectives with other representatives in the area that have influence over the budgets, because that's I will tell you that $10 million that we got for the 52, and I'm probably way out on the edges with talking about this, but I'll explain that here in a moment, or in my closing, if I get a chance to do that. That $10 million was supported locally by your congressional representatives. It's very hard for a investment decision in a smaller region like the Pacific Northwest, given all of the global national challenges that the Coast Guard has, to get that type of funding support. So it's vitally important that local folks communicate within their regions for the needs of the Coast Guard. And Amanda helps with that. Thank you very much. Hey, did I mention Coast Guard's hiring? So make sure you tell your friends that, we're always happy to have folks join the team. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Braby.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation and the reports today. And from the state of Oregon, thank you so much for all of your support of lives and vessels and our work in our state. I very much appreciate your priority order, lives first, vessels second. I wanted to acknowledge and thank the Coast Guard for a third priority, which is protected species work, and more generally recognize that you all do a lot of training runs and flights. And in the course of doing that work, if you can continue to add in additional services while you're doing those flights and those training runs, we have benefited so much from what you've done already in, for example, looking at marine mammal populations on helicopter flight runs and building in that kind of value add to the training runs by providing really essential information that is helping us keep our fisheries open by understanding what those populations are doing and being able to manage our fisheries around those populations. So we've had great partnerships with your teams across the Oregon space in the Coos Bay area, Newport and Astoria flight centers. And I just can't emphasize enough how important that's been for our crab fishery in particular, but it's also been very informative for looking at the potential of offshore wind installations off the coast of Oregon and others. And so it's really important for marine spatial planning just generally. So thank you. And I appreciate you being here.
Great. Thanks, Karen. And I appreciate you acknowledging that, because I do say that, this packed pars that you saw on there, I tell you, it's a fancy little picture there and it takes a little bit to digest, but there is an immense amount of information and work that goes into the background of that. I talk about our intel staff, but our waterways folks, our fisheries folks, the engagements that we have, the outreach I believe really helps us be informed. Because what are we interested in? We're interested in meeting our statutory obligations and our responsibilities, but a lot of that is being stewards of resources, precious resources, and we take that seriously. And your voice is heard and put into our planning as we advocate for those types of things. And I would say that there's passion and energy that I see from our staff with making sure everyone's interests are appropriately recognized and factored into those things. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? I see a couple over here. Corey Ridings and then Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Rear Admiral Bullis, for being here again this year. It's nice to see you and always really appreciate this update. Just wanted to thank you again for sending us your best. It's a joy to work with Brett, and it was a joy to work with Leela. And they have the absolute top professionalism and kindness, and they just bring their best here. So we really appreciate that. And then also just wanted to, Brett mentioned shortly just about the short-tail albatross release. That's pretty cool. Thanks for that and good luck.
Yeah, I think they're taking 30 miles offshore and going to release the bird. So that's interesting. And I have an affinity with albatrosses, evidently. So that's good. Thank you.
Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Admiral, thank you so much for coming before us. It means a lot to see you here and hear your reports and listen to all that. Also, thank you, echo what everyone else has said here, and thank you for sending us your very best. I just want to acknowledge that after a 3-year break, the commercial fishing safety advisory committee has been reconstituted and reformed. and of which I am a member. And now it is the National Commercial Fishing Safety Advisory Council. And I just think it's very good to have this industry body to help work together with the Coast Guard to promote safety in our vessels. So I think there's a lot of good work that can be done. A lot of good work has been done in the past. And I hope that some of the initiatives that were brought before this by the former committee can continue on. So I'm looking forward to our first in-person meeting coming soon. And thank you for the efforts to work together with industry.
Great. Well, thanks, Bob. And I appreciate that. I do think that those types of councils are important. You know, we approach our operations from a couple philosophies. From the execution side, we really look at prevention and response. And it sounds maybe a bit counterintuitive, but the more work we can do on the front end to avoid the courageous work on the back end, and hopefully we work ourselves out of a job almost, that would be great. But we understand, and I understand the dynamics of limited resources, finances, and all with the fishing industry, whether it's the smaller family-owned businesses or larger. But that preparation, that safety, that good maintenance of our assets, and understanding what compels people to go out at certain times in certain weather is important. And the collaborative work we do is important. And I think that's obviously results in managing our resources well and keeping our people safe. So thank you for that. I appreciate
it. Thank you. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Rear Admiral. I have to say, this is my favorite report of the year. I think the Coast Guard brings the drama and the glamour, and I am appreciative of that. So thanks for the video. Thanks for giving us the update. Thanks for the Albatross report. Would love to hear a follow-up on that one if it's successful. You've obviously highlighted safety at sea, and you've talked a little bit about prevention. And much of that comes down to training. It comes down to regulation in some cases, but it also comes down to socializing those ideas. And I'm just wondering if you have any advice or recommendations on how the council could help that process, whether that's either through the process or many of us are out in the public in our day jobs connected to recreational or industry or charter fisheries, and just if you had any thoughts on how we could be helpful in that process.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Krista. And I might need to phone a friend here with some of our folks who are a little bit closer to that. But, you know, you can probably tell my approach. I'm an advocate of being very transparent and communicating what our issues and needs are and our limitations as well. There's a wealth of venues with which we communicate, whether it's social media, these marine safety information bulletins, whether we send out our fishing vessel inspectors and try and leverage our auxiliary folks to try and communicate some of those safety concerns. But I think the more we communicate through whatever venues we have, what those needs are, and really highlight that preparation and good maintenance, whether it's of yourself, of your vessels, or whichever, is important. I mean, what we see on the back end of that, the people who are prepared, who have the EPIRBs, the exposure suits, their vessels are maintained well. When they face unfortunate circumstances, they fare much better than the folks who jump on their boat and go out without exposure equipment and ready personal flotation devices. So that is important. Brett, you want to jump in on that? I feel like I'm hogging up all the attention here.
Well, I'll take your responses all the time, sir. I think the big point there is, and Mr. Dooley highlighted it, is engagement from all avenues, to the fleet, to industry, about that preparation piece. And in the last 10 years, the Coast Guard has made significant inroads in the commercial fishing vessel safety program. It used to be entirely voluntary, and the way we sort of compelled compliance was when I was younger doing boardings, and I gave you the real shtick boarding if you didn't have the sticker, and if you had the sticker, you were getting that light boarding. We have a regulatory piece where we've made those inspections every 5 years, so you're seeing better quality equipment, particularly for rescue and survival on board those vessels, on board basically the entire fleet. But 5 years is probably too far removed. Most of that equipment expires in far less than 5 years. So that program probably would need to be tightened up a bit. But I think really just continuing to advocate for the fleets that are working for some of the people on this council, or fleets that are managed or owned by people on this council, makes huge difference when you see the crew come back because their life raft popped and their EPIRB went off. I think the person down the pier or the other crew down the pier also realizes, hey, maybe I should take a look at my hydrostatic release. Maybe I should make sure my life raft has been inspected and serviced recently. So I think the successes, both from our partner agencies, the Coast Guard, in search and rescue, also help promote that program. So sort of an indirect answer. I'd be happy to talk a little bit offline too, on how we can get better compliance within that program. But I'll chew on that and get back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Brett. And I think we've got some representatives from Sector Puget Sound that are probably on the enforcement side. And Dan Harden, I think, is with us as well, right? Our fishing vessel safety coordinator. So maybe on the breaks, we can chat more about that. Thanks, Dan. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. I know the Admiral has some other commitments this morning he needs to get to. We're going to take a short break after this agenda item if you want to get up and meet him more up close. So, Admiral, I'll turn it to you for your closing comments.
Thank you. Well, thank you again for the opportunity to be here. And I tell you, this is a much more comfortable audience than the last congressional testimony hearing I was at. So I always enjoy being here and hearing the great things that you all have to say about our people. I'm very proud of them. I'm a second generation Coast Guard guy, so I've been doing this most of my life. My father was enlisted, went up through the ranks, and served on ships for probably 16 years. I spent a good 22 years flying in various capacities and search and rescue, and protecting our resources was one of the highlights of that. So again, it's a great opportunity and very rewarding to me to be able to serve you all and serve our nation. With that said, my time is running short. I will be finishing up in June as the district commander here and retiring. Believe it or not, they have service limitations on how long you can be in. So I've reached the end of my runway. But I'm happy to report that my replacement, Rear Admiral Joe Raymond, will be coming out here to take over. And he's certainly excited to live out there at Alki Point on Puget Sound and see that beautiful view. But probably more importantly to you all is he's no stranger to this area. He was the sector commander in Puget Sound from 2014 to 2017 and really understands the area and the operations. And I am absolutely confident that you will find his commitment and interest and dedication to you all and our council to be as strong, every bit as strong as mine has been. So I'm sure you'll invite him with welcome arms and expect great things from him as well. So thank you all again. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Admiral. To close out this agenda item, we have no public comment, so that allows me the opportunity to have the last word. And again, on behalf of This council, everybody around the table, but really the many, many, many people involved in our process, we all appreciate and are thankful for the Coast Guard's presence in the air, on the water. Your execution of your mission really helps to make what we do successful. So I know you know that, Lieutenant Commander Ettinger, Lieutenant Zeitz know that, but for the rest of the members of the Coast Guard you have with here today, their work is incredibly important to what we do. So with that, we're going to take a 15-minute break and give you a chance to wish the Admiral all the best in that. Thank you very much.
The recording has stopped.
All right. If we,
This meeting is being
come back to
recorded.
our seats. Put that in your right hand. All right, welcome back, everyone. Thanks again to the Admiral and the U.S. Coast Guard for the report and for being here. But now we'll move on to ecosystem management. And Kit Dahl, Dr. Kit Dahl is in the staff seat, and I'll turn to Kit for an overview.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just read from the situation summary for this agenda item. H1, California Current Ecosystem Annual Report. The Council's Fishery Ecosystem Plan calls for an annual report to the Council on status and trends in the California Current Ecosystem. The California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Team, composed of staff from the National Marine Fisheries Service, Northwest and Southwest Fishery Science Centers, and the West Coast region, has produced the 2022-2023 California Current Ecosystem Status Report and appendices, and that was in your advanced briefing materials labeled as the CCIA Team Report 1. The purpose of the report is to present information about the current status of the California Current Ecosystem in a succinct, straightforward format so that the Council may take into account ecosystem variability in its decisions. The report synthesizes data to present key environmental, biological, and socioeconomic indicators, trends in physical, biological, and socioeconomic components of the ecosystem, taking into account the effects of fisheries and other human activities are thus highlighted. We have with us today Drs. Chris Harvey and Andrew Lysing, who will present an overview of the report on behalf of the CCIA team. The March Council meeting is also an opportunity for the CCIA team to submit a list of candidate ecosystem research topics for scientific and statistical committee review. The SSC's Ecosystem Subcommittee then reviews the selected proposed research and reports to the full SSC. Its recommendations are given to the CCIA team and reported to the Council. At this meeting, the SSC will make recommendations about the research topics it intends to review in a supplemental report. The Council may wish to provide guidance on those selections. So before concluding, I will just run through the materials that you have for this agenda item. I already referenced the CCIA Team Report 1, that's the annual ecosystem status report. There's another item labeled Team Report 2, which is a memo from the team leaders to the SSC leadership describing their proposal as far as any SSC review of research and methodologies related to the annual report. There is also we have included a report of a SSC's Ecosystem Subcommittee meeting that they held last fall. That's in there for reference and background. Then in terms of supplemental reports that have been submitted during the meeting, the SSC has submitted a report, the Habitat Committee has submitted a report, CPSAS, GAP, your EWG, and your EAS. So you have all those advisory body reports to hear about. So just turning back to the situation summary and reading off the Council action, it's to review the California Current Ecosystem Status Report and consider ecosystem science review topics for 2023. And that concludes my overview.
Thanks very much, Kit. Are any questions of Kit on the overview? And not seeing any hands, I'd like to welcome Drs. Harvey and Lysing to the table there, and we look forward to your report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, members of the council, for having us here this morning. And it's great to be here in person. My name's Chris Harvey. I'm joined by Andy Lysing. I'm from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, and Andy's from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. And our report today will be a summary of ecosystem conditions primarily from 2022, but then extending into 2023. Next slide. We always like to acknowledge that this report is the result of the hard work of dozens and dozens of people, both within and beyond NOAA, and they are listed here. We want to call particular attention to our colleagues and co-editors, Greg Williams and Nick Tolameri, as well as our colleague Lynn DeWitt, who were instrumental in helping us make the report more efficient to produce this year through automation steps that will hopefully continue to make the report more efficient to produce in the future, and also help as we try to evolve to more web-based products that assist with flexibility in management and use of that information. We also want to acknowledge and thank our colleague, Dr. Toby Garfield at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, with whom I co-piloted this report for the last 8 years. Toby has many hats to wear, and he has opted to pass one of those hats to Andy. And so it's a great pleasure to get to work with Andy on this. Next slide. So to summarize our report, key takeaways from 2022 were that basin scale climate patterns started out encouragingly for the California current. Those were partly offset later in the year by local dynamics, as well as another major marine heat wave. The food web exhibited some resilience to these dynamics, including ongoing anchovy production in the south. And fisheries landings and revenue were up in 2022 compared to 2020 and 2021. Next slide. We saw mixed ecological signals partly in response to some of these physical drivers. The base of the food web and forage production was high in the central and southern portions of the system, and more mixed in the north. There were also mixed signals for Chinook salmon returns in different regions. We saw good production of predators in the central and southern portions of the system in 2022, and a strong new year class of sablefish. Next slide. Some more unfavorable conditions and risk factors that we're tracking are, as mentioned, another major marine heat wave with strong coastal influence this year. We had a dry spring in 2022, which contributed to ongoing drought conditions. There was an uptick in harmful algal blooms in late 2022, particularly in the northern portion of the system. And fishing portfolios continued to be less diversified. Finally, we wanted to add that the potential constraints of offshore wind energy on fishing activity and on surveys are starting to come into focus more clearly. Next slide. With that, I'm going to hand the microphone over to Andy, and we're going to do something a little different than we've done in the past. Andy's going to walk you through a month-by-month year in review of the physics and the lower trophic level conditions in the system. So, Andy.
Great, thanks. Next slide, please. So thank you, Council. Thank you, Chair, for having us here. Thank you, Chris. So as we go through this sort of month-by-month summary, I will start looking back at 2022 in January. So the figure on the left is essentially what we thought we would see during the year, and that's a map of sort of sea surface temperature anomaly. And so we had these large-scale climate indices that look at whether it's going to be El Nino or La Nina, and another one called the PDO. And those were both signaling to us that we should see sort of offshore warm water, but nice cool conditions in the coast, primarily due to coastal upwelling, which is good. And indeed, and again, it was also La Nina conditions. And this map on the right is showing the precipitation that we had at that point last year. And indeed, those were kind of following those La Nina predictions with decent rainfall in the northwest and a little bit drier in the south. Next slide, please. So now we go on to February, and already though we can see a little bit difference in the system, as the map on the left is showing the large marine heat wave that was already quite evident in early 2022. All that red area that's sort of outlined by the very dark thick line, that is classified as a marine heat wave. And so that was just lurking kind of offshore already early in the season. But closer to shore, the conditions were still good. These are the plots on the right are showing the upwelling, which is a good thing. We usually want lots of nice upwelling. It provides productivity for the system. And we had nice early strong upwelling, as you can see that sort of highlighted red band on those figures on the right. Next slide, please. So, and then if we move on to March, sort of one of the results of having good spring upwelling is we see our nice big fatty prey for all the fish. So the picture on the left is actually one of those prey. That's a copepod Calanus marshallet, and I haven't done it, but it's labeled on this slide, the oil sac. So that whole big, long, sausagey thing is the stuff that all the fish like to eat. And this plot on the right is showing you this sort of index of how many of those big sort of fatty copepods were available in the environment. And it was kind of at an all-time high at the end of March, as you can see by the last tick point in that plot on the right. So that's a good thing for all our predators out there. Next slide, please. So continuing on into April, things were still looking pretty good. In the plots on the left, that is the habitat compression index. And when that value is high, that suggests that there's lots of cool coastal water, productive ecosystem, and values were still high at this point all across the board at different latitudes. But on land, we could see that we were already starting to have a little bit of impacts of there was some reduction in rainfall. So we had sort of already poor regional snowpack by this point, across the board. Next slide, please. So here we go into May, and this is when the physics started to change quite a bit. If you look at the plot on the left, the thinner lines are the atmospheric sort of pressure lines, and that's somewhat like looking at the weather maps you might be used to seeing on TV. And what's different here from the normal situation is that up in sort of the northern part of that plot in the Gulf of Alaska region, there's a region of very low atmospheric pressure, and that's not typical for this time of year. And what that did was instead reverse the normal winds that we'd like to see along the coast. And so I've put that large yellow arrow pointing northward. So the winds from sort of Northern California on up through Oregon and Washington, instead of heading towards the south, we're heading towards the north. And this causes, if not upwelling relaxation, but sometimes actual downwelling. And that's going to have impacts on the system. And you can, but at the same time, fortunately though, on the right, we are looking at some of the prey that were out there. In this case, we're showing anchovy. So if you're familiar with the story, anchovy numbers have been up throughout the last few years, and that continued to be the case in where we sampled them in the central and the southern regions. So anchovy numbers were good at this point. Next slide, please. So June is when things really started to get shaken up in the system. You'll notice again in the map on the left, there's this big sort of circular looking thing up to the north. And again, that's one of these anomalous low pressure systems that came through. And this was actually the one that people might have even felt themselves, because this was what brought that first big atmospheric river to the Pacific Northwest, all those big heavy rainstorms. And it's this same atmospheric phenomena that actually then also led to, you'll see the heat wave now is actually touching the coast in Northern California there. And again, this led to reversals in winds. And we could see some of this change in the pattern now impacting the food web. So this index off of Newport, Oregon, that looks at these northern copepods, the ones that are the big fatty prey for all the fish, the numbers there decreased. They didn't become terrible and horribly negative or anything like that, but they were decreased down from that very high number that we had early in the season that had given us some hope for it being a really great season. Instead, numbers were just kind of average. Next slide, please. So we move on to July, and sure enough, by this point, we now have heat wave covering the majority of the coastline. That's all the red in that map on the left. And if you can see it, there's a sort of dashed little blue line that I put on there that shows the EEZ region. And at the same time, if we look at one of our indices of how the overall habitat is doing, this is the habitat compression index. Numbers have now decreased from that early spring high down to more average numbers, indicating that yes, indeed, the habitat was compressed. So less cool waters, less productive waters available. Next slide, please. So we go on into August. This is a picture now of the heat wave at near its largest size in the summer. It was a few days after this it clocked in at its largest size. Again, this heat wave was dominating most of the Northeast Pacific and much of the coastline during this late summer period. Again, the ramifications were that we had still decreases in these numbers of the good copepods along the Oregon region. And if we looked at one of the other indicators of sort of the prey, the food web base, krill were actually where we sampled them off of the Trinidad headline. the krill sizes were smaller as adults. And that's a typical thing you see in crustaceans that are exposed to warm temperatures. They tend to just be smaller as adults, and that can have implications for the things that like to eat them. Also, at the same time, that's when there's data collected on stream temperatures throughout the sort of Northwest region. And across the board, again, stream temperatures were high, which is thought to be unfavorable. Next slide, please. Going into the early fall, we actually had some late fall upwelling. So that's typically a good thing, but you can see again, it's on this picture on the left showing the overall upwelling pattern, and it's this very sawtooth sort of zigzag pattern. So we have upwelling, downwelling. But we did have this nice burst of upwelling in September. But at the same time, just after this burst of upwelling, we started to see our first closures due to domoic acid. So the first thing to get hit was razor clams, actually a few specific beaches listed there in Oregon, Washington. Next slide, please. Then the next one to get closed was actually mussels. So in mid-October, mussels actually started feeling the heat from the domoic acid, and they were closed. Again, you see this picture on the left. Throughout October, massive heat wave throughout the region. Next slide, please. And then also following that, we had closure in November in Washington, Oregon. All the razor clams were closed again due to domoic acid. But you'll see here that we also had, again, these large storms. I'm kind of pointing to it there. That's the big low pressure field. This time it came right over the top of this area. And it was at this point, though, that we actually started to see the marine heat wave actually back off from the coast a bit. Next slide, please. And you'll notice here by December, the marine heat wave had backed out of the coastal waters. And that's actually something we've seen for the last several years that when we've had marine heat waves is they tend to be pushed back offshore into the winter. But this was also a period where we, again, have this very strong Aleutian low. That's just a period of low atmospheric pressure. And it was the sort of juxtaposition of that atmosphere, the Aleutian low with a sort of strong, what's called the North Pacific high, which is kind of down to the lower right there, that causes, again, these really strong atmospheric rivers. So that's what we basically all just felt this winter was these strong atmospheric rivers just battering the Pacific Northwest with rainfall and precipitation. There's a few of the headlines pulled from the media. But the nice thing about that is that brings us this really strong snowpack, which we had by the end of December, which is a good thing. So next slide. So just to summarize the sort of physical attributes of the system this year, this is kind of the map of what we kind of expected. So on the left is the sort of large basin scale indices that we kind of use to give an idea of how the system is evolving. Again, we expected La Nina. We expected the negative PDO to give us a picture that looked kind of like this one in the middle. And indeed, if we actually looked at the thing that's really important, which is how much upwelling there was during the year, that's this plot on the right. And the thing to note about this plot is it's sort of the total integrated over the year amount of upwelling that we get. The black line, the heavy black line, is the average. And I'm not sure you can see it that well or not, but 2022 is the red line, which basically matches that black line. So if you just looked at year-long averages, you would conclude that everything was great. We had a kind of average system, but that's not really the case. So next slide, please. Instead, what we had happen was these large perturbations due to this atmospheric anomaly, these low pressures coming through. And that led to this sort of zigzag sawtooth upwelling and downwelling periods all through the year. And in turn, that led to these large heat waves coming in. And that's the map on the lower right, showing sort of the time course of when the heat waves come in. So all that yellow and red, that's when heat waves heavily impacted into the coastal EEZ. Next slide, please. And now I'm going to hand it back to Chris, and he's going to do some more connecting of the dots to how these physical changes affected the food web and the rest of the system.
Thanks, Andy. Next slide, please. So we're going to walk through first how these physical drivers seem to be influencing the lower trophic levels in the pelagic communities, and we're going to move from north to south. Starting in the north, what we saw in 2022 was a shift in pelagic community composition from surveys off of Washington and Oregon. If you look at that checkerboard style plot, what that is a heat map of different abundances of different species in this survey As you read it from left to right, we're going through time. Blue colors mean a lower abundance and red mean higher abundance. And anytime there's a statistically significant shift in the composition of this pelagic community, there's going to be a heavy black vertical line. And you see marked there by the arrow that there was indeed a big shift in the pelagic community off of Washington and Oregon last year, mainly driven by the increased abundance of jellyfish that are associated with warm waters or offshore waters. So this is up in that area where Andy was talking about, where, as you can see in the plot at the bottom, there was low upwelling or even downwelling in a lot of the spring and early summer. Other traits that are consistent with that were, again, the drop in those energy-rich copepods in the upper right. And then bird biologists who were out on these cruises as well reported seeing very, very low numbers of sooty shearwaters and common murres. They called it a bird desert, and we're seeing the lowest numbers of birds out at sea that they had ever seen on this survey. Next slide. In contrast to that, in the central and southern portions of the system, where we didn't get quite as much of that downwelling, in fact, we had relatively high spikes of upwelling that Andy described, there was not a shift in pelagic community composition. You don't see a heavy vertical line before 2022 in these two checkerboard plots of the prey composition. So that indicates that the central and southern portions maintain the kind of conditions that we've seen in the forage community over the last several years, and those conditions have generally been pretty good and generally have been driven by very abundant populations of northern anchovy. 2022 also saw relatively good catches in these surveys of other species as well, such as market squid and krill. And so it's a more diverse prey base than we've seen in some years too, which was encouraging. Next slide. The large numbers of anchovies in these surveys are also consistent with the coast-wide coastal pelagic species survey that went out in June. All those green circles on the map indicate stations where large numbers of northern anchovy were caught. And the bar plot at the lower right is a summary of the biomass of coastal pelagic species that were captured in that survey area. That large green bar is the anchovy biomass. So that large pulse of anchovy biomass that's out there continued certainly through 2022, particularly in the central and southern portions of the system. Next slide. Lots of predators out there continue to take notice of all that anchovy biomass, and we have good signals of that availability of prey throughout the year from 2022. In the upper portion of the slide here is productivity of seabirds in Central California, just off of San Francisco. And those last plots in those time series indicate that fledgling production of fish-eating birds on the Farallon Islands was average to above average, which is a good sign. In the middle is production of sea lion pups from San Miguel Island. The first plot is the pup weight in September, which was above average, which indicates good food supply for the nursing mothers during the summer. Hot off the presses data is there at the right for pup overwinter growth from September through February, which again was well above average, which indicates that that good supply of forage continued through the winter in the central and southern portions of the system. In the lower right, we have evidence that anchovy have become increasingly important in the diets of swordfish in the southern portion of the system, although this data is only up to date through 2021. We would expect something like that is likely to show up in the 2022 diets as well once they're analyzed. And here's also an anecdotal photo of several hundred anchovy pulled from the stomach of a single bluefin tuna. So HMS are taking advantage of this as well. Something more questionable is the relationship between all that anchovy prey and Central Valley fall Chinook salmon. We know that older Chinook salmon are feeding heavily on anchovy. We would suspect that the anchovy are buffering the smaller salmon from predation by some of the predators in this region. But we also know that it's possible for Chinook salmon, as they feed on anchovy, to have to ingest that thiaminase enzyme that's present in anchovies, and that breaks down the thiamine in the salmon's stomach contents. They pass that on to their eggs, and the eggs can be born, or the young salmon can be born thiamine deficient. So we really just don't know the net effect of all that anchovy biomass for Central Valley fall Chinook salmon, if it's a net positive or negative. And next slide, please. Speaking of salmon, the salmon signals for conditions in the rivers, at sea, and for fish that are going to be returning this year are mixed, depending on which life history, species, region, or life stage you're talking about. We begin with the stoplight table that we present each year for the northern portion of the system. It looks a little different this year after some work that we did with the SSC to improve just the overall robustness of this, and also so that really exceptional years stand out a little bit better. And the exceptional thing about 2022 is that mismatch that's pointed out at the top. And again, this is for the northern portion of the system where Andy talked about the negative upwelling, the downwelling that happened. The basin scale indicators that are up at the top of 2022 El Nino indexes, PDO indexes, were generally favorable, but the more local scale indicators related to temperature and to upwelling were average to below average in the spring and summer. In the 20 plus years of the stoplight table being generated, we have not seen that mismatch of the basin scale and local scale physics. And so we don't really know what to make of that. And we would assume that those conditions are going to influence coho salmon returns to this region this coming year. Now, signals from smolt year 2021, that's also in that blue rectangle, were more positive, and that's encouraging for Chinook salmon returns to the Columbia Basin in 2023. And there's more quantitative modeling work on that that's presented in our Appendix J2. So a mixed signal for salmon in the northern portion of the system. Next slide. For California stocks that we have stoplight tables developed for, I believe you've all seen this information already from the Habitat Committee. The picture is a little bleaker. For Klamath River Fall Chinook and Central Valley Spring Chinook, which is a new stoplight table, the smolts that went to sea in 2022 encountered some of the worst conditions of the time series. These time series are shown just compressed here for the sake of visibility, but the time series actually goes back to the mid 80s. And these are some of the worst conditions that have been observed for them, particularly in freshwater. Sacramento River Fall Chinook had more mixed conditions, but once again, below average freshwater conditions. So all the drought years that Andy talked about that included 2022 have really been impacting these stocks quite hard, as evidenced in the stoplight tables. Next slide, please. Some of the other notable ecological information that's in our report for the Groundfish FMP, we were able to do some analyses of the potential year class strength of incoming cohorts for the DTS portion of the fishery. And we found that there was evidence from the trawl survey as well as a spatial model that is used in assessments and other tools for council purposes. We found that the 2021 cohort of sablefish appears to have been exceptionally large. And that large catch of sablefish in the trawl survey and then extrapolated out with the model is also consistent with the expectations from the 2021 sea level indicator that's being considered for use in the sablefish assessment. So those things aligned well, and that appears to be good news for incoming sablefish. On the HMS front, this is not actually in our report, but we have been hearing information from colleagues and from the fishery about large catches of HMS, particularly Dorado in 2022. And it certainly is consistent with the compression of habitat that Andy described, where the warm water coming in close to the shore and in proximity to strong upwelling cells could have brought those predators into the productive areas around the upwelling and led to some of those high catches. So that is quite consistent. Next slide, please. And then finally, confirmed whale entanglement reports were once again above pre-2014 levels, but certainly down from the peaks of several years ago. There were no confirmed reports in 2022 that could be attributed to sablefish fixed gear or to large mesh drift gillnet gear. And I would just want to point out that these are still preliminary data until that report is finalized by the West Coast region. And then lastly, our old nemesis, the pyrosome, once again reared its, if that's a head on a pyrosome, it reared it in 2022. These are warm water pelagic tunicates, and the catches of pyrosomes off of Monterey Bay in our surveys were the highest that have been observed since sampling started on that survey in 1983, even greater than during the years of the blob. And so these two slides or these two plots are just evidence that some of the conditions that arose during the initial marine heat wave years that suggested some infiltration of warm water species or warm water ecology have lingered in the system even after this triple dip La Nina and some cooler conditions over the last several years. Next slide. Moving on to human activities and well-being. Next slide. We're pleased to report that fishery landings increased in 2022, both in total coastwide landings as well as in most harvest groups. Landings were up in 2022 about 11% relative to the lower levels experienced in both 2020 and 2021, although we would point out that that increase was mostly experienced in Oregon and California. Recreational data have not yet been completely entered for last year. The most late arriving data after the briefing book deadline now suggests that 2022 was at least similar to 2021 for recreational landings. Next slide. Fishery revenue also increased in 2022 for most harvest groups, and this marks the second year in a row that fishery revenue throughout the West Coast went up by at least 10% after the very low revenue experienced during 2020 at the beginning of the COVID pandemic. And that increase, again, was experienced in most of the harvest groups. And again, primarily in Oregon and California. Next slide. One of the constraints, potential constraints on fishery revenues that we're watching and on is diversification in species that are caught. And that's been declining for decades, as we've reported to you in past presentations, where the number of species that an average vessel, depending on if you're talking about by state, by vessel size, by revenue class, that has been declining for decades on the West Coast. Next slide. We also see that there's another way of looking at diversification. The idea here is that a more diverse portfolio should provide some buffer against shocks to one or more fisheries. And actually temporal diversification, which rather than looking at the number of species that you get your revenue from, now we're looking at basically the number of weeks that the boat is out on the water and how evenly its revenue is spread across those weeks. That actually has been increasing on the West Coast for decades and could have provided some buffer against that decline in species diversification during the same time period. However, we now see that since about 2015 or so, temporal diversification on the West Coast has been declining across most classifications of vessels as well, coinciding with some of the closures of salmon and crab as well as the COVID pandemic. So this is certainly a concern that diversification is decreasing in more ways than just one. Next slide. And then finally, we identified some more information about another fisheries constraint in this year's report was the potential spatial overlap with offshore wind energy. IEA scientists have teamed with ODFW researchers to develop basically an index of suitability, where suitability here is defined as suitability for placing an offshore wind facility in the Oregon call areas in a way that lessens the potential for conflict with fishing activity based on both fishing effort as well as revenue. And that analysis identified bands of highest levels of fishing activity, again, based on both effort and revenue, occurring in that band where the warmest colors are typically between depths of about 200 to 500 meters in both call areas. Whereas the cooler colors, particularly offshore in the Brookings call area, are ones where there would potentially be less conflict with fishing activities and better suitability for offshore wind development. And this is based on analysis of 9 fishery sectors in total. You can also see from those effort plots down at the bottom that we would expect that this is going to vary from year to year. This is summed across the time period from 2011 to 2020, but in any given year, some fisheries are potentially going to be affected more than in other years. And there's also some that show long-term trends. Next slide. We're going to shift gears now from looking back at 2022 and look forward to 2023 and what we can start to expect for this year to come. And for that, I'm going to turn back over to Andy.
Thanks, Chris. Next slide, please. So looking ahead to 2023, we have a few small items to just look at here. On the left, again, already we have this map showing the snowpack. So all that blue is fantastic. So everybody's probably aware that people have been buried, especially in California. We have just tons of snowpack up and down the coast, the most being more to the south, but the Northwest is doing pretty well. But at the same time, then we look at this map on the right, that's sort of the drought outlook. And that has been changing rapidly. We've been watching this almost every week as the map changes, and it's getting better and better. So less drought outlook throughout the region. Next slide. So this graph on the left is sort of showing, as we go into 2023, sort of the probability of now that we've been in La Nina for 3 years, what will happen? Will we go back to an El Nino? Will we go to some sort of neutral thing, or will it be something else? Well, the one nice thing we can say is that almost certainly we will not stay in a La Nina state. So that would be those blue bars. So you notice they go down to basically nothing the rest of the year. Unfortunately, though, we don't have at this point a great projection of whether it will be El Nino or just sort of a neutral condition. The jury's still out in that. It's a kind of 50-50 coin toss at this point. I recommend, though, that people understand that forecasting these kind of things, it's the most difficult thing to forecast at this time of year. As we go further into season, into April and May, you might want to check back with the CPC forecasts for this, and it probably will settle down and they'll have a better forecast of whether it will be head to an El Nino for 24 or stay more neutral. The plot on the right is showing the result of a bunch of ensemble forecasts for what the PDO index would be. And the overwhelming majority of the forecasts suggest that PDO will basically stay about the same. So basically a negative value, which tends to be offshore warm water and cooler water inshore. But obviously, if we go into El Nino state, that's going to probably change. Next slide, please. So again, one of the big stories from last year was heat waves, and heat waves have been in our system now pretty consistently for about almost 10 years now. Looking at the heat wave from this past year, unfortunately, it's a little hard to see on this particular screen, but you'll still get the idea. The area to the sort of left, the west on that map on the left, that's all the region that is still a heat wave. And that's not it's not a new heat wave. This is the continuation of the heat wave from last year. So typically in the past 4 or 5 years, the heat waves would recede to offshore, die off, but then to be reborn sometime in February or March. Well, this is the same heat wave. It's still out there. Would suggest potentially we could have even more heat wave this summer. And indeed, this map on the upper right is a new model that shows the sort of probability or likelihood of having heat waves. So, and this one, I've picked a point in the summer to emphasize that all that bright sort of orangish red region is saying that there's a fairly good likelihood of maintaining a large heat wave offshore during the summer. What we don't know is whether we'll have the same kind of disturbances that would bring the heat wave right up to the coast this coming year or not. And then I just want to remind everyone that all of this is happening on top of climate warming, climate change. So this is the picture of sea surface temperatures averaged across the oceans. And you'll notice it's a continuing uptick. 2022 is one of the warmest ocean years on record. So that's all happening in the background. Next slide, please. Sort of backing up these sort of large basin scale predictions is a model done by JScope. And this is a great physical model that sort of simulates the ocean going forward in very high detail, high resolution, but it only over a sort of relatively small space. So hopefully you recognize that's Oregon and Washington coastline. And indeed, this model kind of matches those large scale predictions of generally it's going to be warmer waters at the coast next summer. Next slide, please. Along with that, one of the other things that, Oh, forward one. Yep. So the other thing that this model, one of the other predictions, there's many predictions you can go and check out on the JScope and NANUS pages for other predictions. But one of the ones I just wanted to show was it can also predict oxygen levels. So this is bottom oxygen levels. And it's also saying that bottom oxygen levels are predicted to be lower than normal as well next summer. Next slide, please. So just after that teaser, a little bit of conclusions here. I'll pass that back to Chris. But again, I would say you could go and take a look at the NANUS and JScope pages if you want to see some more of those detailed measurements. And again, just be sure to check back in on the CPC projections for the overall El Nino state. I would recommend that. Back to Chris.
Thanks, Andy. So to summarize, ecologically, 2022 in the California Current was a mix of met and unmet expectations. We saw basin scale drivers at the beginning of the year that foretold good ecosystem productivity, and that played out, but more in the central and southern part of the system than in the north. Local upwelling and downwelling and a major marine heat wave that came all the way into coastal waters played big roles in that. But some inertia in the food web from lag effects from previous years, from long-lived species, and from surprising or resilient species definitely played a role as well. And there's probably no more surprising and resilient species out there right now than northern anchovy. Next slide. Fishery landings and revenue improved overall in 2022. That was true across several species groups, particularly in Oregon and California. We feel like we're getting a better understanding of the potential for overlap with offshore wind energy and fisheries activities off of Oregon. And fishery diversification has declined for both the species caught and for the weeks on the water. And finally, as Andy just discussed, in 2023, it looks like we're moving toward ENSO neutral or perhaps El Nino conditions and continued warm water from heat waves. Next slide. Climate change is leading to these kinds of mismatches where basin scale and local scale dynamics might not quite be in sync with each other the way they have been in previous years or decades. That's happening all over the world. It certainly is happening in other regions of the North Pacific. And it's something that we in the IEA team are trying to keep our eyes on as carefully as possible, and you know, walking the fine line between doomsaying, which we certainly don't want to do, but being aware that it's happening in time to provide useful information to folks like yourselves. And that's part of what motivated us at the recommendation of many council advisory bodies to start producing Appendix E in our report, which we are calling the Climate Change Appendix. And to co-develop that with the council with the goal of using better indexes to provide good, skilled, credible forecasts that we can express some levels of confidence in of different ecosystem properties so that when these kinds of changes are happening, we can discuss them in terms of mechanisms rather than just in terms of statistics that either did or didn't play out the way we thought they would. And we're really looking forward to continuing this conversation. We've already had some great dialogue with advisory bodies this week about where in the ecosystem status report we can continue to develop these tools, whether it's in the appendix as a clearinghouse for that information, whether we start to include little bits of forecast information in the main body of what we might say, like what we might expect in 2023 and how our expectations might have done in 2022, and also how we might be able to contribute paths forward with the next FEP initiative. Next slide. We want to just go on record as saying we're very enthusiastic about FEP Initiative 4. We see it as a clear parallel to the ecosystem status report, recognizing that our lane is to continue to provide this broad cross-FMP ecosystem-wide perspective for you to use as you see fit, as well as Initiative 4's potential to provide ecosystem information in a way that is more specifically tied to harvest management or other council objectives. We feel like the IEA team has been helpful in developing a lot of ideas and expertise around indicator screening methodologies, stoplight table development, and advanced analyses that are throughout the report are finding their way very much into the climate change appendix, and that we hope will be useful tools for you to consider as you decide the direction you want to go with that initiative. And we also look forward to the reciprocal ideas that the initiative is going to generate that we can then pull back into the report and apply again in that broad contextual way, hoping to support as many of your objectives as we can manage to do. And with that, last slide, we really appreciate the invitation to be here, your attention, and we look forward to your questions and discussion. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Chris and Andy. And at this point, I'll look around the table to see if there are any questions. We'll have discussion later. Butch Smith.
How you doing, Chris? Long time no see. I would just like to say that, there's a lot of great scientific minds around this table, one of which is not mine. I might bring the class average down a little bit, but I want to commend you on the user friendliness of this presentation. And how easy it is to read and follow. And I just wanted to thank you for that. I know we talked a long time ago when you first started this out, Chris, and you two have done an amazing job on this presentation. I just want to thank you and appreciate it very well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions? Frank Lockhart.
Again, repeating that great presentation. I always enjoy this every year, and I guess a couple of questions. I'll start with the more straightforward one first. Towards the end, you talked, or in the summary, fishery landings and revenue approved overall in 2022, and I'm just I think that's slide 44, but I was wondering, how did you tease out the effects of kind of recovering from the COVID pandemic with kind of just things that are due to the ecosystem being in a good status, I guess?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Lockhart. That is, we have not teased that out. That's a hypothesis, I guess, at this point, that improvements would be due to, very much in part, to improvements in fishing conditions since COVID has relaxed a little bit. But it's very difficult to disentangle the environmental drivers from the bottom, from within the food web, and so forth, from fishing dynamics, market dynamics, and so forth. So that would be the kind of thing that hopefully will be teased out by some of the fishery participant surveys that members of our Human Dimensions team have been engaged in recent years, and we hope to be able to provide more clarity on that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Frank.
And then totally different direction, but you talked about the mismatches, and there were a couple occasions where that was mentioned. And I guess this is more of a general question. Have you got, it does seem like you're thinking about how to respond to that. And I'm just wondering, are you thinking of having kind of more localized report outs on the ecosystem to kind of account for that? Or I guess maybe if you could just expand on that a little bit, how are you thinking of kind of responding to these mismatches from basin-wide outcomes and smaller or ecosystem-wide outcomes, and kind of the smaller areas that maybe have different outcomes than the average?
Well, yeah, thank you for that question. I guess I would say the first stab at it this year was it became very obvious that we needed to tell the story through time. Okay, so that was actually one of the things we focused on. You saw we kind of changed the format a little bit. So that actually, I think, helps quite a bit, because I tried to make the point of when you just take sort of seasonal or yearly averages, you miss a lot. But obviously the next step, of course, would be to go into finer grains. So, I mean, we're doing what we can with the samples where we have them up and down the coast to try to draw those contrasts. But I mean, you're totally right. We need to, in years where this is the case, where it's patchy in space, we do need to focus on that as well. This year, I think the big story was that split between the North and the South was really the big one. But going any finer grain than that, there's not as many resources as far as surveys and things. The physical data is certainly there in most cases to see that fine scale differences, but some of the survey data and other biological response sort of data sets are not as well, they're not as gridded as fine scale for us to look at that. So that is an issue.
If I could add one point and actually harken back to what Butch said a few moments ago. One great opportunity, you undersell your scientific knowledge and expertise. The amount of information that we clearly can get from the fishing community to fill in some of the gaps in time and space where we don't have vessels out collecting survey data could provide a lot of information that would help to start to put some of the pieces together. And that's on us to find time, ways, and resources to connect better. And certainly the advisory bodies here are a golden opportunity for that. And I feel like we've already started to experience that this year.
Further questions? Dr. Braby?
Good morning, and thank you so much. Another great report, and over the years, it's just remarkable to see this develop and to see the synthesis of information across different databases and bodies of work and individuals and projects and come together in such an informative way. And just thank you very much. I know well how much work goes into this from an outsider's perspective. And I am glad to hear you say that you are looking for ways and have made some progress in trying to automate some of the work. I ask maybe for a little bit more detail in what that means. Particularly in light of the fact that we are talking about additional reporting in the next agenda item. And I know that, a hiatus this year on making additional asks of the science centers is a discussion that we'll have later. But I'm just thinking about workload and what we're asking of the centers and how automation is making this more feasible, and how to anticipate, that in terms of other asks we make of you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Braby. That's kind of you to ask about that. So the main effort that we're talking about here when we describe automation, at least that went into this report, was, without getting into some of the weedy details that I certainly am a junior varsity at, we've been transitioning into the writing platform that allows both editing and writing and contributions of material directly from any of the contributors to be incorporated right in through a code-based structure rather than a typical word processing structure. And that also allows us to automate the inclusion and updating of figures that are pulled directly from databases. And we've also been working on improving the uploading of data and metadata so that the whole process of start to finish, once science has been QA, QC'd, and the principal investigators have developed their interpretation of it, they can more in a more streamlined way get all of that information to us. So we're not calling, emailing, meeting back and forth, trying to, dot the I's and cross the T's. And that has made lots of little steps have to happen once rather than have to happen 10 times or 20 times. And it's made, hopefully it made the report easier for you all to read, because it cut some of the, while we did stick to the word limit that was prescribed in the FEP, you probably all noticed that the figures are much larger and hopefully easier to read this year. And that was kind of an outflow of that as well. What the next frontier probably would be so that rather than just talking about things in terms of generating a 100 pages for the briefing book, we're talking about using that same automation to translate things into or transfer things into a web-based format that ideally we'd be able to point you to in a way that you could find it whenever you wanted, that data as they come in go right to, rather than having to pass through too many sets of hands, and where we've got general enough, again, automated text to support the most base level interpretation of it, so that someone's not having to write interpretive paragraphs each time the data get updated. Within reason, of course. We're going to run up against the limits of that at some point, but that's the kind of thing that we envision trying to do over the next couple of years. To the extent that those kinds of products would be tailored, let's say the FEP initiative, for example, settles on a particular stock as the one or stocks as the ones of choice. And we could have we could work toward having that little automated tailored report that is specific, not just to all of the ecosystem, but ecosystem variables that the teams working on the initiative have determined are most appropriate for that stock. And it would be a place to find that. That's the vision. How long it'll take to get there, it's of course hard to predict, but that's what we would like to do.
And
please, yeah.
If I could just add, there was one other innovation this year, which was, so Lynn DeWitt at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center helped develop a new way for people to contribute their data. So you can imagine there is just a huge amount of data that's coming into us that we have to sift through. So the development of a much easier system for all the people that contribute, you can imagine they're from all different backgrounds and have different ideas of what the data should look like when they contribute. But having a better integrated system that sucks that data in makes it easier for the contributors to use and then pass it on through to our automated system was a big advance this year. So that was actually super helpful in timely report production and delivering it to you all. So thank you.
Different question. Thank you for that detail. I am interested in the comment that you made about fishing information complementing the ecosystem, the data that are collected specifically for the purposes of ecosystem documentation. And this is something that we have been talking about and thinking about within ODFW, trying to understand how we could better tie observations on the water by ad hoc vessels, meaning fishing vessels, pleasure vessels, into our understanding of events that year. And so that's, I think my comment overall is that I think that fishing information is one of the best, most robust pieces of information if you want to collect it all together about the ocean and about the status of the ocean that we have. And I think it's underutilized generally because it's big and it's hard to figure out how to pull information out. But I think that we can even get more information. It's not just fish tickets and logbooks. It's really trying to capture that firsthand information from observations. So with that stump speech, so to speak, soapbox, what are thoughts about how you could better develop and automate that source of information? And something we've been talking about is actually creating an app that somebody has on their phone and say, oh, I'm seeing blue water, I'm seeing green water, I'm seeing this, I'm seeing this species. And just curious about what your thoughts are on capturing that.
Well, I haven't thought that sounds fantastic. The inclusion of apps. I have not thought in too many specifics. I don't know if you have. It's more, as much as anything right now, it's a brainstorm that and an acknowledgement that it's something that we need to include more. Motivated by a couple of things. Obviously, motivated by the times when we are in, let's say, a meeting with the GAP or the SAS, or and we hear some anecdotal information. Well, anecdotal is the wrong word. When we hear information coming from them that that either complements or advances what we have, particularly because they're on the water 12 months a year, and our survey vessels aren't, in many cases are not. So that's one motivator. We've heard from the folks that produce similar reports for Alaska's regions that they've started to incorporate what they're calling skipper science into theirs. I would really like to follow up with them and see what they're doing in terms of not just bringing that information in and summarizing it effectively, but working to bring the fishery dependent and independent information under one like common synthesizing umbrella, so that they're working together and synergistically. And then the technological advances that you're talking about, honestly, haven't really talked about that yet. I would assume that there's some investment required there, and we would have to think carefully about it, but that's what cooperative research grants presumably are for. So it's definitely worth thinking about more. Did you want to?
Yeah, I would just add, I was really fortunate to be able to attend this CMOD meeting, where it was great to hear that in some of the other regions, they really are using, I think they like the term skipper science. So they're actually incorporating some data. It's not just like, where was I or whatever, but some real quantitative data like temperature. I don't know if they have other measurements of that, but the other one that I could envision using would be getting some oxygen measurements. And those are sort of two of the measurements that on the West Coast, we would love to have more data subsurface. So, most of those maps I showed looking at heat waves and things, those are just the surface. And so the big gap there is what's happening down below, because there can often be big differences between what the surface says and what's down below. So if we had ways to get from these, skipper science, get subsurface temperature, and then the holy grail maybe would be oxygen, would be to fill out our sort of our network of where we have samples, fill in some of those gaps with subsurface oxygen. That would be fantastic. So we would welcome any and all input that we could get from those sources. Thank you.
And I'd be remiss to not mention the diet sampling in the HMS species that is a direct result of samples being provided by industry and how much we're already learning from those. So thank you.
Further questions on the presentation? Bill Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks very much for the really thoughtful and easily understood presentation. This last little discussion here about the need, surface temperature is one thing. What's looking at the subsurface conditions, temperature, salinity, O2 levels, it caused me to wonder whether you're tied in and are aware of Jack Barth's program at Oregon State University with the use of the gliders that I've been deploying and picking up for him for a couple of years. And there's some really good information that's coming out of that program.
Can I respond? So I have his glider data is in the appendix. You'll see it there. And the gliders actually are fantastic. They're an unbelievably great resource. Gliders are great because they sample at the sort of right time and space scale to really help us look at how that affects the animals and everything else that's going on. So gliders are fantastic. The other good thing about gliders is you would know that now they've been out there long enough to get climatologies. That's what we really need to be able to detect change, right? They have to be out there for 10, 15, 20 years before we can really start to say, oh, it's warmer this year than average or cooler, and trying to make those maps. So we currently are using Newport data. There's a glider off there. There's a glider off of the Trinidad, California line. And then we have 3 gliders that have been much longer down in Southern California on the Cal Coffee lines. It's run by Dan Rudnick and people at Scripps. So we have about 5 sort of typical glider lines, and we highlight those in the appendix. And those are very, very useful data. But again, there's some very big gaps in space there even. So the more of that we can get, the better.
Yeah, of course, we have some off of Washington now too. Thanks.
Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, guys, for being here. This is always really exciting to hear this report. I just wanted to continue those thanks to and echo your thanks for Toby Garfield. And one wanted to honor the passing of the baton with my own haiku. But I was bottom of the art class. And I don't want to torture everyone. So just if he's listening, thank you, Dr. Garfield, for everything you've done on this. Also, just wanted to express my thank you. Your work has come up previously in the council meeting. We heard earlier in the meeting around salmon and the work that you have done and how that was brought forward, especially and highlighted by the Habitat Committee, and looking forward how that can be further enhanced and used and shared between the SAS and the Habitat Committee and the SST. And so just want to thank you and let you know that that work is coming through this council process in a variety of ways. Also yesterday, Dr. Hasty brought us some information about sablefish, and he noted that that came to light because Dr. Holland, after looking through the report, brought that up. And so again, kind of, I know that's a little bit random, so to speak, but that's how this happens and how this work, almost by definition, as being ecosystem work, can help this council move forward, and it's important. So thanks very much for that. To my actual question, you mentioned it was written in the report about the bird desert in the northern part of the system in regards to the common MERS and the city shearwaters. Can you maybe talk a little bit about why that happened and some predictions or forecasts moving forward about what you expect to see?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Ridings. So the little bit of additional information I can provide was to note that although the northern portion of the system off Washington and Oregon, where the bird desert was described, again noting that that's around the same time that Andy showed all that very low upwelling or even downwelling, which would be consistent with prey having been transported out of the area or having just senesced at that point. So lower food availability, low in the food web that would have brought fish to feed on the plankton that would be there for the birds to key in on. So that's a plausible way of explaining what was happening in the north. At the same time, ship-based observations in Central California indicated that sooty shearwaters were very abundant there. So it could be that the birds just decided, well, enough of this, and they foraged around until they found forage to forage on, if you will. So that's, and again, that's down where there actually was episodes of strong positive upwelling in a good forage community. So that all it links together. What's going to happen next year is very difficult to say, in part because, for example, city shearwaters migrate across the entire Pacific Ocean. So what is going to bring them to a particular area is difficult to forecast. Plus, as Andy noted, for this coming summer, we don't know if we're going to be in ENSO neutral conditions, El Nino conditions, what the marine heat wave is going to do and when it's going to do it. So making those kinds of seasonal forecasts, I think, is at this point past our ability.
Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Andy and Chris. On your slide 46, it was nice to see your enthusiasm for our next agenda item and initiative 4. It's been a long time now. We're an ongoing interactions with you all, figuring out how we can use the information you present here to help the decisions we make. So I guess will you all be available? And the other thought here is what Karin was getting at, and all the work you put into this and all the work it takes you to respond to, this is just one use of the IEA, and we ask a lot of you all. So just thinking about the workload, your team's work, all your collaborators' workload on this report and what we'll be asking in the initiative. Will you all be available under the next agenda item if we have questions about workload trade-offs, or if not, then maybe after we hear, will you be available for questions after we hear from our advisory bodies in this agenda item and we take up discussion? Just if we have questions about how you see your work between this report and the initiative playing out.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Niles. One or both of us will stick around. Depending on travel schedules, it'll be one or two, and we'll be standing by. We obviously were thinking about this per sub bullet 3 with the phrase manageable workloads for analysts, and not with anything particular in mind, but knowing that people that work on the ESR would also be called into service for work on the initiative. We'll just have to be thoughtful, open-eyed, and work together with all of you to decide where the effort is best placed and what things might have to maybe take a year or two off from the ESR as a result.
Quick follow-up. Thank you, Chris. And yeah, I meant to lead off with, I really appreciate your openness about what the workload is and what we're asking of you and what is doable. So really appreciate that communication.
Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks again to both of you for that. It's always a great report. Sandra, if you can put slide 38 up, just because you recently mentioned forecasts again. I think Dr. Leising mentioned this would be updated sometime maybe in the summer. And I understand it's hard to forecast now what's going to happen. Maybe you can just state, when do you get some more certainty in that, know what's going on, and is it accessible to us? How do we find it?
Sure. Thank you for that question. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I believe the CPC updates this every month. I think it's towards the beginning of the month, but I'm not completely sure about that. But they update this at least every month. If the best way is you go to the NOAA, it's listed right there, NOAA CPC website, and they have that exact plot under, or if you just search out for ENSO El Nino prediction, we might be able to, maybe to make it even easier, we could maybe add a link to our web pages to drive you there. But that kind of figure is, I think, the number one to look at, because it kind of gives you that sort of month by month look at basically the relative probabilities there. I would think actually by April, the system is kind of evolved towards more where it's going to be, and the predictions will get a little better. So I'd say that would be about the time, April, towards the end of April, to take a look.
Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at slide number 35 regarding the offshore wind energy potential spatial overlap. And you said that you've developed the suitability model with ODF and W. And I'm wondering how this overlaps and has a relationship to the NCUS suitability model that we have heard about when talking about wind energy. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Ridings, for the question. As I understand it, and I'm a couple steps removed, this would be one of the sets of data layers that would be going into that model, which I believe is considering other sectors in addition to fishing.
Dr. Bravey.
It is a product that we have developed for that suitability modeling, as Dr. Harvey just mentioned, and that as the council probably recalls in our presentations from that NCOS group, the suitability modeling has a complex of multiple submodels. Fisheries would be one of them, and this would be part of that fisheries submodel. It's just a little bit more detail, and this will come up again under marine planning.
Further questions? My turn to ask a question. Slide 40, please. So this is really informative, but I noticed that it's mostly on the northern areas. Is similar information available for the central and southern?
Thank you for the question, Chair. And no, is not right now, but we are hoping in the subsequent year or 2 years that we will. I know there's a national effort to use a slightly different model. It's called MOM6, And I have a few words about that. If you look in the climate change appendix that we provided this year, it talks about that a little bit. And that model has been used to make these kind of larger scale forecasts in some of the other regions. And I believe we are kind of like up next to get some of that, but I couldn't tell you the exact timeline of when we'll be able to have that for a larger region.
All right, thank you very much. All right. I'm not seeing any of their hands. Thank you very much. I know you'll be around. Folks may want to buttonhole you, and our next agenda item may raise some issues. So thank you very much for your presentation. That's always one we look forward to every year, and it gets better and better. So we'll move on now to the many reports we have under this agenda item. And we'll hear first from the Science and Statistical Committee. I understand Dr. Holland, Dr. Marshall, come on down and provide your report. Welcome.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Dan Holland, Chair of the SSC, and sitting next to me is Dr. Kristen Marshall, who is the Chair of the Ecosystem Subcommittee of the SSC. I would like to read into the report, into the record, agenda item H1B, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on the California Current Ecosystem Annual Report. The Scientific and Statistical Committee met with representatives of the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Team, Drs. Andrew Lighting and Chris Harvey. The SSC's discussion with the CCIA team encompassed 3 topics, which are reported upon below. In turn, the 2022-2023 California Current Ecosystem Status Report, the report of the 2022 SSC Ecosystem-Based Management Subcommittee, and discussion of ecosystem science review topics for 2023. So first, the review of the 2022-2023 CCIA Ecosystem Status Report. The ESR provided important information on environmental, biological, social, and economic indicators that provide an ecosystem perspective on the West Coast fish stocks, fisheries, and coastal communities for the council process. The SSC commends the CCIA team's openness and responsiveness to the council and SSC's questions and recommendations, and their continuing efforts to improve the status of the report each year. The status report each year. Significant additions to the report this year include an expanded discussion of potential interactions with fisheries and wind energy, indices of abundance of juvenile groundfish from the NIMS Bottom Trawl Survey, expanded information about coastal pelagic abundance and distributions, a streamlined salmon indicator section, in addition to the climate change appendix. The SSC appreciates the ESSR's narrative style to describe oceanographic and ecological conditions in 2022, and the breadth of the supplemental information presented in the many appendices and in the CCIA data portal. The SSC supports the shift to a more automated report generation and the use of open science principles for the ESR, and hope the CCIA team can find more ways to reduce their workload. The SSC Ecosystem-Based Management Subcommittee Report. The SSC reviewed the SSCES report from its meeting held via webinar in September 2022 and discussed the report with the SSCES Chair, Dr. Kristen Marshall, who is with me here. The SSCES reviewed the portfolio of salmon indicators used in the ESR and discussed additions and changes to the climate change appendix for salmon indicators. The SSC agreed with the SSCES recommendations to more strongly link ecosystem indicators to existing salmon life cycle models, develop best practices for stoplight tables, and continue exploring using ecosystem indicators for nearshore salmon outlooks. For the climate change appendix, the SSC supports increased focus on characterizing and communicating uncertainty in climate projections, improving clarity in terminology, discussing forecasts of biological and ecological indices, and improving indicators of resilience for fisheries and fishing communities. The SSC appreciates the progress the CCIA team has already made toward implementing these recommendations in the 2023 report. for the proposed ecosystem science review topics for 2023. The CCIA team has proposed no topics for review by the SSC in September 2023. The CCIA team would instead apply that time and effort toward making improvements to the ESR previously identified in concert with the SSC and assisting with Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative 4. The SSC supports the CCIA team's proposal to forgo the SSCES review for 2023 and suggests that the SSCES consult with the CCIA team to continue implementing suggestions from the SSC and other advisory bodies to improve the ESR. Additionally, the SSC supports using SSCES time in September to review methods and materials for implementing FEP Initiative 4 or other ecosystem-related topics. That concludes the SSC report, and I'd be happy to answer questions.
All right, thank you very much for the report. Let me see if there are any hands. I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much. Oh, wait, now there's a hand. Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks very much. Question regarding the review of the SSCES meeting report. In that report, it talked about relative stability index as a concept that was brought forward for review. But this wasn't mentioned in the SSC report here. And so I was curious if there's a little bit more, if that was why it wasn't included, if the SSC thought it wasn't sort of ready for prime time, or maybe it was captured by another indicator. Just looking for a little more background on that. Thanks.
I thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings. I'm not sure if I have a good answer for you on that. I might pass over to Dr. Marshall here if she has an idea.
Thanks for the question, Ms. Niles. Yeah, so the SSCS did discuss that index in the review meeting, and we provided some specific recommendations for improvements that could be made. However, we didn't not endorse it for use. It just didn't come up in the full SSC discussion, so it didn't make it into this particular report.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from the Habitat Committee. I understand Corey Green is online. Welcome, Corey.
Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be reading Agenda Item H1B, Supplemental Habitat Committee Report 1. And this is the report on the California Current Ecosystem Annual Report. The Habitat Committee received an informative presentation from Chris Harvey of the Northwest Fishery Science Center and Andrew Leising of the Southwest Fishery Science Center on the 2022-23 California Current Ecosystem Status Report. The AHC appreciated the monthly breakdown that described how basin scale climate patterns in the California current became disrupted by atmospheric anomalies, extremely variable upwelling and downwelling processes, and a major marine heat wave, which resulted in generally unfavorable conditions and mixed ecological signals. The presenters requested feedback from the HC on essential fish habitat, fishery management plan considerations, such as ecosystem indicators, that should be highlighted in the report or appendices. For instance, they noted it would be beneficial to frame their indicator evaluations through their contributions to the functioning of EFH, for example, as good foraging habitat conditions. The HC determined that it may be too late in the process to highlight considerations for the coastal pelagic species and highly migratory species EFH reviews, but ecosystem indicators should be considered for the upcoming salmon EFH review. HC members also expressed interest in learning more about basin scale pH and hypoxia trends, but understand that there are issues with data availability, large spatial gaps, and high spatial and temporal variability in these environmental conditions. The Habitat Committee also received an update from Habitat Committee Chair Corey Green, myself, on the habitat indicators for Klamath and Sacramento Chinook salmon stocks and the recently added Chinook Central Valley Spring Chinook indicators. While this report is in the ESR appendix, the HC wants to highlight this effort and its applicability to the risk assessments and ecosystem status reporting moving forward. The HC recommends identifying which indicators are most predictive of productivity estimates. This work is expected to be part of an upcoming workshop on best practices for developing stoplight charts for salmon populations. Be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Any questions from Corey? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the report. We now have a report from the CPSAS. Mike? Okay, I don't, oh, there's Mike. Come on down.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, council members. I'll be reading today from agenda item H1B, Supplemental CPSAS Report 1, Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel Report on the California Current Ecosystem Annual Report. The Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel, CPSAS, attended the briefing on 2022-2023 California Current Ecosystem Status Report, ESR, presented by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's NOAA California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment, CCIEA team. We appreciated the depth and quality of the report and the CCIEA's team's commitment to continued improvement of the ESR for the council family. We value the expanded information on coastwide CPS in Appendix 1, which summarizes coastwide findings from National Marine Fisheries Service Southwest Science Center's acoustic trawl surveys of CPS. This information will support species distribution models for CPS across geographic scales as a baseline for ocean climate or other hydrological changes. We appreciate the expanded analyses of the overlap of offshore wind call areas with fishing activity, effort, and revenue, and survey activity. This information supports the ability of the Council's Marine Planning Committee to respond to proposals, as well as other risk analyses of such proposals. For future ESRs, we have two suggestions for the CCIEA team regarding CPS. First, we would, we encourage new analyses of the impact of offshore wind on CPS habitat for spawning, ocean transport, and nutrition. Our March 2022 report on marine planning cites research from Europe and the West Coast showing that concentrations of wind turbines change currents, wind strength, temperature, salinity, stratification, and other habitat in the lee of turbines. This has the potential to fundamentally alter marine ecosystem processes. Wake vortices from wind farms redirect existing currents, which result in a shift in the mean temperature and salinity distribution and natural ocean transport systems for larvae, both near and some distance from the wind farms. Offshore wind could impact successful recruitment and healthy population levels of both sardines, anchovies, and possibly other larval fish. In sum, many ecological changes to CPS and other species could occur due to lack of comprehensive knowledge of ecosystem and environmental impacts of wind energy projects, and the CPSAS believes that any additional information that can be provided by the CCIEA team would be beneficial. Second, we encourage new social and economic analyses of the cumulative value of fisheries as the contribution of delivered harvest works through the coastal and national food supply networks and its effects are distributed through local and nationwide economies. This will allow a more accurate assessment of the trade-offs from potential offshore wind and other economic activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Are there any questions on the CPSAS report?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. We'll next have the GAP report, Mayor McRae, and he will be followed by the Ecosystem Working Group report. Welcome, Merritt.
Good morning, Chair Gorelnik, council members. I'm Merritt McRae, and I'll be reading from agenda item H1B, Supplemental GAP Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on the California Current Ecosystem Integrated Report. Members of the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel attended the briefing on the 2023 California Ecosystem Status Report webinar presented by Drs. Chris Harvey of the Northwest Fishery Science Center and Andrew Lissing of the Southwest Fishery Science Center, and offers the following comments. As in previous years, the Ecosystem Science Report resonated with GAP members as entirely reflective of their on-the-water observations. The depth and breadth of this compendium of recent scientific observations and analyses is impressive. Many attendees complimented the month-by-month nature of the presentation of physical oceanographic analyses. We look forward to this informative report each year as it provides needed context for all the fisheries issues we work with throughout the management season. It's surely a high point not to be missed, and we thank the agencies, scientists, and crews involved in performing and presenting this work. The geographic analysis of where fishing happens in the potential offshore wind energy areas is a really helpful addition to understanding the likely regions of highest conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, Merritt. Are there questions on the GAP report? Thanks, Merritt. Now, the Ecosystem Work Group report, Tommy Moore is the name I have, and will be followed by the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel, Michelle Robinson.
Try that again. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today I'll be reading from agenda item H1B, Supplemental Ecosystem Working Group Report 1. Doctors Chris Harvey of the Northwest Fisheries Science Center and Andrew Lysing of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center presented the CCE status report in a public webinar on March 1st, and the Ecosystem Working Group discussed the presentation and associated report during its March 6th meeting. We thank Drs. Harvey and Lysing, the IEA team, and other contributors for their efforts to provide another comprehensive and informative report. The EWG strongly supports the new format of the ESR and hopes this makes the process simpler for the IEA team in the long term. The EWG endorses the recommendations of the SSCES in their report at agenda item H1A, particularly their guidance on modifying Appendix E to the ESR and their guidance on salmon indicators. We also support the IEA team's proposal to forego the SSC topic review in September. By doing so, the EWG hopes to leave open space and capacity for the IEA team and advisory bodies to consider and engage in Ecosystem Initiative 4. Looking forward, the EWG suggests that annual review of ESR content by the SSCES remains an open opportunity, but is not mandatory. Overall, the EWG feels that the 2022 ESR was excellent as it provided myriad physical and biological ecosystem information in a succinct and easy to understand manner with a clear message about changing ecosystem conditions. We provide a number of comments for consideration in future version of the ESR. Our comments follow in the order of topics in ESR. The relationship of the basin scale indices to local environmental conditions in the ecosystem have become less clear over the past decade. The ESR helps us understand how basin scale processes may be changing over time. For example, there are certain expectations that come with the system being in a La Nina state, e.g. high upwelling, cool water near shore, greater productivity, that have not transpired in recent years. When basin and local scale indices are incongruent, the local scale indices may provide greater insight into potential region-specific impacts. Analyses and interpretation that speak to the congruence between basin and local scale indices, as well as the decoupling of these indices with ecological observations, could provide useful additions to Appendix E, the developing indicators of climate change, of the ESR. Thematically, including the monthly ecosystem evolution as presented in the ESR virtual meeting and presentations to council advisory bodies helps to both highlight changing phenology in the California current and also helps to highlight data gaps useful for better understanding of ecosystem conditions. This aligns well with understanding of biological changes in the ecosystem and changes to social and economic dynamics, as pointed out with the introduction of the new temporal fisheries diversification indicator in Appendix S. The EWG also recognizes this may not be necessary for the annual document in the future, but having it in either the presentations on the IEA website or in the ESR can be useful. An important section of the ESR focuses on salmon indicators, and the EWG appreciates the update to this section. The EWG suggests providing better interpretation regarding the relationship between common murre diet and salmon returns in the main body of the report. One of the most enticing aspects of the ESR is the section on juvenile groundfish abundance. Specifically, the rise in juvenile sablefish abundance supports a strong incoming recruitment class and aligns with reports from industry and the sea level index currently used in the stock assessment. The survey data reporting the strong incoming year class likely would not have been analyzed this year without the ESR. Regular analysis in the ESR of survey data that contains information on incoming year class strength for key fishery species could allow the council to respond to changing population productivity. This includes the West Coast Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey for species that are well sampled at young ages, such as sablefish, as well as the Rockfish Recruitment and Ecosystem Assessment Survey and the Northern California Current Ecosystem Survey that quantitatively sample both coastal pelagic and groundfish species. Lastly, with regard to social and economic indicators and analyses in the 22 ESR, we appreciate the expansion of Section 4 on fisheries, landings, and revenue, as well as Section 5 on human well-being. This addressed our comments from the last year's report on better tying the socioeconomic sections of the report. We are particularly interested in the new index on temporal diversification in fisheries, Section 5.2, and appreciate these collaborative efforts to characterize potential interactions between fisheries and offshore wind energy, Section 4.2. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that thorough report. I'll look to see if there are any questions. And I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much. So we will now have the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel, Michelle Robinson. Welcome, Michelle.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. I am Michelle Conrad, formerly Robinson, and am here to provide you the agenda item H1B Supplemental EAS Report. Members of the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel attended the annual Ecosystem Status Report webinar briefing on March 1st and would like to thank Drs. Chris Harvey, Andy Lysing, and Greg Williams and the Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Team for the report, presentation, and follow-up discussion with the EAS at our meeting on March 5th. The EAS sincerely appreciates the hard work of the IEA team to compile, synthesize, and distill the very complex climate and ecosystem information into clearly articulated and readable segments with beautiful visuals presented in the annual ESR. The EAS found the month-by-month review provided clarity, and we especially appreciate the larger graphics and the detailed narrative throughout the report. The EAS would like to highlight a few of the new analyses in this year's report, and just would like to note that it was hard to highlight just a few of them. We could probably just read you the table of contents for all of the sections that we appreciate, but specifically the EAS appreciates the expansion of the offshore wind spatial analysis to assess suitability with fisheries and NIMP surveys for the Oregon call areas. That's in Appendix Q. The new juvenile abundance indices of the Dover sole, thorny head, and sablefish or DTS trawl strategy. That's in Appendix K. and the helpful description of the current West Coast forecasting tools, capabilities, and limitations with respect to modeling interannual forecasts of climate impacts that's in Appendix E, or commonly referred to as the Climate Change Appendix. Regarding the latter, this assessment is especially useful for understanding the current modeling capabilities to support the Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative 4 that the Council is embarking upon. While the IEA team presented this assessment last fall to the Council's SSC, the EAS believes it may be especially helpful for the Council to receive a similar briefing at the upcoming September meeting. The EAS appreciates and supports the request from the IEA team to take a pass on the annual topic review session with the SSC's Ecosystem Subcommittee on proposed changes for the 2024 ESR that would normally occur in September of 2023. As they noted, there is considerable work to be done to incorporate the improvements to the ESR that have already been discussed with the SSC's Ecosystem Subcommittee, and the EAS would appreciate their assistance in developing and executing FEP Initiative 4 in addition to their preparations for the 2024 ESR. For the 2024 ESR specifically, the EAS believes it would be helpful to use Appendix E to inform Initiative 4, such as a table focused on the species selection criteria as described in Agenda Item H2A Ecosystem Workgroup Report 1. So for example, a table that could display stock data availability, climate vulnerability, and stock-specific community dependence or importance. Looking ahead with ideas for future ESRs, the EAS identified a few areas of possible focus for the IEA team's consideration. Those are listed in our report and not in priority order. These ideas are relative to data availability and analytical capability. They should be viewed as aspirational and represent the EAS's thoughts on what analyses could be useful to the Council process. These include indicators for projecting, detecting, or confirming changes or shifts in species distribution, and how such changes could affect fishery diversification and fishing communities, including the relative cost of fishing, for example, fuel and shoreside support. Long-term climate change projections, for example, 20 to 50 years, could be included in Appendix E as a rotating report every few years. A rotating schedule for specific ESR sections, particularly those that may be more useful when updated with a few years of data rather than annually, or could better serve the timing of Council fishery decision-making. For example, providing more groundfish-focused reports in even-numbered years. Short-term projections in the ecosystem charts, for example, the PDO in the main body and/or rolled-up charts with short-term projections in the appendix. We note that while the inclusion of these projections would likely extend the length of the main body report, the EAS believes this would be worthy use of additional pages. References to specific IEA web pages for indicators with descriptions of the frequency of updates. For example, a summary table that cross-references specific ESR figures with specific web pages. Broader socioeconomic impacts of offshore wind development to include shoreside and at-sea processors and shoreside businesses in fishing dependent communities, including consequences to recreational fisheries. Retrospective socioeconomic analysis of events that have resulted in significant changes in fishing communities, for example, closure of shoreside processing facilities, unavailability of ice, fuel, or cold storage. Using the Community Social Vulnerability Index, that's in this year's ESR, figure 5.1 in the main body, and identify the fishery participation networks as displayed in figure 5.4 in the main body for the most vulnerable communities. provide an analysis on large baleen whales, particularly humpback, gray, and blue whales, similar to the analyses presented for seabirds in Appendix M, again, as data allows. In closing, the EAS again emphasizes its appreciation for the IEA team and Drs. Harvey, Lysing, and Williams for taking the time to patiently answer our questions and respond to our ideas. While the ESR on its own is an enormous undertaking for any group, the EAS recognizes that the specific individuals involved make all the difference. And all of us are fortunate to have this particular team supporting the Pacific Council's ecosystem process. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Michelle Conrad. Any questions on the EAS report? I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you so much. Very thorough, a lot of suggestions there. That concludes reports. We don't have any public comment. Before we go on to council discussion, we've been at this a while, so we'll take a short break, maybe 10 minutes, and then come back and conclude this agenda item.
The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
All right, if we could gradually move back to our seats, we'll get started again and conclude this agenda item. Okay, we're back. We've received a tremendous report, very informative. We've had reports from our advisory bodies, and this isn't really an action item, but let's see if there's any discussion on this agenda item. We've had some suggestions from some of the advisory bodies. So let me look around and see if there's any discussion to be had here. Dr. Braby.
I will just here in council discussion, just raise the issue again about the incredible amount of work that is being done on behalf of the council's fisheries management by the science centers. And that in our next agenda item, we are going to be potentially asking them for more work, and that both of those ecosystem asks are on top of the day job and stock assessments and the nuts and bolts of fisheries management. And as a council, I think we need to be really cognizant of that and thoughtful about that as we're working with our partners at NIMS on how that translates into what's feasible and not. And of course, the IEA team is very artful in not focusing on the workload and just saying, yes, we will do our best. And I'm grateful for that. Yet I think we really need to put that on ourselves and make sure that we come up with a system that's reasonable for them to keep supplying us with this amazing information. It's a comment. It's not an action. I don't know if there's more conversation to be had on that.
Well, let's see if there are any hands. Of course, we have a continuum into the next agenda item. So, Corey Reddings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple, I guess, comments and reflections. Just noting the team has always been excellent at taking what this council has provided and what the advisory bodies have been providing and putting that into the next year's science and reporting. So thank you for that. And, thank our advisory bodies for providing that information and continuing to support the work. I noted the SSCS annual topic review was asked to be skipped, and folks seem to support that. And so I would say just it's officially okay for that to happen. If that was needed, I don't know. But do think it is important and good to kind of keep that on the long-term calendar. Just, I guess it could be kind of a yearly decision kind of thing. Also wanted to say thanks and appreciate the IEA work in terms of its potential support for Initiative 4. So just, I guess, echoing Karin's thoughts there. Wanted to highlight that the gap noted in their report, and I heard this in California delegation, the reflection of on the water conditions and how spot on that was. And I thought that was really cool to see the work and the science and everything being presented in a way that it's matching. I think that's a really a high compliment and a good indication that this is good science and it's being, validated. And also was mentioned this concept of skipper science, and I hope we can do more there, and that's great. And I think Dr. Lysing spoke to that on the floor a little bit, so just wanted to reiterate that is important. Also, maybe we shouldn't call it skipper science. I don't know. I don't want to leave the deckhands out or anybody else who happens to be on board. And then finally, just noting the climate appendix that was noted by the SSC and the SSCES. And there's been a lot of work and thinking that's been going into that. So just wanted to, again, voice my appreciation for that and the connection there and continuing those collaborations and seeing that work continued and continuing to get that climate appendix. And I think that information continues to grow in importance. So look forward to seeing more of that.
Thank you, Corey. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be brief. Speaking of fisherman science, I would call it, rather than skipper science, because it includes, like you say, deckhands and all involved. That's one of the components of our IMREP program. And we promote that and we talk about it, that it's not all top down. It goes both ways, and fishermen have a place, but it's learning how to collaboratively work together and do collaborative research so that what the products of that are actually usable and verifiable. So I appreciate the thoughts and the comments you made on that. Also, just an observation that, we tend to look at the utility of this as having specific outcomes and deliverables. But there's just the existence of it in the fact that it's being used by a lot of people, and it gains confidence and use and its validity over time. An example, in our recent U.S.-Canada whiting treaty negotiations with the Canadians did not have a good whiting year. However, a lot of the content of your report kind of explained that and kind of softened didn't make it any sweeter to have a not so good results up there, but at least it gave it some explanation. So even in that being, it came through the reports and all that, and it helped us in our negotiations. So I really do appreciate it. I do think that we should work toward more fisherman science into the process. I know you spoke a little bit about temperatures at depth, understanding there's vessels of opportunity. Most of the trawlers in the whiting fleet all have temperature at depth on their net sounders, can help you, can get that information. It's about how do we facilitate that? How do we get the knowledge transferred? Because it is there. And my experience, industries are more than willing to share it, understanding that it helps them. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Bob. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I think all speakers echoed thoughts in my head, which I won't repeat. And Mr. Chair, yourself, you said the connection to, we're going to move right into the next agenda. I have an initiative 4, and they're very connected. But I'll just pick up one thing of, I think Corey Ridings mentioned how the sablefish development the council heard about yesterday evolved out of this unexpectedly these efforts. So you never know, like as Bob was saying, we're not sure what the outcomes are going to be. This is a silly analogy, but things like silly putty got invented because of the space race. There's things that come out of this you're not expect. But I'm just gonna, what Chris Harvey said to off the top was, it's good to be back in person. And I think that's the other thing, just to highlight, and just being lucky to be on the ecosystem work group, just seeing the conversations that happen in the advisory body rooms, just a very small amount of them in the hallways. It's just the interactions with folks here at the council and the scientists has been very valuable. And it's encouraging to see the progress being made, and really looking forward to the next agenda item and what's achievable there. And I'll end by, echoing some of the statements about Karin made about how much we depend on the NIMS and the science centers for this. And I mentioned this during Q&A, but just the open discussion about what their capacity is and our asks of them, and our support for even more interactions, as Karin said, between stock assessment folks and the IEA folks. We just want to recognize again, and I hope those discussions will continue on as they have, and this next agenda item will be, a next step towards that.
Thank you, Corey. Anything further for the good of the council? I'm not seeing any of their hands. Thanks very much. Let me turn to Dr. Dahl and see if we have concluded our business under H1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think you have, along with a lot of compliments on the quality and value of the report, which I'm sure the team that puts it together appreciate. And also just noting that support of the recommendation from the CCIA team with regard to SSE review of the science topics and taking a pass on that this year, and that could potentially allow greater engagement in the upcoming topic of the initiative to integrate climate and ecosystem information into management processes. So I'm sure we'll be looking to those personnel to help in that venue. And so, yeah, that I think covers your discussion, and we can move on.
Terrific. Well, thanks everyone, and we'll move on to H2. And for that, I will pass the gavel to Vice Chair Pettinger.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. And with that, I'll turn to Kit to start us off. Kit?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll read from the situation summary. It's very brief on this Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative Work Plan, noting that last September, the Council adopted Initiative 2.1 out of your Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative Appendix, entitled Ecosystem and Climate Information Initiative for Species, Fisheries, and Fishery Management Plans. which I think we're going to try to shorthand. The one shorthand that's being used is Initiative 4. Another possible shorthand is Ecosystem and Climate Information Initiative, whatever you prefer to refer to it as. And so you identified that as what to take up next, the next initiative to begin work on. And at that time, last September, you directed the EWG to develop a work plan to implement this initiative for you to consider at this meeting. And the EWG did that. They put their thoughts and ideas and recommendations into a report that was in the advanced briefing book, and describing potential avenues for integrating ecosystem climate information into fishery management plan decision-making. And I think the work is focusing on harvest specifications processes. They outlined a pilot process to sort of test out and try how this might work, with results reported at your September meeting this year. And then the second main part of the report, the EWG describes a framework for selecting species or species groups for which actionable ecosystem and climate information could be developed after the initial pilot effort. And so in their report, they note where the EWG notes where they are seeking further guidance from the council on initiative implementation, and likewise from other council advisory bodies. And certainly in that regard, we've received a lot of input. So I'll go on to note the reports that have been submitted supplementally in addition to the EWG report that was in your advanced briefing book. There's an SSC report, one from the Habitat Committee, from the GAP and GMT, and the CPS-AS and CPS-MT, and both the EWG and the EAS submitted reports. Obviously, the EWG is a supplemental report just based on what they've heard in the last few days and their discussions, adding a little bit of context to what they presented in the advanced briefing book. And there is public comment with a presentation under this agenda item as well. So with that, I'll just sum up as always by reading out the council action that's listed in the situation summary, which is to discuss the initiative work plan and provide guidance on next steps. And that concludes my overview.
Thank you, Kit. Questions for Kit on his overview? Okay, seeing that. With that, I guess we'll go to, is the EWG going to give a report, or are we going to go straight to the SSC on this? I should ask that question. Kit? I don't see a name for the EWG report, so we're going straight. Yvonne, are you going to be giving it? Okay. Welcome, Yvonne.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. So I will be reading from, summarizing from EWG Report 1, Agenda Item H2A, which we submitted for the Advanced Briefing Book Report, and or Advanced Briefing Book, and then the supplemental EWG Report 2 for Agenda Item H2A. And I will say that our Advanced Briefing Book Report, the EWG is fortunate to have Ms. Jessica Watson and Mr. Corey Niles as part of our membership, and their time at the council table allowed them to train the rest of us in preparing reports for the council. So our requests for the council are all on the first page of our first report. And you'll see that we are asking you to review and comment on several items in our report, and we made requests to advisory bodies and the public for their comments on other issues. And I want to really appreciate the efforts of the advisory bodies to follow our requests and provide some excellent comments. I've been reading through some of those reports. So without repeating my advanced briefing for this agenda item, we're interested in hearing the council's opinions on our different reporting ideas and whether you find it acceptable to focus on Petrale sole as a demonstration species for September. We're looking for guidance from you on developing new species selection criteria. We have some examples in section 2 of our briefing book report. And if you have comments on those, that would be helpful. We have a proposed schedule in section 3 of our report. And we're also noting that we may need additional expertise from the National Marine Fisheries Sciences Centers in the region on fisheries management and fisheries management staff from the states and the tribes to support this initiative. We have membership on the EWG who address these issue areas, but we recognize that we're going to need some species-specific help from a lot of different council advisory bodies. And we don't want to sort of downplay the potential workload that will come with this. And we also ask that if we do choose Petrale sole as a demonstration species, that we prioritize a few hours in the spring for working with the groundfish management team and the GAP to advise the EWG in drafting the Petrale sole risk table. And then noting, and I think you talked about this on your last agenda item, that we're probably going to need some review time from the SSC Ecosystem Subcommittee in the fall. So with that, I'll move to our supplemental report. We met yesterday and had some productive briefings with the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel and the Salmon Advisory Subpanel, both very helpful on the initiative and the proposed timeline. And there was some concern about our timeline. And so we wanted to mention that we are planning on meeting virtually on May 15 and 17 of this year with participants from the EWG, and we're inviting the science centers and management teams and advisory bodies to discuss the management process and timing for inclusion of climate and ecosystem information, key uncertainties and gaps in the assessments of single or multiple species, and conceptual models of physical and biological indicators influencing pilot species population dynamics. We would like to review the North Pacific Fishery Management Council's risk classification table for assessment, population dynamics, environmental and ecosystem considerations, and discuss whether there are modifications needed for a similar table for the Pacific Fishery Management Council. So we're not proposing taking the North Pacific's process whole and moving over to ours. Oftentimes, when we look at North Pacific processes, we need to recognize that they can throw a lot of personnel at some of their problems, and we have to think of ways to be a little more light in our burdens. And then we'd also like to discuss the framework to identify and prioritize council-managed species groups or species with management processes that should next be supported with ecosystem and climate information. We've heard in the hallways and in person that there's strong emphasis in considering multiple species during the first phase of the initiative. We're not opposed to adding new species, but we note that doing so risks extending the timeline for development of an agreed upon approach and implementation of a draft evaluation for each of the pilot species. So we're hoping that the May EWG meeting allows engagement and discussion on whether any additional species could proceed as pilots. We also noted that at this meeting, there are some unique conditions associated with a potentially large incoming sablefish recruitment class, highlighted by the ecosystem status report, and had heard that there may be an offer to update the sablefish stock assessment. So we are mentioning that, like Petrale sole, sablefish is information rich, and if this species were selected by the council for consideration under this initiative, it could be added to the pilot approach and follow the same timelines for Petrale sole, including discussion at the proposed May EWG meetings. Thank you. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions on the EWG report? Okay, thanks, Yvonne.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Next up will be SSC.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pittenger. Dan Holland again, SSC Chair, and again, Dr. Kristen Marshall's here with me as well. I'd like to read into the record agenda item H2A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on the Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative Work Plan. The SSC received a briefing by Dr. Kit Dahl and Tommy Moore on the work plan to advance the new Fishery Ecosystem Plan, FEP, initiative as presented in agenda item H2 EWG Report 1. The SSC appreciates the work of the Ecosystem Work Group to advance the new FEP initiative and supports the proposed timeline outlined in the report. The SSC discussed the risk table approach proposed by the EWG and currently used by the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. Risk tables could be used by the Council to inform decisions on harvest specifications and provide supporting information in decisions to set P-star and annual catch limits, ACLs. Risk tables or similar tools could also be used to inform the scientific uncertainty buffer selected by the SSC, as is the approach adopted by the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. The current SSC approach for groundfish and coastal pelagic species using category designations incorporates aspects of assessment and population uncertainty, but does not allow for climate or ecosystem uncertainty to be incorporated. The SSC is interested in further discussions on potential applications of these types of approaches, noting the importance that information and risk tables should allow for both increased and decreased buffers and not be unidirectional in their application. The SSC recommends that stock assessment authors be included in risk table development and that climate and ecosystem information be brought into the process as early as possible. The stock assessment prioritization process is another avenue that could be expanded to incorporate more climate and ecosystem information. Also, the strong recent cohort of sablefish suggested by this year's CCIA report indicates the potential need for pathways to bring environmental information into management outside of the assessment prioritization or review process. This may be particularly important for other species that are not frequently assessed. The SSC supports the EWG recommendation to focus on groundfish and its choice of petrale sole as a demonstration species. Given the timing of the groundfish harvest specification cycle, the scheduled petrale sole assessment, and recent research on environmental drivers of recruitment. There may be value in piloting more than one species to the extent workload considerations allow. The SSC discussed several other potential species for consideration and recommends that EWG consider species with a range of life histories and with differing amounts and qualities of available information. Recent presentations on ecosystem considerations for Pacific hake by the Joint Technical Committee of the Pacific Whiting Treaty revealed the utility of climate and ecosystem research in providing contextual information and corroborating evidence for the stock assessment in years when recruitment is estimated to be highly variable and uncertain. Formalizing the information into a risk table for Pacific hake could be another demonstration species for the FEP initiative. The SSC also discussed the potential to focus on coastal pelagic species and salmon, noting that further work may be needed to understand how risk tables could be applied in those cases. The SSC also discussed the potential use of ecosystem and socioeconomic profiles, ESPs, as a stepping stone between ecosystem status reports and more actionable tools like risk tables. ESPs may be particularly valuable for gathering relevant information for species or groups of species that where that information has not yet been compiled. For petrale sole and other species where environmental linkages have already been identified, moving forward directly with risk table development is a reasonable approach. The SSC recommends developing a framework for prioritizing the selection of species for focused climate and ecosystem work and supports the general criteria outlined by the EWG. The availability of existing environmental information may also dictate which species can be brought into the process. Formalizing a process for choosing focal species would help ensure species are selected using pre-specified criteria rather than in an ad hoc manner. The SSC is willing to review products for the FEP, e.g. the risk table approach and any demonstration risk tables this year in September or November, and notes the decision to forego the SSC ecosystem subcommittee review of the CCIEA topics this year would allow time for that review to occur. That concludes the SSC report, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Dan. Questions on the SSC report? Oh, Karin Brevy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for the report. I wanted to ask specifically about the comment in the report about increased and decreased buffers, that the risk table should allow for both. And I'm interpreting that to mean that that the risk table should include like improved conditions for the species. And I just wanted to confirm that that was your meaning.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Bravey. Yeah, that is indeed what we meant by that. If you have some information that conditions are improved, then, for example, the sablefish thing brings up that kind of a situation, although it's obviously not going into a risk table, but then you potentially would consider reducing the buffer. However, those there may not be a lot of room to really affect the ABC or ACL by adjusting that buffer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Garth. Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is the Habitat Committee, and Corey Green, I believe, is online. Corey?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Can you hear me?
We can.
I'll be reading Agenda Item H2A, Supplemental HC Report 1, HC's report on the Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative Work Plan. The Habitat Committee discussed the Ecosystem Work Group request for advisory body guidance on elements of this initiative, including which species to include now and in the future, and criteria for selecting species. The HC supports the EWG's recommendation to use Petrale sole as the demonstration species for the pilot project. The HC notes that salmon stocks for which habitat indicators have been developed would be good candidates as the next priority species or species group. The HC also discussed criteria for the draft planning matrix, which is intended to help prioritize species for the next ecosystem and climate information reporting. The HC recommends the addition of a criterion for indicator response to identify how well species or species group trends can be explained by habitat indicators, or conversely, how well habitat indicators explain a species or species group trend / environmental response. The HC also discussed the North Pacific Fishery Management Council's risk classification table presented in the report as Table 1, and thinks this is a logical next step for informing stock assessments and management. The HC notes that levels 2 and 3 would better indicate risk if indicators are weighted or selected based on the importance of indicators for the species or species group in the assessment. Finally, the HC recommends the National Marine Fisheries Service Science Centers support this initiative with species and ecosystem expertise, and the NMFS West Coast region and appropriate fisheries management staff from the states and tribes support this initiative with season management expertise between April and September 2023. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Questions for the Habitat Committee? Okay, seeing that. Thank you, Corey. Next up will be the GAP. I believe Barrett. Welcome.
Good morning again, Vice Chair Pettinger, council members. I'm Merritt McCray, and I'll be reading from Agenda Item H2A, Supplemental GAP Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on the Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative Work Plan. Members of the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel attended the Ecosystem Work Group virtual meeting on March 1st, 2023, presented by Yvonne de Renier, and offer the following comments. The EWG seeks further guidance from the Council on initiative implementation and input from the Council and advisory bodies with respect to report timing and species selection, as outlined in the report at this meeting under this agenda item. The GAP thinks the appropriate timing for reports is at the point during the management cycle at which the Council is first tasked to consider the appropriate P-star value. This would help inform Council and advisory body members of observed environmental trends and their likely impacts on the fish population, confidence in model outputs, as well as the gravity of consequences should fish population levels fall. These are important considerations in the development of the appropriate P-star level for developing management specifications. The EWG also asked for guidance with respect to species selection. The GAP thinks species with high importance to fisheries, whose reproductive success or year-to-year productivity is tightly linked to specific ecosystem parameters easily observed over their entire range, should score high in the rankings of species considered for analysis. Such parameters include remote sensing data, for example, sea surface temperature, upwelling and chlorophyll A extent and concentration. Oceanographic survey data already being collected annually might also influence species selection on the basis of forage and ichthyoplankton data. For example, the observation of an incoming strong year class as juveniles might signal relaxation of a precautionary P-star selection. Conversely, weak upwelling in recent seasons might signal lower P-star selection than otherwise. Thank you, and I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Merritt. Questions on the GAP report? All right. Seeing none, we'll go to the GMT.
Looks like it's on. Good morning, Vice Chair Pettinger and council members. I'm Lorna Wargo, and we'll be reading the Groundfish Management Team Report on the Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative Work Plan. The Groundfish Management Team reviewed the advanced briefing book materials and received an overview from Dr. Kit Dahl of the Pacific Fishery Management Council staff. In addition, several members of the team attended the Ecosystem Work Group webinar on March 1st, 2023. The GMT's understanding is that the Council plans to bring ecosystem and climate information into the biennial groundfish harvest specification and management measure decision-making processes. The GMT thanks the EWG for the opportunity to walk through the report and to ask questions in advance of this meeting, facilitating GMT discussion on this topic. The EWG report describes a process to implement Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative 2.1, a new ecosystem initiative that the Council adopted in September 2022. As outlined in the EWG report, the objectives of this initiative are to identify a need and determine when and how ecosystem and climate information can be incorporated into Council management. Petrale Sole Risk Table. To begin implementing this new initiative, the EWG proposes using Petrale sole as a demonstration species with a risk assessment table as a starting point. The EWG anticipates collaborating with the GMT on this pilot effort. The GMT reviewed its current schedule and anticipates availability for a work session with the EWG, but thinks more than 1 to 2 hours may be needed if the task is to both review a draft risk table and evaluate Petrale sole against the risk table criteria. Framework to integrate ecosystem and climate information. To continue integrating ecosystem and climate information into the management of groundfish, the EWG identified the need for a framework to guide future council selection of species or groups of species. Specific to groups of species, the EWG seeks advice from advisory bodies on preferred approaches for identifying appropriate species to group together. The GMT had difficulty identifying specific advice at this time because there is uncertainty in the potential ecosystem tools, hereafter quote unquote tools, to be developed. Our advice would depend on the tools and how they are anticipated to be used. Regarding timing, the GMT anticipates that preferred times for receiving ecosystem information may vary depending on what aspect of the assessment/management process the information is meant to inform. For example, future tools that might inform an assessment will need to be available for use sooner than a tool that informs scientific and statistical committee scientific uncertainty advice or a council risk policy decision. In addition, given that the intent of the pilot effort with Petrale sole is to develop a pathway and inform an iterative framework, the GMT expects to gain insight on the optimal timeline of any future efforts. Looking beyond the pilot effort, as new tools are developed, the GMT suggests that in addition to the utility of the tool, the workload and schedules of any parties that need to be involved, for example, stock assessment authors, in the development or review of tools should be considered in developing the framework's timeline. At its webinar, the EWG shared the potential to have pre-vetted data in the future and possibly automated reports, and the GMT sees significant benefit in such products relative to efficiency and workload. And that concludes the GMT statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorna. Questions for the GMT report? Okay, getting off easy. Thanks. Thank you, Lorna. Next is the CPS AS report, and I see Anna Weinstein or Mike O. I'm not sure. Mike, are you it? All right. I can see her.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. Anna has a severe case of laryngitis, so she wasn't sitting in a very good position to do this. So you got me. I'll be reading from agenda item H2A, Supplemental CPSAS Report 1, Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel Report on the Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative Work Plan. The Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel attended the Ecosystem Work Group's EWG meeting on the Ecosystem and Climate Information Initiative. We thank the EWG for its excellent work, and we support its near and long-term scope and timeline for completing this initiative. We have the following general comments. First, we agree with the EWG page 4 of agenda item H2 EWG report that it could work with the California current, current integrated ecosystem assessment team scientists, management teams, and advisory bodies to assess where short-term forecasts of ocean conditions and species distributions might support the setting of preseason and in-season management measures. As we mentioned in the framework, for the central subpopulation of northern anchovy, allows the council to consider any relevant factors when setting annual catch limits, including ecosystem indicators and trends in survey indices. Second, we note the CPS terms of reference for stock assessments repeatedly mentions ecosystem considerations, and that's footnoted at the bottom, and how they could be used in benchmark and update assessments. These include in background information and data preparations and as data inputs and decisions about model structure. These new data and methods could be incorporated during the stock assessment prioritization process and during the stock assessment activities such as stock assessment review panels. We have the following specific responses to EWG requests to advisory bodies and management teams. First, the EWG requested feedback on prioritizing and grouping fishery management plan, FMP, species for future ecosystem and climate information reports. For the 5 council-managed commercially fished species in the CPS FMP framework, we recommend a thorough literature review as well as a review of acoustic trawl survey results. Such review may identify 2 or more species as responding in more similar ways than others to environmental drivers. In regard to EWG, noting on page 6, ecological role as a possible key criteria for the council in prioritizing species and groups of species, we recommend CPS dynamics be accounted for as part of a broad prey base for larger fish and for seabirds and marine mammals. As we noted in our September 2022 report, on this developing initiative. CPS species are short-lived and respond relatively quickly to climate-driven environmental change, which may in turn affect predator species. Therefore, CPS dynamics should be integrated into risk tables for species that feed on CPS along with other prey species, and separately into the Council's prioritization of species and species group for this initiative. Second, the EWG requested feedback on preferred times in FMP-specific management processes when it would be most useful to receive ecosystem and climate information to support harvest setting or pre-season or in-season management processes. We support the EWG's interest, page 4, in using ecosystem and climate information for CPS season development. The most useful times to receive this information are April and May for annual sardine and biannual Pacific mackerel, central subpopulation of the northern anchovy. Setting of harvest specifications and incidental catch limits. The current timing of the ecosystem status report, i.e. at March meetings, would likely meet the needs of the CPS fisheries. Finally, the ongoing work of the NIMS Southwest Fishery Science Center to identify a southern subpopulation of Pacific sardines in U.S. waters may lead to additional management measures to address that subpopulation in the future. We ask that the Council remain open to future revision of the timing of inclusion of ecosystem and climate information should management of that subpopulation be adopted and a need for revision arises. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Questions on the GAP report? Okay, CPS report, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, you are on the GAP also, so I was kind of...
Well, that's true.
You're confusing me. Okay, next up is the CPS management team and Greg Kuzikowski. Greg, are you online? Are you there?
Yes, I am. Hopefully you can hear me well.
We can.
I will be reading from our supplemental CPSMT Report 1 on this agenda item, Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team Report on the Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative Work Plan. I guess I should say I will be reading and summarizing because our report is a little bit on the long side. The Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team reviewed the March report of the Ecosystem Working Group on the Fishery Ecosystem and Climate Initiative Work Plan. And several members also attended the EWG webinar and presentation that Yvonne gave on March 1st. The CPSMT met remotely and discussed the initiative and work plan on March 2nd. The CPSMT thanks the EWG for their work on this initiative and supports moving forward with the EWG work plan and offers the following comments for consideration. The EWG requested advice from council advisory bodies and public on first, the preferred methods and priorities for grouping council-managed species together when choosing new species groups for future ecosystem and climate information reports, and preferred timing in FMP-specific management processes when it would be most useful to receive ecosystem and climate information to support harvest setting or pre-season or in-season management processes. Choosing species groups, the CPSMT thought about priority CPS for this work. 3 species warrant priority considerations: Pacific sardine, Pacific mackerel, and both stocks of northern anchovy. In terms of methods for grouping species, the CPSMT recommends conducting a thorough literature review and examining trends in biomass and distribution from acoustic trawl surveys conducted by the Southwest Fishery Science Center to determine if or how these stocks can be grouped. Preferred times. The CPSMT examined the schedule for CPS assessments in the EWG report, Appendix A, and found that it matches the council operating procedure that spells out CPS in Schedule 3. In terms of timing for providing climate and ecosystem information for consideration and setting harvest specs, the CPSMT should be able to incorporate information provided by the EWG and/or the ecosystem status report at the March meeting each year, and any additional information provided in advanced briefing books for April and June meetings when CPS harvest specifications are considered. The EWG also sought input on a number of other items, some of which the CPSMT addresses below. Section 1 of the report. The CPSMT considers the proposed risk classification table used by the North Pacific Management Council, provided as Table 1 in the EWG report, to be an effective tool when evaluating ecosystem and other information with advisory bodies and the council, but notes this format does not currently include a good way to account for positive ecosystem science. For example, as noted in Yvonne's presentation, the CPSMT utilized ecosystem information from the 2022 ESR about the positive ecosystem indicators when making recommendations regarding setting harvest specifications for the central subpopulation of northern anchovy. And that report is referred to there. The CPSMT recommends that the EWG examine methods on how to best incorporate both positive and negative climate ecosystem information for council decisions regarding scientific uncertainty when setting acceptable biological catch. The EWG report also mentions utilizing ecosystem and climate information in the design and implementation of harvest control rules, HCRs, citing the use of sea surface temperature for Pacific sardine. As noted in their report, there was confidence in the use of SST information for setting harvest levels for sardine when this was first implemented. But the SST index utilized was later changed based on new science. Since that time, both the CPSMT and the Scientific and Statistical Committee have called for the use of SST index currently used to determine EMSY and the HCR to be reevaluated as a predictor of stock productivity. And those reports are both from April 2021. The CPSMT sees value in utilizing ecosystem indicators in HCRs, but notes they present challenges, as the EWG noted about its use for sardine. There is new ecosystem and climate information recently published that may potentially be utilized to help gain a more mechanistic understanding of the drivers of sardine stock productivity. Examples are the Checkley et al. Paper from 2017 and the Koningstein et al. Paper from 2022 that may be helpful for future work on the sardine HCRs. Note that the Checkley et al. Paper included in the references below was not included in the references in the EWG report. Section 2 of the report, the CPSMT agrees with the EWG that criteria and process for prioritizing species or species groups should be developed, and thinks the example criteria provided are a good starting place. But the CPSMT thinks that an additional criterion should be considered under the ecological bullets. While most CPS did not rank as highly vulnerable in the McClure et al. Report, now published with the citation below, they have long been noted to experience boom and bust cycles and respond quickly. And these are thought to be climate and environmentally driven. Adding that consideration for selection, along with the data richness criteria listed under management related bullet, would add priority for some CPS, like sardine. As for groupings, the CPS and groupings of CPS and the Checkley et al. Reference, the CPS notes that ongoing scientific debate regarding specific responses for CPS finfish species and stocks to climate and environmental variables, and urges a broader look at the literature as well as examination of the AT survey work as suggested above. Petrale sole seems an appropriate pilot species to work with, but the CPSMT wonders if including others that play important parts in the forage base for the ecosystem might also be considered at this time. Doing so would bring a more diverse perspective to the work. The CPSMT recognizes, however, that starting with one species may provide an easier, more straightforward way to begin this initiative, given the ambitious timeline provided in the report. Section 4, the CPSMT acknowledges the Nature Conservancy for proposing workshops related to this initiative. Ms. Way Kirchner of the TNC and the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel informed the CPSMT on March 2nd that they have secured some funding dedicated to these proposed workshops. The CPSMT recommends the Council consider if such workshops should be scheduled and particular elements they should focus on to help move this initiative forward. And that concludes our report.
Thank you, Greg. Questions for Greg on the CPS management team report? Okay, you're good to go. Thank you. And now next up will be Michelle Conrad in the EAS report. Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair Pettinger and council members. I'm Michelle Conrad and will be presenting the supplemental EAS Report 1. The EAS met to discuss the Ecosystem Plan Initiative Work Plan put forth by the Ecosystem Work Group in their EWG Report 1. And we commend the EWG for advancing this important initiative. Our discussion and comments concern the selection of species, the opportunity for workshops, the conclusion of the initiative, and pathways forward. On the choice of species, first, we considered the many ideas that were proposed as methods to inform which species should be prioritized for inclusion in the risk table exploration and the ramifications of selecting Petrale sole as the test case for this exercise. Overall, we thought additional attention should be paid to selecting species as demonstration species under Initiative 4 that are linked to climate indicators that will demonstrate the utility and pathways forward for this process. Additionally, we noted that the species selected can provide informative action within follow-on initiatives of 2.6 and 2.8 from the FEP appendix regarding community resilience and adaptive fisheries, respectively. We had concerns about using a single species to demonstrate the use of risk tables or other tools for this important enterprise. A single species will be unlikely to demonstrate the breadth and likely further impact of incorporating risk assessment into various points of management processes for multiple fishery management plans. As such, choosing 2 or 3 species is more likely to accomplish an objective of Initiative 4, which is to develop and test clear pathways to use climate and ecosystem information to inform council decision-making. Additionally, choosing multiple species for Initiative 4 will provide options to choose those with divergent characteristics that will result in different risk tables and thus inform the breadth of the process. To that end, we suggest the following considerations for choosing species for inclusion in this exercise. Number 1, interannual variation in spatial distribution along the West Coast. Within that context, we feel that a species that is most likely to be impacted by shifts in oceanographic conditions will lead to shifting fishing opportunities and directly inform Initiative 2.6, supporting fishery and fishing community resilience. Species that have large distributional shifts will have specific impacts and risks that will likely have different effects on our coastal fishing communities, and thus a risk table connecting community resilience and climate vulnerability. Number 2, a linkage to oceanographic variables quantified on a near real-time basis. Species life history characteristics, such as natural mortality, recruitment, and distribution, that are influenced by climate factors quantified by data that are made available in near real time and are able to be informed by forecast models, would be good candidates for Initiative 2.8, which is the assessment of flexibility in the fisheries management process. For this purpose, petrale sole is a good fit, as is Pacific sardine. In either case, it is anticipated that such an analysis will require significant effort. However, we note that significant effort has already been made regarding the linkage between oceanographic drivers and the sardine distribution within the California current ecosystem status reports. Number 3, no directed fishery due to stock status. Species managed by the council but that are currently not actively fished would provide insights into the use of risk tables without triggering immediate concerns about use of the risk table, resulting in reductions in fishing opportunities. Such a choice could reduce apprehensions surrounding future use of this new approach to fisheries management and pave the way via clarity for more widespread understanding and acceptance of risk tables as tools. Number 4, representative of a broader group of managed fish. In particular, choosing species whose life history and climate vulnerability are representative of or similar among multiple species can maximize the utility of the exercise for a comparable workload. As such, we support the reasoning by the EWG as encompassed by, quote, multiple species of rockfishes appear to be synchronous through time, suggesting that the same environmental driver affects the entire complex. Number 5, currently utilize the stoplight tables. We recognize the importance of the salmon stoplight tables in the ESR, and including species with existing stoplight tables, would inform how the stoplight tables can translate into risk tables. We noted that including salmon as a candidate species would allow for the comparison among different risk tables. In other words, likely a very different risk table in comparison to species like sardine or groundfish. The reasoning set forth by the EWG for selecting petrale sole was that it is, quote, shovel ready. In other words, there are already linkages between an ecosystem indicator and stock abundance and could be accomplished this year. We considered suggesting other groundfish species, but the assessment cycle made us appreciate that such a suggestion would not be timely. We also identified that petrale sole is harvested by only a few sectors and that a risk table for a species caught by multiple sectors may be more broadly applicable and a more informative alternative. That said, we acknowledge the potential simplicity and straightforward path to management consideration for species harvested in limited sectors. With regard to the need for workshops, while we recognize the increasing number of demonstration species for the risk table approach comes with an associated increase in workload, we believe there is an opportunity to make significant progress during dedicated workshops to support and improve the efficacy of Initiative 4. The EAS received a report from the Nature Conservancy on resources they had available to fund 2 workshops for this effort. The EAS agreed that these workshops could help advance the dialogue on understanding and managing for climate effects on council-managed species and fisheries, perhaps more effectively and efficiently than what can reasonably be accomplished at a council meeting, given the multitude of concurrent activities and associated deadlines. The EAS identified that focused workshops with a smaller group of participants could facilitate moving the initiative forward in a way that biannual meetings with ecosystem agendas cannot. The EAS identified a number of discussions that could benefit from this type of engagement, such as understanding the capabilities of the ESR, understanding the risk table tool and identifying additional tools that may be beneficial in future analyses, completing the risk table with a focused but diverse group of participants, identifying species that would inform Initiative 2.6 and Initiative 2.8, and those species that have broad and environmentally driven geographic ranges. Further, identifying species that are representative of larger groups of fish, such as those with similar spawning times, physiological constraints like pH and temperature, or susceptibility to temporal climate effects, such as harmful algal blooms, could help keep the overall workload for the various advisory bodies to a level comparable to addressing single species that don't have broader representation. On identifying initiative completion, the EAS appreciates the inclusion of criteria to determine when the initiative is complete. However, we note that more detail would be helpful to understand how the objective of identifying clear pathways to incorporate climate and ecosystem information into council decision-making would be achieved and how that outcome fits into the criteria. There is concern that the council could prematurely call the initiative complete if the criteria in the current description are satisfied prior to fully accomplishing the pathway objective. To be most effective, the process should take a species from associated indicator selection through indicator-informed species risk assessment table to fishery management application. As currently written, however, the initiative completion criteria appears to end at new species process selection, even though we do not believe that this was the EWG's intent, hence our suggestion to include more detail. In summary, the EAS suggests testing the risk table approach with species that encompass a broader range of life history characteristics, links between climate indicators and stock distribution, and divergent management processes as it will help build better frameworks to facilitate broader application to other FMPs, which in turn ultimately helps strengthen the resilience of our coastal communities. The initial steps to develop Initiative 4 can be assisted by focused workshops, which can serve as a collaborative effort among scientists, fishery managers, and advisory body members to bolster the risk table approach, improve understanding, and increase buy-in. The EAS applauds identification of an endpoint of this initiative, and while some further specificity is suggested, we look forward to the Initiative Accomplished banner in the future.
Thank you, Michelle. Questions for the EAS report? Okay, well, thank you. And I think that is mission accomplished as far as getting through the reports. So with that, we're going to break for lunch and give ourselves a full hour because that was requested. And so we'll see each other back here at 1:21. The full hour. What?
The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, if we take our seats, we'll get started here. Okay, welcome back. We had completed the reports, and we're going to public comment. I believe we have 2 people scheduled. And what comes up? There it is. And first up will be Gway Kirshner, followed by Michelle Conrad. Welcome, Gway.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair Pettinger, Director Burden, and council members. My name is Gway Kirchner, and I'm the Marine Fisheries Project Director for the Nature Conservancy based in Oregon. And I have a couple of things that I wanted to let you know about. About a year ago or so, in discussion under the initiative selection, we heard a request loud and clear for if there were any additional resources that could come and help with the initiative. And we, since then, have been able to receive funding to be able to fund a couple of workshops to add into this process, as you've heard in some of the advisory body statements. And those workshops, as we've done in the past, are pretty flexible at this point to be able to structure them the way that the council sees would be best utilized in this process. I wanted to let you know that that is there available to you. And I think we've heard some need and some great ideas in the advisory body statements for what those workshops would do and how they would add to the process. I also wanted to let you know about a study that was funded by the Nature Conservancy with the National Sea Grant Law Center to look at nimbleness in fisheries management under existing federal legislation, such as the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And so the Law Center reviewed that. It was a nationwide study looking at all 8 regional management councils and what could be done to improve nimbleness of council actions within existing regulations. That study has been published, and there's a letter that, if it's not in the briefing book, will be shortly, that has the link to that study. And I think it will be informative when we get to Initiative 2.8. Lastly, I wanted to mention that in the briefing book and informational report 8 is the NOAA Tech memo and the scenario planning process. And just to alert you that that's in there, it's been completed by Yvonne. She did an amazing job on that. And it's a really thorough report on the work that we did and how we got to our end. And with that, I'd take any questions.
Thank you, Gway. Questions for Gway on her public testimony? Garn Braby.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Gway. And really appreciate the offer for funding for workshops and appreciate the Nature Conservancy doing this multiple times over the past many years. Having listened to some of the discussion this morning, I'm just wondering if you have some ideas about how the workshops might be different from the last round of workshops associated with the CCI, which were quite large, labor-intensive workshops, lots of people and lots of moving parts, and how that might be different in this round. From your perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Dr. Braby. I would imagine these workshops to be much smaller. If you'll remember the last workshop that we had in January of 2020, where we put the scenarios together, we had a little over 80 people that participated in that. It was quite large. And I think for this need, we would be looking at much smaller participation, inviting, the appropriate management team, advisory panel or advisory body, researchers and such, and really focusing in on a particular species or a particular fishery management plan or a particular issue to be able to really have thorough discussions and dive a bit more into the details than we're able to do in a very large workshop. That's one of the reasons that we put in funding for more than one workshop, thinking that we would need to narrow it down and maybe address one piece at a time.
Okay, thank you, Garn. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Gway, thanks for the Nature Conservancy for doing this, and thanks for coming here and being here today. Can you talk a little bit more about the timing on this? I think you've talked to us several times about this, but just wanted to get a clear picture as we think about the timeline here in a bit about sort of what the availability for these workshops is.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Ridings. So the timing on these is pretty flexible as well. In putting together my thoughts in the letter and talking to advisory bodies, we do have the potential to put these on within the existing schedule as it's been laid out by the ecosystem work group. because I did not want to do something that would derail or delay that schedule any. But if that's not the appropriate timing, if the council thinks that the timing should be something later, we've heard on the groundfish side, stock assessors are very busy over the summer doing stock assessments and such, and something in the fall would be more appropriate. We do have some flexibility to do that as well, to be able to hold a workshop after that process is done in the fall.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Okay, thanks, Clay. Next up, Michelle Robinson. Conrad, sorry.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Pettinger and council members. My name is Michelle Conrad, and I am presenting comments today on behalf of the Ocean Conservancy, the Nature Conservancy, Environmental Defense Fund, and Wild Oceans. We continue to be excited about Initiative 4 and appreciate the opportunity to share our thoughts with you today on the development and execution of this effort. Next slide, please. We patterned our recommendations to follow the order of topics as they appear in EWG Report 1, and that's how we'll be addressing them in the presentation. Next slide. We begin with a quick review of the Council's action in September, and note that this was our understanding in providing our initial comment letter, which we submitted prior to the posting of the briefing book, and we are providing more refined comments today in light of EWG Report 1, and just wanted to highlight the Council action in September was moving forward with Initiative 2.1, and then following the near-term schedule that had been proposed by the EWG, and including consideration of actions for Initiatives 2.6 and 2.8, and broadening the participation beyond NIMS Science Centers to include input from communities. Next slide, please. Here we highlight the difference between the Council's adopted process and schedule from September and the EWG's revised schedule that was presented to you here in March, and note the differences that's in red text between the two processes. And our recommendation appears in blue, which is for the Council for this meeting to continue with its schedule to adopt pilot species for ecosystem and climate informed fisheries management. Next slide, please. With regard to the demonstration species, we want to pick up on the EAS's recommendations to consider how to get a broader suite of species potentially covered by the risk table action and by the initiative demonstration for the fewest number of risk tables. So we think that petrale is a good choice, but it may not represent the climate drivers, biological responses, or data richness for other stocks. To that end, we recommend considering a range of species with various biological characteristics, climate vulnerabilities, and management processes, which could help further understanding of how a risk assessment could work. We recommend using the climate vulnerability assessments to inform species selection and centering on those in the moderate, high, and very high categories for climate sensitivity or exposure. We also recommend aligning the demonstration species with the Groundfish Amendment 31 to focus attention on species that the council has already vetted and identified as priorities. And we note that many of them are in the moderate and highly vulnerable categories. We also recommend the council consider the trade-offs of adding species from other FMPs, and we provide more detail about that in the next slides. Next slide, please. Thanks. As we have stated previously, time is of the essence to prepare the council's fisheries for management through climate change. The recent publication of the Climate Vulnerability Assessments, or CVAs, for council-managed stocks indicates that in addition to Chinook salmon, which are very highly vulnerable, there are 13 highly vulnerable and 28 moderately vulnerable species. Given climate variability and changing ocean conditions and the resulting effects on fisheries and communities, it is imperative that the council find ways to manage its fisheries that are more proactive to strengthen resiliency through a decision-making process that is more responsive to changing ecosystem conditions. Next slide. In addition to the groundfish stocks in the table, which is a crosswalk of those Amendment 31 stocks that are in the moderate to high categories in the CVAs, in addition to those stocks that are in the table, we understand that there may be interest in considering a sablefish update and that there will be more discussion about whether to schedule that review by the SSC and council advisory bodies for April. We note that Amendment 31 did not include sablefish as it was not scheduled for assessment this cycle. However, in the event the council schedules an update this cycle, we note that the CVAs categorize sablefish as moderate for sensitivity and high for exposure, and would support considering them for the pilot. Based on prior ecosystem discussions and review of former and current ESRs, we think other candidate species could include Pacific sardine, North Pacific albacore, and Chinook salmon. So to expand on that, using an information-rich stock such as Pacific sardine would help the council understand their risk in the context of rapidly changing ocean conditions and help the council make a more informed decision about whether and how to use the framework for CPS in the future. Similarly, for HMS, since albacore are internationally assessed and managed, including it as a pilot could demonstrate how the risk table could be used to inform how albacore fisheries may be affected by basin-wide indicators as well as current local environmental conditions. With regard to salmon, the CVAs characterize Chinook salmon as, quote, very highly vulnerable, and including Chinook salmon, which is information-rich, could help the council better understand how the stoplight tables could be refined, similar to the categories in the risk table framework. Next slide, please. We note that the current description of the Initiative 4 process does not seem to include a description of when and how discussions and considerations of options for specific ways to apply the climate and ecosystem information to address scientific uncertainty, modify harvest policy, or take action. Reaching that understanding and identifying the specific management tools in conjunction with testing the framework is critical to helping the council decide whether, when, and how to use the framework in the future. Therefore, we recommend the council adopt the risk table approach for the pilot and initiate the collaborative process for IEA scientists, stock assessors, management teams, and advisory bodies to develop FMP-specific clear pathways, which may include identification and consideration of other methods concurrent with the development of the ecological risk assessment. Next slide, please. We agree with the EWG's example criteria, and note that the EAS also had some helpful suggestions for species selection criteria, in particular those that allow fewer risk tables to have broader application across a greater number of species. And we hope that EWG will take those into consideration in preparing their update for September. Next slide, please. Along those lines, we call your attention to the tip sheet that was prepared by the Ocean Conservancy, which provides some of the highlights of this year's ESR, and note the reference to the climate change appendix and emphasize that considering climate and ecosystem information in the fishery management process, quote, takes a village. To that end, we want to emphasize the importance of the EWG's request for assistance from other entities in executing this initiative and reiterate the EAS recommendation to be inclusive of input from all stakeholders and communities. Next slide. We believe that this process would benefit from taking a step back for a moment and thinking about number one, effectively and efficiently achieving the broader objective of preparing for and managing fisheries through climate change, while also considering, two, how to make meaningful progress while balancing workload considerations. One thought is that the Council could consider a wholesale change to its risk policy in managing climate effects on fisheries, for example, through a comprehensive ecosystem-based amendment for stock-specific risk tables, and may benefit from SSC input on the trade-offs associated with a general approach versus FMP-specific methods. Next slide. And finally, on the TNC workshops, we appreciate TNC's offer to hold those workshops. And in light of all the information presented at this meeting, we believe they would provide an opportunity to further the understanding of the Council and those involved in developing and executing the initiative, as well as those that are going to be affected by the outcomes. To that end, we recommend the Council partner with TNC on workshops and have some suggestions for how the Council could be helpful, for how those workshops could be helpful to the Council for consideration, as noted here. Next slide. And finally, this is a summary of our recommendations. I won't repeat them, but note they're summarized here for your reference. And finally, the final slide. Just want to thank you again, and we appreciate the opportunity to comment on this important initiative.
Thank you, Michelle. Questions for Michelle on her excellent presentation? Okay. Thank you, Michelle.
Thanks.
Okay, I think that takes care of public comment, which brings us to council action. Which is to discuss initiative work plan and provide guidance on next steps. So with that, I'll open the floor for discussion. So Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. I'll kick things off. I hope there's, I'm sure there'll be more discussion beyond this, but I do really want to just start with an appreciation for how the Ecosystem Working Group has laid out this initiative work plan for us. I think it is really exciting to see this initiative moving forward. We really, I think, all commented that we enjoy getting the annual ecosystem status reports, and now to see this process starting to funnel that information into how the council makes decisions is just quite exciting. I think at times too, thinking about how this initiative moves forward could be a bit overwhelming, but I do like the way the Ecosystem Working Group has put some near-term decisions in front of us and then thought about long-term planning for how this initiative gets follows through and then comes to a completion. I think I'll stop there with just some introductory thoughts. I think that just want to also add appreciation for the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel's input on this and all of the advisory bodies thinking hard about responding to the ecosystem working group's request for input. So thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Anyone else? Carl Braby.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to just comment on the concept of workshops and reflect on the value that we've had in convening parts of the council family out away from the council table, so to speak. And I think that particularly with difficult to understand and kind of topics it's hard to get your head around, it's good to get outside of this venue and have more free space to just kind of talk about ideas and be a little bit more creative. So I would like to see a way that we could build workshops into this, given that we have the opportunity to do so. I don't know how much specificity we as a council need to get into. If we agree that that's a good idea, it could be something we hand off and say, go and do good things, pulling, with a couple of sideboards. But I think that is going to be important to not only get more of the council family involved and thereby increase ownership of the outcomes, improve what's going into the process on the front side. I think there are multiple benefits to that. So I for one, am wanting to see a way to include that in the process moving forward.
Thank you, Karen. John Ugritz.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And I'll repeat the thanks to the ecosystem work group and actually all of the advisory bodies who weighed in on this. I think everybody's nicely engaged, which is good. I see there's kind of a cost benefit we have to look at from perhaps the biggest question, which is whether you select a single species or select a few species right now, or perhaps, make that decision later after some more discussions. In my perspective, I think, maybe the most important thing is to get something out there that can be worked on in a reasonable amount of time with a reasonable amount of effort and see if it works. And then perhaps at a later phase, then test that against other species with a broader range of life history traits, a broader range of fisheries, et cetera, and make sure that what you did in the first round actually plays out for other things. So I'm not really making a strong recommendation either way, but I really do think we have heard some comments about workload, about the type of people and the range of both our own advisory bodies and outside scientists who need to be involved in this. And if we make it too big, then it's just going to be hard to complete. And it's going to make everybody else's life hard. So I'm also not opposed to workshops or to, webinars or whatever in May as the ecosystem work group recommended or later date. But again, we need to just scale that workload to make sure that we're not taking too much of a bite at this point.
Thank you, John. Corey Riding.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I echo the appreciation of the advisory body reports and the management teams and what went into this. It's nice to have a lot of reports to advise us on and go from. I just wanted to briefly respond to what John just said. I think I share the same concerns about making sure that the work is scaled appropriately as we can. I been thinking about this as well, sort of what's the right way to approach this. I think maybe I lean towards the other direction, which is thinking about one demonstration species versus a small suite of demonstration species and thinking about the pros and cons. And with one species, regardless of what that species is, as I think the EAS outlined in their report and we just heard in public comment, we're only going to get information about what a risk table and other management approaches will be for that specific species. But if we have a few species, then we have the ability to kind of take it out for more of a ride and see what's possible and identify even some gaps and areas where risk tables are working and not working. Also cognizant just of the diversity that exists between our FMPs or species group, just how truly different they are, both biologically, ecologically, and their management is. So I think it would provide us with a lot of good information about how this tool, risk tables, can be used. I think I'll stop there.
Frank Lockhart.
So I think generally that the agency is supportive of the effort, but as a couple of people have hinted at, and some of the speakers from the agency have talked about, workload is a major concern. And we've received a lot of reports, and a lot of them talk about these workshops, but it's still, I think, very unclear exactly what's going to be required to prepare for these workshops. And going back to the workload, who's going to be doing the preparing? So I think, that is a major point that needs clarification, and there may not be the capability for agency staff to fully support a range of workshops, probably not. So I think, I think Corey's comments about maybe leaning towards something simple at this point in time, I think might start with that and then see what the capability is going forward. But workload is, not surprisingly, coming from the agency, a major concern. So thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Heather Hall.
Thank you. I wanted to comment on the workshop idea too, and wrapping my head around what that looks like, and appreciated Karen's question to Gway about, or Corey's question, one of them too, about the timing of the workshops, and really did appreciate the response that they could be flexible. And even if that is later this fall and maybe a follow-on to this process that the working group laid out, where they meet in May and contemplate some things and come back in September, and then maybe that frees up room for a workshop and follow up on topics. And then relative to the scope of the pilot or the demonstration species that are looked at here too, I struggle too. I can see how people want to jump in feet first, because this is exciting, but also want to build a pilot that is effective moving forward. And but also, like John said, without being too restrictive on what we recommend here, maybe leaving some leeway for the ecosystem working group at these meetings in May to talk with science centers and others about maybe a sweet spot from their viewpoint of what that might look like, if it's one or two species that might provide a little bit more information without overburdening the pilot phase, so to speak.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Heather. Anyone else? Corin?
I don't think in council discussion we've talked about the positive aspect of what the risk table could look like. Right now we have kind of status quo and if things go bad. And there have been several reports that have talked about, well, what happens if we're at normal or status quo and things get really good? Let's add something into that table in order to accommodate that potential outcome or future. I would like to see that in there. And it seems that there are a lot of gradations from status quo to a little bit worse to a little bit worse to really bad. And maybe we could not have so many gradations of things are getting really bad, and add what happens if things get better.
Okay. Thanks, Cory. No one else? Cory? Oh.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thinking a little bit about risk tables. When the council was talking about this back in September, and the discussion was wider than that. It was about looking at tools in general and processes and ways to bring climate information into management. And the EWG came back with an excellent suggestion of risk tables. As they pointed out and provided us with a really good example from the North Pacific. But there are other tools and other ways to do that. And I absolutely think we should move forward with the suggestion of the EWG to use the risk tables and start there. But just wanted to note, especially thinking about a May webinar that the EWG proposed in their second report and spoke to, as well as hopefully I would hope the series of workshops moves forward, that there would also be the opportunity to discuss tools that maybe go beyond risk tables. And if there are other appropriate things that might work for this council, it would be nice to leave that open and see those suggestions and as well. So.
Okay, thanks, Cory. All right, so we have some ideas. Oh, Cory, I'm Heather.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I did want to add, this is a bit of a follow-up to the input we heard from Jim Hasty and Mr. Russell yesterday about sablefish and the discussion we'll have later at this meeting, but I know it kind of naturally came up here in thinking about the question I asked to Dr. Hasty about how would we use the information from this update type assessment if it goes forward, and would there be any, would we be, I guess I heard back from him, we would maybe be cautious about how we use that information. And so it just seemed natural to think maybe this sablefish update could be worked into this initiative process, potentially as one of the other species that is looked at in the pilot study, or along with petrale or whatever, without being overly prescriptive, but just hope that is talked about with the ecosystem working group, or talked about in these May webinars that come up. Thanks.
Thank you, Heather. Executive Director Burton.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And I'm sitting here listening to this discussion of workshops, and it's very encouraging. And I certainly thank the Nature Conservancy's offer to host these workshops and help advance this body's interests. It seems to me that this topic could use a bit more fleshing out. It's not clear to me as the executive director to what degree coordination with staff might be necessary to make sure that whatever comes of these workshops can be useful for you as the council. And if that's the desire, we'd certainly want to at least coordinate to some degree with the workshop organizers and designers. And of course, if we're going to be leaning on advisory bodies, there are workload concerns anyway. So unless it's clearer to everyone else, which may be the case, what I would propose we do is give ourselves a couple of days for this to percolate, and consider it again under our workload planning agenda item, and just think there about what it might take from our end to help make sure these workshops are successful and what we might get out of them.
Thank you, Merrick. Okay. John Ugritz.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Merrick, for that. Yeah, just to be clear, from my perspective, I don't necessarily see workshops between now and May as realistic or even necessary. sort of going back to what the EWG recommended, I think a couple brief online meetings would be good in that time frame. That may then help us further determine future workshop needs after that. So I don't know. I wouldn't want to bog down agenda planning with a bunch of talk about ecosystem workshops.
Okay, thanks, John. Okay, anybody else? Frank?
Maybe a question for the executive director. What is going to be presented to the council under workload planning? Is it just we're going to have some discussions and present whatever the result of those discussions are, or did you have a specific idea?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lockhart, for the question. I think part of my question here is that, well, I'm not sure what the aim is and what the goal is, and so I'm not anticipating we would have a presentation or anything presented at our workload planning session. What I was offering was instead of give ourselves a couple of days to have some conversations and some thinking about what this may entail. Mr. Ugratz may have just answered my question about how to proceed here, and viewing the May webinars as a bit of a scoping exercise or maybe a diagnosis, if you will, about what our needs are. And then from there, we'd be better equipped to see how to move forward and what involvement would be necessary by staff and the advisory bodies and things. So my offer, Mr. Lockhart, was just to, or suggestion rather, was just to give ourselves another couple of days to see if we can add some clarity to what we're trying to do here.
Good. Okay, thank you, Mark. Okay, so I guess we have enough clarity as far as moving forward here for now, because we'll learn more. Corey?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. In the vein of clarity, and it's not infrequent, I'm 2 steps behind everyone else. If it wouldn't be maybe inappropriate to have Yvonne step back up and talk us through a little bit more what she was hoping to get out of the webinars in May in light of this conversation. Is that appropriate?
Okay. We like clarity.
Thank you, Yvonne.
Pardon me, I assumed it would be appropriate without waiting for the response. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Ridings. So I think we put, and unfortunately I don't have it up now, our hope for the May webinar meeting in our supplemental report. And let me see if I can find it quickly. I was thinking earlier, to paraphrase a quote from General Sun Tzu, no work plan survives first contact with the council process. So let's see, in May, we are hoping to sort of we want to look at the advisory body reports from this meeting in particular, because we asked the advisory bodies some detailed questions and we got some excellent answers. And we happen to have the Salmon Advisory Subpanel, some folks from that group come by, and they were concerned with all of their salmon work that they wouldn't have time to put a report together for this agenda item. So I think they're going to be doing some more thinking about this. And so we would really like a chance to read through those advisory body responses and see if we can understand where in the different management processes are the best points in the process for including ecosystem information. Because part of this initiative, of course, is information on the species, but it's also opening up the council process to figure out where in different points in the process are the right places for the different species. So that's one of our goals, is just see if we have a better understanding of the different FMP processes. Then the second would be to look at the North Pacific Fishery Management Council's risk classification table. So that's table 1 from our briefing book report, and figure out, what is the right version of that table, or at least what is the right draft version of that table for this council, because we may not want to have the same ideas as the North Pacific Council. And as Dr. Brady mentioned, maybe we want to be more West Coast cheerful about possibilities for things being good. So, and then the third thing is we wanted to take the comments that we heard from the advisory bodies and the council on future species selection criteria and see what folks had to say there and see if we can lay out a table or something a little more clear for you guys to work through other species selection going forward. So just moving the initiative along and hoping to get some, things for everyone to throw rocks at in September.
Okay, well, thank you. I guess questions for Yvonne? Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Am I allowed to ask Yvonne some questions?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thanks, Yvonne, again. Thanks for providing that clarification and directing us to your report. Thinking about the council discussion we just had, John opened up with some thoughts on the demonstration species. And a lot of the advisory body reports and management team reports put forth some various ideas for what those could be in addition to Petrale. And I'm hearing kind of discussion here at the table that we have slightly different opinions. There's some shared concerns about workload, and just want to get an understanding from you if you think that should be part of the webinars, to potentially come out of those webinars with some suite that we can roll out, as whether it be 1 or 5 or 10 to maybe not 10, however many ends up being appropriate to do as part of this first demonstration short-term project.
Thank you, Ms. Redding, and through the Vice Chair. So I would say if there is a species or if there are other species besides Petrale sole that you definitely really super duper know that you want, if you could let us know now, that would be great. Otherwise, what we'll do is we'll look through all the advisory body reports and just give a good think about what we might be able to do between now and September.
Okay. John?
Thanks, Yvonne and Corey. I would not recommend 10 or anywhere near 10. I would say maybe 3 at most. And I would say that I haven't heard anything on the council yet that gives us clear direction on what a species beyond Petrale would be at this point. I read what I thought was pretty broad-based support for Petrale. And as Ms. Ridings points out, there were some other suggestions in there that had various merits. So yes, I could see the work group in May potentially selecting 1 or 2 more, again, focused in on workload and whether the benefit of adding those species is worth the cost of the additional workload in the short term. And again, I see this more as a phased project, that we do some demonstration, 1 species or 2 or 3, and then following that, you broaden much more significantly and test it out and see if it still works.
Okay, thank you, John. Heather?
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I would like to ask the working group to think about sablefish and think about whether it's a species that would provide input to the council in this pilot phase. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Corey?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Yvonne. I would like to see consideration. I'll echo Ms. Hall. I think sablefish is important after what we heard earlier this week, as well as Chinook salmon and Pacific sardine.
Okay. Anyone else? I think we're done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lon. Okay, so it looks like we're going to have a webinar at the, Kit, maybe actually you summarize this. So,
Who, me? Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I take it that you believe your discussion is finished on this topic. And I can try to summarize what I've heard. So there was, I think the 2 major topics of discussion were, one was the sort of value and timing of the workshops that TNC has offered to support for this to further this initiative. There were some concerns expressed, particularly from the NIMS representative about availability of staff and so on over the summer. There was some thought maybe the workshops could follow this sort of initial push of a pilot or demonstration effort and pick up those workshops in the fall. That might, and so then the other major kind of topic of discussion was around, is it just Petrale species or Petrale sole, or are there other species that should be picked up as part of this this demonstration or pilot effort between now and September? And I think views differed a little bit. Some openness to more than one, but not more than 3 or maybe 4, with a couple of council members pointing at sablefish as because of the information you heard this week about recruitment and so on, that might be a good candidate. A couple of other species mentioned there at the end, like sardine and Chinook salmon. I think generally what I heard was the EWG has proposed having this webinar in mid-May over a couple of days and sort of let them take all of this in and consider the pros and cons of expanding the number of species to test as part of this pilot project and move on from there accordingly. I think that is, I guess, going back to the workshop idea, perhaps, they could also, I don't know if this was sort of explicit or I'm sort of channeling this, but perhaps the idea that you have the fairly narrowly focused initial pilot process with 1 or 2 or 3 species, and then learn from that, and then go into an exercise that takes the lessons learned and applies them more broadly. And perhaps that's where a workshop could be especially valuable. So hopefully I'm not over-interpreting the discussion, but perhaps there was a subtext there along those lines. So I hope that summary from me reasonably captured the discussion, but that's kind of what I heard.
Okay, that's pretty close. I think that one issue is when we bring that back to the council, to the EWG, would be like you're talking to Executive Director Burton, that the June is pretty full. And so maybe that's something we talk about in the workload as far as when that might come back. Please.
Question.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Just looking at our year at a glance, we do have ecosystem matters that come back in September, and then in March, I guess I would look to Kit to see if there's much more that we can shed light on in that regard. But those are the next times we would be taking this up at the council.
Okay. All right. Well, Kit, with that, how are we doing?
I'm good if you're good.
I'm good. All righty. Well, thank you, Kit, and everyone else for hanging in there. And with that, we're going to change seats here for some folks, I believe, because we're going to go to D4, I believe, recommendations for 2023 management alternatives for salmon. So just take a couple minutes here. Tough. Okay, we're back, and D4, and I'll look to Robin to get us started.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item D4, the recommendations for the 2023 management alternative analysis. So the STT will present to the council with the coordinated coastwide management alternatives, which embody, to the extent possible, the management elements identified thus far by the council. The council may need to provide clarification to the STT on any questions that may arise, and may need to provide direction to the STT for changes to the management alternatives presented under this agenda item. The STT will conduct a full analysis and provide the council with results. Additional direction from the council may be necessary as the management alternatives are developed. The STT will provide adjusted management alternatives based on the council guidance as this meeting progresses. It's anticipated that the council will adopt for public review coastwide management alternatives prior to the conclusion of this 2023 March council meeting. So your council action under this agenda item is to provide any clarification to the STT on questions as needed, provide direction on management alternative development for STT analysis as needed, and confirm any management alternatives for STT analysis. For your reference materials, we just have the one document. It's D4A Supplemental STT Report 1. Other than that, I do not think that we have any other management or advisory body statements in the queue. And that concludes my summary.
Thank you, Robin. Questions for Robin on her overview? All right, and with that, we'll go to the STT report and Dr. O'Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Council members, I'll be referring to agenda item D4A, Supplemental STT Report 1. This report in Table 1, we have the commercial fishery management alternatives. Table 2 has recreational fishery management alternatives. And Table 3 has treaty tribe management alternatives. And the analysis of those alternatives begins on page 22 of the report. I'll go through the high points here. Looking at Chinook stocks, bolding indicates that we're not meeting management objectives at this time. We have a bolded number for Columbia Lower River Natural Tules. And just to make a note that we're assuming inside fisheries are the final preseason value from 2022 fisheries at this time. Moving down, we wanted to make one correction for Sacramento River Falls Chinook. Looking across at the objective for 2023, it says 2023 minimum hatchery and natural area adult escapement, and attributes that to NIPS guidance. That's incorrect. That was a holdover from last year, but it should be, it should reference the FMP. That is the FMP goal for this year. Moving down further to southern resident killer whale prey abundance. We have computed a new October 1 starting abundance of age 3 Chinook from U.S.-Canada border to Cape Falcon. That's a 623,000 number. This number has been updated since last year to reflect the changes to FRAM and the distribution updates that were adopted by the council in November. Okay. Let's see here. Moving to the next page for coho. Under alternative 1, Thompson River coho exceeds the 10% southern U.S. exploitation rate ceiling currently. We're assuming in this case last year's preseason forecast, and we anticipate updated forecast coming in mid-March. Skagit coho, all 3 alternatives exceed the total exploitation rate ceiling. Moving down, I wanted to make one note for the last item here on this table, the Southern Oregon, Northern California coast coho. We are only at this time displaying ocean exploitation rates. That's to note in the footnote there. We anticipate freshwater inputs coming in the near future. And moving on, table 7 shows a breakdown of impacts under the 3 alternatives for LCN coho, OCN coho, and Lower Columbia River Tule Chinook. That's the first part of table 7, and the second part is it has the breakdown of exploitation rates for sonk coho, including the Trinity, Klamath Natural, Rogue Natural, and other sonk components. And finally, we have a few appendix tables that display the impact distribution for Sacramento River Winter Chinook, Klamath River Fall Chinook, and Sacramento Fall Chinook. And that concludes my summary of the Salmon Technical Team report, and be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Questions for Mike on the STT report? Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Michael. Looking at table 5, the Chinook stocks, I'm looking at Klamath River Fall and the river recreational fishery share set at 15% for all 3 alternatives, and that output equals 12 adult fish for recreational and river fisheries. I'm just, I'm wondering if are you awaiting input on how to modify that percentage, or maybe you can speak a little about that output and how it works.
Yeah. Mr. Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Remco, for the question. We did assume 15% of the recreational fishery share for the recreational fishery share, which is a typical level of allocation to the recreational and river fishery. It varies from year to year, and we are looking for we would be looking for guidance to change that. This was the first day, and without, in the absence of any guidance, we went with our typical default value to start with for all 3 alternatives.
Okay. Thanks, Marty. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Moving to table A2. These are Klamath Fall adult impacts, correct? And yes?
Yes.
Okay. My question is there an additional table with the age 4 impacts?
No, not at this time. There is not. In the past, there has been. We've tended to display the metrics of most importance for this year. And we started out with this using total impacts at this point, at least.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So with future iterations of this table, were it necessary to reflect the age 4 impacts, they'd show in another version of, or a second table for our consideration. Is that right? Is that kind of an STT decision based on need?
Oh, Mr. Vice Chair, we would be happy to print whatever would be helpful to the council to help make their decisions. And so we could produce an age 4 harvest table if that would be beneficial.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. If it's no additional trouble, I think it would be useful. Thanks. Just because we are so concerned with those age 4 impacts and the projections. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Michael. I'm on page 25, table 7. I'm looking at the LCR Thule Chinook column or row. And then in those columns down at the bottom, it has about 3 different values for the buoy 10 estuary freshwater 9.7, 9.8, and 10.1. I'm wondering how those values were derived.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Anderson. I may need to look to one of my colleagues to help out with that one.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Mr. Anderson, for the question. So those are derived using a single input. It's a harvest rate on the number of fish returning to the river. And the reason you see them changing across the different alternatives is that the ocean fisheries affect the amount of fish returning to the river. So when ocean fisheries are higher, you have less fish coming back. Therefore, the river will catch a few less fish. When ocean fisheries are lower, you have more fish coming back. So that the change in exploitation rate is kind of counter to the alternatives that or the intensity of fishing in the ocean. If that makes sense.
Yes, I did understand that part and why the numbers were different, but what I was, I guess, trying to get at is there must have been an assumption for what the regulations would be inside in order to get to those values. And was it last year's seasons or?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks again for the clarification.
I should have made it more clear.
I suppose I gave the complicated answer first, but the short answer to your question is it's using last year's final preseason value for the season that was structured.
Perfect, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Phil. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. All right. I see we have some public comment, looks like, 2. 4. Okay. All right. There it is. And so we have a Bob Spar, looks like, followed by Werner Wilson. Bob, are you in?
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
All right. So my name's Bob Spar. I'm a 35-year guided for 35 years on the Sacramento River system. And I made a video this year of the collapse of our salmon season to show people what it looked like to salmon fish in the Sac Valley River in 2022. For those of you that aren't familiar with the Sac area, hundreds of boats would fish out of many boat launches throughout downtown Sacramento. What you will see and hear is little to no fish and no angler effort. It disappeared, just like the fish. So if you guys could go ahead and start that, I'd appreciate it.
Good morning, guys. I am out on the McCollum River this morning, and there's one other
boat out here with some fellow fishermen, and I just wanted to ask them this year how the salmon fishing is. Today's October 27th, and we want to see what the salmon fishing's like this year.
Salmon fishing on the Sacramento. Oh, my name's Mike. Salmon fishing on the Sacramento River is terrible. I've been in the water dock for 3 months, fishing at least 3 to 4 days a week. I haven't gotten a single bite this year. I've seen more dead fish floating down the river than people have caught. I've only seen about 1 fish caught on a jig and a few caught in trolling, and that's about it. It's terrible. I also own a tackle business and about ready to go out of business because can't sell enough lures to stay in business. So it's not only for me, but for all the other tackle companies also. Even though we're diversified and make trolling lures, spinning lures, and jigging lures, they're not buying anything because there's the season, everybody quit. Everybody's striper fishing or something else, but there's no salmon in the river at all. We don't even mark any salmon. So, yep, that's about it. It's no salmon, so we're trying a new spot today and see how we do.
October 5th on the Sacramento River at Verona. And this about sums it up right here, guys. Look at that. Never seen it like this before. Ever. Shows you what the salmon fishing's like. Hey guys. October 9th. Beautiful day on the water. Pretty quiet out here. See 1 boat up there fishing, and that's it. We're out here by ourselves. It's pretty quiet. We've actually got 1 in the boat already. Hopefully we'll get a few more today. October 9th. Good morning. October 13th. I'm at Garcia Bend. It's early. It's not quite 6 in the morning. This is only a few people here this morning. Usually at this time in the past, there would be a line of people, 20, 30 boats deep, waiting to launch. So I'm just talking to random fishermen today, and I got one that just walked up to me and asked me how I was doing, but we're going to find out how he's doing.
In a word, sucks. I hope I can use that word. I apologize if it offends somebody. This is my 14th trip. I haven't got a bite yet.
Yeah.
I was with a buddy of mine on his boat, and he has 1 fish. Between the 2 of us, we've got about 28 trips. My friend Ron here has been out how many times? 8 or 10 times. He's only got 2 fish.
Yeah. How many years have you guys been fishing out here?
15 for me.
I'm maybe 10. Have you ever seen it this bad?
No.
No. I mean, the effort that's put in right now is not worth what we're catching, is it?
Yeah, I got 3 fish for about 12 trips. Yeah,
12 trips.
And I haven't had one.
Yeah, it's awful. Well, that's how we're going to sum it up this year, guys. Thank you. Good morning. I got another random fisherman that just came up to me this morning. How many times you been out this year?
5 or 6 times.
And?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Is it the worst you've ever seen?
Worst.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know of that many fish being caught. Yeah. I haven't seen many fish. In fact, the number of anglers, is going down and down because no one's catching fish.
As you said, the parking lot's pretty much empty.
Yeah, the parking lot's pretty much empty, and that's the case in point right there. All right. Well, thank you.
You bet.
All right. Have a good day.
You too.
All right, guys. I'm at a Garcia Bend. Just had a fellow fisherman pull up to me and ask how we did today. And what is your overall opinion of this season?
It's the worst I've seen, and I've been fishing Sacramento River for 20, 25 years.
And it's the worst?
And it's the worst year.
How many have you got this year?
Even during the drought.
Yeah. How many have you got this year?
I've got 0.
0. How many times have you been out?
15
times. So, this year's been awful. I mean, usually how many times a week would you fish on a good year?
3 or 4.
And right now?
1 or 2.
Because it's so bad.
It's so bad. Everybody I talk to, 0 fish, 0 pull downs. They see more seals than fish caught.
Yeah, it's
terrible. I've never seen it like this.
Yeah.
The water temperature was high during August, September, and then it cooled off, and then you come out here expecting 1 or 2 fish, a pull down at least, and nothing.
Nothing. Yeah. I mean, how much money do you spend a year usually? Yeah.
About $5,000, you know, on gas and equipment, food, you know.
Yeah, everything.
Occasional
Yeah,
beverage.
all the tackle, the gear you got to buy.
Yeah, I bought probably $2,000 worth of tackle.
Yeah.
Just this year.
Just this year, and it hasn't paid off at all, has it?
It hasn't paid off at all.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you for your time here, and hopefully we'll get some fish sooner than later.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
I mean, I love fishing for them, you know.
Yeah.
So that's all I do. All right,
thank you.
care.
All right.
All right.
Hey guys, I just walked into Fisherman's Warehouse here, and I'm talking to Alan Fong, the manager of Fisherman's Warehouse. Just kind of wanted to talk about this year's salmon fishing. How's it been?
Salmon fishing's been weak. Probably the last 5 years has been weak, but you know, with all the ocean salmon this year, nothing's come up the river. It's very, very bad this year.
It's the worst I've seen, but you guys can probably tell me a little bit about some of your sales here. Look at all this stuff here.
Yeah. Normally we would be stocking every day for salmon. Now I probably only have to stock once every 10 days.
Once every 10 days.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Compared to every day.
Yeah. So definitely hurting the bottom line here. But it's hurting everybody's bottom line. But not only that, they're recreational fishermen too.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, what have you heard from people walking in?
It's been slow.
Slow, yeah.
The only ones the guys that are catching are ones, you know, flossing and doing that stuff with few fish there are in the river.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for the interview. Good morning, guys. I'm out here at Garcia Bend on October 14th of 2022. We got one guy that just launched and another guy that's going to launch right here, but I got another fellow fisherman that has fished out here for how many years have you been fishing?
I have been fishing out here for 40 years.
And what is this year compared to all the other years look like?
This is by far one of the worst years I have seen for salmon fishing, and the last couple of years have not been much better than this particular season so far. I've been out 5 times. I had one to the boat, which came off, and I had one other strike in five trips out.
Not very good, is it?
No, it is absolutely awful. It's brutal fishing right now.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully here we'll see some fish, but I'm not looking too optimistic what I've seen so far. But hey, thank you for your comments.
Absolutely, and things need to change.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. It's November 2nd, Garcia Bend. I'm here with the fellow fisherman, just pulled up with this boat and trailer here. How's the fishing this year been?
It's the worst year I've ever had on the river.
How many fish you got?
2.
2. How many times you been out?
This is my 20th trip.
Oh my word, 20th trip and you've got 2 fish. What have you seen out there? Have you seen the same results for everybody else?
Yes, a fish here, a fish there. I've seen fewer boats this year than ever before. This parking lot should be filled with boats. The overflow parking lot should be filled with people, you know, parking their trailers out there. And because there's no fish, there's no one out here fishing for them.
Yeah.
And it is sickening what they've done to our system.
Yeah, we definitely have been impacted. So hopefully we'll see some changes, but boy, it's going to take a long time. Well, thanks for your interview.
Thank you.
Good morning, guys. It's still salmon season, December 11th.
Yep.
And what's going on this year, Reg? We're at Freeport Market.
Absolutely nothing. We didn't see no fish. It was probably a terrible year in the last 30 years.
The worst in the last 30 years. Unbelievable. Did you have a lot of people coming in just giving up, or what happened?
A lot of people went out, tried it 2-3 times, 10 times, not even one fish.
Wow.
Only one guy accidentally caught one. That was it.
How were your sales this year for salmon?
About 98% down.
98%, that's incredible.
Yeah.
That just shows you how bad our year was.
Inventory is still sitting on the shelves. You know, we just don't know what to do with it. We're going to put it on auction, sell it out.
Total collapse.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
worst year ever.
Hopefully, fishing game will change their ways and we'll have better fishing in the future.
Well, it can't do worse than this.
Can't do worse. Yeah. All right.
Absolutely time for a change.
Time for a change. Thanks, Reg.
Okay. I guess questions for Bob? Okay. Next up, Werner Wilson, followed by James Stone. Werner? Not in the room. Okay.
I'm sorry. Could I didn't realize that I'd signed up right now, but I will head back down to testify.
Okay. Well,
we'll
catch you in a few minutes, Werner.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
James Stone, followed by Sarah Bates.
Good afternoon, Council. James Stone, Executive Director of NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association. I'm speaking on behalf of my organization today that represents thousands of sportsmen and women throughout the anadromous waters east of the Carquinez Bridge, as well as all the way inland. I'm representing hundreds of guides that are on a lifeline, as a lot of that video just showed from one of our anglers out in the Sacramento River. You know, when I watched that, I haven't seen that video yet, and it makes me very emotional. It makes me emotional because I've been sitting on the SAS for 5 years warning everyone that this was coming and that this was going to happen. My business got closed down in 2021 because of the mismanagement of the resource. And my kids are never going to be able to become a fishing guide anymore because their dad can't stay in business because the resource wasn't managed right. And it's not about me, it's about the fish. It's about the resource and making sure that they have a voice and making sure that there is equity involved with the resource and with the fish, and making sure that the fish can spawn for future generations. And this sector has been hurt the worst. 6 of the last 8 years, we have failed to meet the conservation objective of 122,000 fish on a minimum level. 6 out of the last 8 years. And it saddens me that we cannot be better stewards of the resource, and that we cannot advocate for the fish who need a voice at this time right now, more so than ever before. I don't know what else to say at this time, so thank you.
Okay, thank you, James. Question for James? Okay. Sarah Bates? Is she in the room? Oh, there you go. Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you for having me. Sarah Bates, I'm a board member for the San Francisco Crab Boat Owners Association. I fish commercially out of San Francisco, and I'm here this week to represent our local association. And unlike a lot of these representatives that we have here, did not come from a fishing family. I grew up in landlocked places. Past generations of my family were farmers. Would like to specify that they were not almond farmers. My grandfather was really fond of saying, "Don't eat your seed corn." And, you know, as a kid, you don't really understand these like little silly sayings. But he would say, even if you're very hungry, you don't eat the seed corn, or you won't be eating next year either. And I think we all agree that we are in the middle of a natural disaster here. We've been watching salmon runs decline on all of our rivers for decades. We should have healthy runs that can support commercial and recreational fisheries, coastal communities, and tribes, and still have spawners left over. Instead, we've spent the past decade fighting here and in other places for access to crumbs. And now it's gotten bad. We are in real trouble. As we've heard here, we've over forecast the Sacramento Index by 41% in the past 10 years. 6 of the past 8 years have been severely overcast. At the same time, the total ocean harvest has greatly exceeded expectations of the Sacramento River Fall Chinook harvest model estimates for 3 out of the last 5 years, 2018 to 2022. And over that 5-year period, ocean harvest exceeded predictions by 36%. So when you combine the lower than expected returns on the Sacramento with a higher than expected harvest on the Sacramento, we have had exploitation rates that have exceeded our management targets every year since 2012. All of this is obviously in the booklets that have been prepared by the NIMS guidance and in the Habitat Committee. Klamath. In 2022, the ocean harvest rate of age 4 Klamath was targeted to be 10% of total run size because we kept overshooting. Actual harvest rates, age 4 Klamath fish, postseason, 38%. We have exceeded age 4 harvest targets on Klamath River Fall for 6 of the past 6 years. This year, 2023, our predicted Sacramento index, 169,000 fish. It's as low as it's ever been, except in 2008 and 2009, when we were in a total collapse. The FMP harvest control rule allows for de minimis fishing in these conditions, 28% exploitation rate, resulting in an escapement target of 122,000 adults to the Sacramento Basin. This is an extremely tempting option for anyone that wants to, for all of us that want to go fishing this year. But with a deeper understanding of the models that are used to produce these numbers, when you look at them, when you look at how they've performed over the past few years, you can imagine a short fishing season for commercial and recreational fleets. A couple days, we could feed our families. You might even get a delivery of like 100 fish. And there's been some tough years in the commercial fleet. We've had crab, we've had all the things. And so it's real tempting. 100 fish at an excellent price that really might get you through. And the problem is that we've seen that these models do not accurately predict either the ocean abundance or the ocean harvest. The best available science is failing us. It's been giving us unreliable results for years, and especially in years like this when we have low abundance combined with short periods of ocean opportunity, the predictions are wildly inaccurate. Everything we know indicates that the ocean abundance of Sacramento adults is more like 100,000 fish. 100,000 fish. That's not enough to make escapement goals this year. It's not enough to keep us out of an overfished status absent fishing. There's no scenario in which these fisheries should be open this year. I understand that this council process is required to publish a range of alternatives for public review. I'm not saying that you shouldn't fulfill your obligations under NEPA, but that requirement really hides the reality that's in front of us. And this is extremely difficult to say, but our association supports the Salmon Advisory Subpanel in its role of advising the council that ocean fisheries that target Sacramento and Klamath stocks this year should not be prosecuted. What we're looking at in 2023 is we've got seed corn on the table. It's right there. It's right there in that wiggle room of de minimis fishing. It's like we could go. But if we open these fisheries on this low abundance, we will absolutely enter an overfished status. Now, as it is, we're in bad shape for the next 3 years. And right now, we're hoping to save fish for the 2026 fisheries. Now is the time to invest in these fish and these fisheries for their long-term survivability. And I don't just mean survival, which would be like coming back. I mean their actual ability to survive. That's the long-term survival of this species so that we can go fishing. We finally have water in California this year. Every fish that makes it to the gravel this fall, that is our investment in the future. And this fleet needs your help. We need help in all of the other advocacy work that we're doing to improve in-river conditions, increase the hatchery production, and improve the forecast modeling so that we can all go back to work. Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you, Sarah. Questions for Sarah on her testimony? Marcy Rimgro.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Sarah, for your testimony, and thank you for being here this week. I know you bring a lot to our delegation discussions, and we appreciate your expertise in the discussions and your knowledge of the fishery. So thank you for being here. I'm wondering if you can characterize for us what your thinking is on scheduling fall fisheries. As you know, fall fisheries would be prosecuted on next year's forecast abundance, and we don't have those abundance estimates yet. So speaking about south of Falcon and scheduling fisheries, you've indicated pretty clearly what your perspective is for fisheries this season, but I'm hoping you might give us your perspective on alternatives that involve fall fisheries. Thank you.
I would defer to somebody that fishes in Oregon to make any comments about opening fall fisheries north of the California-Oregon border. I think the Habitat Committee's report is pretty clear that we're also looking at pretty bad forecasts for 2024, even though we don't have numbers. And as we've all been seeing and saying, the numbers, we don't really have a lot of confidence in the numbers. You know, it would be great to have maybe some multivariate life cycle models of actual survival. It would be great to have a lot of things in order to accurately predict how those fisheries might perform or how the fleet might perform given those opportunities to go fishing. I think opening fall fisheries is a huge risk. And that is actually maybe even the hardest part for me to say, because as much as we love catching fish, mostly we love catching big fish that are in the ocean in September and October.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate your remarks.
Thank you, Sarah. Anyone else? Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. And next up is Werner Wilson.
Hi, Werner Wilson with Friends of the Earth, Senior Oceans Campaigner and Fisherman. I don't really have anything more to add than what I've said the last couple of days. I kind of teared up during Kurt Kleinschmidt's video because it's very heartbreaking to see what's going on with a number of our fisheries, not just in California, but also in Alaska for our Yukon and Kuskokwim fisheries that are just not seeing returns, and we're just going lower and lower for our region in the Bristol Bay region for the king salmon. And so it's very concerning to see these things. I just saw that the National Fishermen did a story about some of the calls that are happening here. I don't really have much more to say except for, you know, we continue to try to bring these concerns up. And I've tried to do this for quite a long time, and it doesn't seem like a lot is changing. And I just want to say to, you know, the groundfish fisheries, Pacific whiting, pollock, I understand how important your fisheries are to the economies of this region as well as in Alaska. I don't want to, you know, pit one thing against each other and one sector against each other, but there's something that's going on with our fisheries, whether it is managed by this council or whether or not they're just natural cycles that are going on climate change. So that's pretty much why I think we're here. We've tried to bring this up to our membership time and time again. You are dealing with a number of issues that are affecting this. As I said yesterday, F5, F2, and this whole D. And then I just realized the ecosystem, all of these things are going to be affecting these numbers. So I don't have much more else to say, but thank you very much. And apologies, I didn't realize that I'd signed up for this item. Else I would have been here sooner. Thanks.
Thank you, Werner. Questions for Werner? Okay. Okay, that concludes public comment, which brings us to council action. And provide clarification to STT on any questions as needed and provide direction. So open the floor if anybody wants to say anything, or we can go straight to the states. So Kyle?
Just wanted to, it's on now. I believe, yes, it's working. Just wanted to note, as Dr. O'Farrell started his report, he said that the inside fisheries, so marine fisheries and Puget Sound, freshwater fisheries and Puget Sound, Columbia River fisheries in this modeling package are still last year's fisheries. So one example is Skagit, Coho are exceeding their exploitation rate ceiling, and all three alternatives we could entirely close the council fisheries and they would still be exceeding those exploitation rate ceilings. So over the next month, the state and tribal co-managers in Puget Sound will be having our normal series of meetings to work out inside fisheries that will work with the final ocean package in April.
Thank you, Kyle. Okay. Chair Grolick.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. I just wanted to respond to the comments that we've heard today. I share the frustration about the health of our salmon fishery. Those of you who know me that is a drum that I have been beating for years, and I've been involved in the council salmon process, either as a stakeholder or as a member of the SAS, which Butch will tell you terrible stories about, or being on the council for close to 20 years. And we've been here before. We were here in 08 and 09, and it is frustrating. And our management process is not perfect. No process is perfect, but it's good enough, provided we have a reasonably abundant salmon population. And unfortunately, no one here around the table can fix that abundance problem. The abundance challenges we feel, some of it are from natural forces, but more fundamentally, they're from decisions made by federal and state agencies, none of those individuals are represented here around this table. And that is the challenge that we face here at the council, is trying to address a dwindling population of salmon, and we can't fix the fundamental problem. And we have management systems, I said, that it doesn't function very well at the margins. We do the best we can, but the solution is going to happen from outside this council. And I know that folks in the room here are working, not just around the table, but out in the audience, are working or trying to work with those federal and state agencies to get them to take steps to improve the health of our salmon populations throughout the Pacific coast. But more fundamentally, I guess for this meeting, it's really more about the Sacramento Fall Chinook and the Klamath Fall Chinook. We'll all keep beating that drum to try to make things better, but as anyone, I think James knows as well as anyone else, those of us who've been beating the drum the last few years and seeing a high mortality, not just of adults, but of juveniles and fry and eggs being cooked in the river because temperatures were too high. And we knew the temperatures were too high. And there is supposed to be a provision to reserve a cold water pool. But year after year, somehow the folks responsible can't get that done. So I just want to say I share your frustration, and I apologize our system isn't more perfect.
Thank you, Chair Grolick. Well said. Anyone else before we go to the states? Okay. I think I'll start in the south. Oh, Marcy.
Sure. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The exchange I had with Dr. O'Farrell regarding the in-river fisheries on the Klamath, there are additional discussions that need to take place with the co-managers before we can come to some thinking on guidance on those in-river fisheries. So at this time, I'm not prepared to offer any guidance. I think we've come a long way in the discussions over the last day. We'll continue to have those discussions and hopefully have some guidance for you under the next agenda item tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Okay, Oregon, John.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I don't have anything to add today. I agree with Ms. Yarenko that we've had some good discussions and well, nothing to add today. But.
Okay. Kyle?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do not have any guidance for north of Falcon today either, but did just want to thank the STT for their work into the evening last night to get us model results to look at this morning.
Thank you. And Joe, anything?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
I do not have any further alternatives to offer to the table from what was presented yesterday.
Okay. Okay, with that, I would turn to Robin and
Thank you,
close us
Mr.
out, I
Vice
guess.
Chair. Yeah, for agenda item D4, we've walked through the STT report. We don't have any specific guidance from the tribes or states for adjustments, but I did hear the request to add an age for Klamath Fall impact in Table 7. So we'll be sure to do that and have a fresh report out for you folks tomorrow to look at. So that would conclude your work under this agenda item.
Thank you, Robin. Okay, with that, I'll hand the gavel back to Chair Grolick.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Pettinger, I'm going to hand the gavel in a second to Vice Chair Hassemer to pick up groundfish items. We'll take a 10-minute break here, and we'll be back at 3:10.
The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
1 minute. This is your 1 minute warning. Please come to your seats. I want to welcome everyone back to the table here so we can get started on agenda item F5. And to do that, I will look to Brett Weedoff to give us an overview. Whenever you're ready, Brett, just go ahead and start.
Oh, I see.
Changed on
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Pettinger, agenda item F5, electronic monitoring program range of alternatives. All right, in your briefing book, you have an executive summary, which was a part of the draft analytical document. We put that in the advanced briefing book because we weren't quite ready with the full document. So we wanted to give you a taste of what you're about to see. So now we have the supplemental attachment 2. That's the full analysis that we placed in there. I do want to thank Jesse Dorpinghouse and mainly Jim Seeger for helping me get this finished. It was a big lift. So you also have in the advanced briefing book was the GEMPAC report. And then supplementally, you have a GAP report and an EC report. So today I'm going to give you an overview of the analytical document, a little bit of history, the purpose and need, a little bit on the impact assessment that we developed, and then some considerations and next steps. Okay, you know we've been doing this for a while, but I'm going to start more recently about where we're at with the recent regulations that we're looking at and looking to implement soon. We started all this back in 2016 and 2019 with published proposed and final rules for all our catch share fisheries under the EM program. The council recommended delaying that implementation just to discuss some additional issues. NIMS did an interim final rule to delay that program until 2024. Then we came back and started a bit of a cleanup rule, including some deadlines, which is the subject of this analysis. The council set up a range of alternatives and some new changes recently in November. And so that should say 2022. So here we are now in March to discuss some changes. The council action before you is to adopt final preferred alternatives as needed, noting that we went from a range of alternatives right to final preferred alternatives. We skipped the preliminary preferred selection because we really need to make some changes prior to the 2024 fishery or 2024 EM program start date. We also have some other things to consider and would like you to provide some guidance. The intent, of course, is to implement the reg changes in January 1, 2024, and those EFPs we've been operating under are authorized through 2023. Those changes that we have here as adopting final preferred alternatives may warrant changes in the EM manual and also may change the EM manual based on some of your guidance. So I want to go a little over the problem we've been facing and kind of go back to where we were where we came from. PSMC, of course, has been serving as the EM video review provider to assist us in development of the program and test the rules that we set up. And they generally tried to meet the general standards that we put in the regulations that are drafted on hold. So I want to go through the data flow here as how things have been rolling. I do note that we start with vessel completeness on the left side, where the vessel completes a trip and must, by regulation right now, and which is not the subject of change, is by 24 hours, they need to submit their logbooks to the EM provider. They're required to submit their hard drives within 72 hours, but they typically send them both together. So that's why we have this 24-hour mark. The subject matter here is now starting at day one, whereas an EM provider must turn these logbooks around and submit the data to National Marine Fisheries Service. So then they take that information and debit quota share accounts. Then same on day one, they have 3 weeks to turn around the data and summarize the information that they see in the video review when they do the comparison to the logbook and the video review. They summarize that information and submit that to National Marine Fisheries Service within 3 weeks. Similarly, they must report feedback to the vessel to make sure that if there's some changes needed to be made about the way they handle fish, or there's cameras being blocked or some kind of other issue, they want to make sure that it's noted and corrected. What we see happening now is initially Pacific States was trying to follow those guidelines within the first few years. The curved line in this graph really shows the representation of the video review times that have been being extended beyond the 3-week turnaround time, sometimes all the way up to 90 days and beyond 90 days. The height of the line indicates how much video review was completed. So as we see in the early years, right around where the blue arrow ends, is where they were meeting the 3-week deadline. But then as vessels joined the group and more hard drives were being submitted, they started to fall behind to meet the 3-week deadline. There is a large number of turnaround times within the 22 to 61 days, and some then were coming in beyond 60 to 90 days. So that's the subject of the issues that we're starting to see. So what the GEMPAC did was develop alternative 2, where they would say, how about we extend the deadline to no more than 60 days? The second idea was, what about 90 days? Maybe they need even more time to submit the data and information. The final other alternative in this scheme is to extend maybe the number of business days to turn around logbook data. Pacific States was struggling to meet the 2 business days, but they were mostly meeting the 7-day turnaround time. So they developed a up to 7 days limit. To illustrate the issue a little more, we look at the percentage of video reviews and the turnaround times from 2015 to 2020. This is figure 2 in the text of the analytical document. The blue bars represent a 3-week turnaround time, and the percent on the left hand shows the number they've been meeting. Typically, they were doing pretty well from 15 to 17, but in 18, things started to ramp up. The blue line that crosses over the graph shows the number of vessels participating, so you can see that it's been increasing over time. The orange bars represent the 22 to 60-day turnaround time, and the gray bars are the 60 to 90-day that you've seen in the earlier graph, in the pictograph. It's just to illustrate that they were struggling to meet that turnaround time. Now, of course, you see into 2020, they started to meet that turnaround time, but I think there's still an issue to be solved. One of the things that drives some of this is the number of hard drives received per month. We look at this breakdown from 2015 to 2020, and the number of hard drives received per month. We see a major ramp up in May to June, typically from the whiting fishery starting in May, and then it trails off into the fall. But it's quite a number of vessels that are landing in the summer months, of course, when the weather is good. So this is going to happen regardless of the EM video review provider chosen under a third-party system. Even if it's two parties that join in and contract with vessels, you're still going to see these pulses and these ramp ups. So again, we developed a range of alternatives to try to meet these issues. Alternative 2 and 3 are exclusive. So if you choose, you could pick one or the other. Alternative 4 and 5 are not exclusive. They could be added to the other alternatives of 2 or 3. A little bit about purpose and need now. This is the first time the council has seen a purpose and need statement for this action. Typically, we develop a purpose and need statement along with the action alternatives, and we can refine things over time until we are ready to establish a range of alternatives and adopt a preliminary preferred alternative. In this instance, we quickly adopted a range of alternatives back in November without a purpose and need statement and decided to take final action at this meeting. So when I was tasked to write the analysis for the range of alternatives, I needed to create a purpose and need statement. I presented the draft to the GEMPAC and they provided some edits. I incorporated those edits from the GEMPAC report and then sent the draft analysis with the purpose and need to National Fisheries Service and General Counsel for their review. I incorporated their comments into the purpose and need statement. I have to apologize to Chairman Anderson and the GEMPAC for not developing a purpose and need statement with them earlier in the process and not having a complete draft for their review last GEMPAC meeting. Nor did I alert them that this statement had changed. So I apologize for that. It was a little out of order the way we developed this, but we were quickly moving along here. However, I do believe that this purpose and need statement does match what we need to support the alternatives in the document. I truncated this a little bit, but the action is needed to create and ensure some flexibility in the electronic monitoring program in order to reduce potential costs. And I think that's been the idea all along as we've developed this program, to look for a more cost-effective or flexible system in lieu of observers to monitor our catch share program. Therefore, the purpose of extending the regulatory deadlines and clarifying regulations regarding the EM manual is to provide positive benefits to participants and the nation and to lower overall costs of the program while still meeting the data collection and data quality requirements of the EM program. There's a little more to it, so I do encourage you to look at page 6 of the analysis for that full section. A little bit of overview of the analysis and how we approached this. The action is largely administrative, so we did not expect any alternatives to affect the natural environment, fish, habitat, et cetera. So we didn't analyze those impacts on those things. However, we did discuss non-fiscal and fiscal impacts to EM providers, EM participants, NIMS administration of the program, and enforcement. We also wanted to consider some data completeness issues and potential changes in maybe the compliance ethic in the fishery. For the cost analysis, we really needed to look at the status quo, what's happening now under Pacific States, under 100% video review, to try to look at the potential future costs once the program is implemented under no action. However, no action is not the current state, so we had to make some assumptions about what we think no action might be and think about the costs associated with that. Then we discussed the potential effects of the alternatives on future costs and try to identify where those costs might change. And I do note that in Appendix A, there's additional cost information from Pacific States, and Appendix C has some past cost analysis from National Fisheries Service from back in about 2017. And I do note that this cost information that is the subject here and presented is estimates created by Pacific States. And I want to thank them for pulling that information together for this analysis. Some assumptions for the analysis. These assumptions fit for the no action and the action alternatives 2 through 5. So per the current EM manual, The video review rates would be 100% for maximized retention for midwater whiting and non-whiting. Typically, those are boats targeting midwater rockfish. And there's a low of 25% for optimized retention, people who discard and follow discard rules, which would be bottom trawl, fixed gear. And if a non-whiting vessel that's targeting rockfish could choose to discard and work under optimized retention if they'd like to. I say low of 25% because the idea is if you are doing well and your logbook and your information is corroborated, you could have a low of 25% versus 100%. I also want to make a note that back in 2014, when the council set up the whole program, yes, we took final action in 2014, we set a low of 10%. That was the minimum review rate for this exercise, for reviewing video. I also say, when I asked Pacific States to create these cost estimates, I said, assume that there are no failed trips to assess the potential lowest cost. Therefore, let's say every vessel who is using optimized retention has a 25% video review rate. Create a cost estimate for that rate. Therefore, we don't have to try to figure out how many people are being ramped up to 100% and then estimate that cost. I wanted the least cost estimate. So under the status quo, we have, and I will describe this first, and then we'll move to the no action and the action alternatives. Under EFPs, of course, from 2015 to 2023, video review is 100% for all vessels and all hulls. And then the EM summary feedback report is now, of course, taking a little more than 3 weeks or up to 90 days at times, and the logbook submission up to 7 business days. So under the status quo, I truncated some of the cost estimates just to focus on total per sea day costs, fleet costs, and total costs for the overall program. And a couple caveats to this. This is table 6 in the analyses, and there's more detail in Appendix A as well. We have a turnaround time under status quo around 40 to 60 days. That's the typical target right now with the workload at hand. Pacific States used 2023 staffing costs to estimate these costs. Now, this is video review costs only. It doesn't include equipment and maintenance costs. That's an additional cost that you could find in Appendix C, where NIMS estimated those costs in the past. And then you can try to add those in here, but I did not want to add that. I wanted just to focus on video review costs. You're going to see here that the total program cost estimate is about $547,000. Under the no action, we would be not changing any deadlines. Summary feedback reports would be 3 weeks deadline, 2 business days for logbooks, and the EM manual language remains the same. Of course, but we assume that under the no action, 100% maximized retention and 25% optimized retention video review would apply. We don't expect impacts to EM providers, NIMS admin, or enforcement beyond what's already been analyzed in the past. We do expect, of course, an increase in cost EM participants now that the program is going to be implemented, and therefore they would have to pay the cost for video review. I asked Pacific States to please estimate some costs associated with no action. What do you think it would cost if we did this 100% video review and 25% video review with a 3-week turnaround time and 2 business days for logbook submission? The cost does increase a bit by almost $30,000 for total program costs. And what is driving this is 100% midwater trawl review stays at 100%. And there's some increased costs there because of the turnaround time requires Pacific States or any other entity to increase their effort and their number of employees to try to meet that demand. The rate goes down a bit from the status quo from in the 25% review rate because you're going from 100% to 25%. However, it's still an increase compared to the status quo. Now, we take these numbers, though, and compare the no action to the alternatives, and I'll do that in a minute. For alternative 2, you have 60 days to submit the feedback reports. And for the savings, there could be some savings realized compared to no action, and I'll get into the details of that. Potential impacts, it would provide more flexibility to handle pulses of the information as it comes in through the summer and fall. It could limit the need for additional full-time employees to meet that 3-week deadline versus a 60-day. The longer time frame, though, to receive vessel feedback report could cause a delay in corrective actions if needed and a potential loss of data. And for enforcement, the delay in receiving those vessel reports could be a delay in follow-up with vessels to check on changes needed. If we look at the cost estimates from extending the deadline, it can also delay the it could delay the QA/QC too in the secondary review by NIMS. Apologies for that one. So next we look at the video review costs. Again, these cost estimates are provided by Pacific States, and these are found in Table 9. This is a 60-day turnaround time. Again, we assume no failed trips using the 2023 staffing costs, and of course, it doesn't include any equipment or maintenance costs. What we find is overall, compared to no action, there is a market decrease in costs as estimated for all fleets involved. And most of that driving that is the not having to add effort of employees to meet the 3-week turnaround time. For alternative 3, we have 90 days to submit feedback EM summary reports. We don't have any cost estimates in the report on that, but we do think that it would be more savings than alternative 2 and the no action. Some potential impacts, pretty similar to alternative 2. It creates even more flexibility for EM providers to manage the data. A longer time frame to receive vessel feedbacks could be an even longer time frame for corrective action if needed. An enforcement delay again for follow-up vessels. And it may be a little more risky regarding potential data loss since the corrective action may be longer than 90 days. For alternative 4, we have the 7 business day rule, moving that from 2 to 7. However, it could be up to 11 calendar days before the logbook information is submitted to National Fisheries Service. We don't really see any discernible changes in the cost with this action. However, there is probably a delay in updating the vessel accounts initially, but we do expect fishermen to keep an eye on their quota and on, know what they're catching, what they're discarding, and what they might, so just to prevent any surprises in their overages. It's going to be a little more flexible for EM providers to manage the data flow, I think, not having to ramp up again to meet a 2 business day, and they may have more days to summarize that information. We don't really expect any substantial changes in NIMS administration or enforcement under that. Finally, alternative 5, we're looking to revise some language that's in the reg text. And the intent of this language was to guide each qualified provider to develop a method for discard estimation using general protocols and business rules outlined in the EM manual. Those protocols and business rules are used by EM providers to conduct a logbook audit and ensure NIMS receives the desired data, and for NIMS to determine if data is collected consistently and appropriately by each EM provider, and then summarize total mortality. So the GEM Pack discussed this extensively and provided some text. The revision removes prescriptive language about how to estimate discards and points EM providers to the EM manual for review methodology. That includes the protocols and the business rules. In addition, the current regulatory language is incorrect, since it specifies that EM providers to determine an estimate of discard for each trip. Rather, the estimation method outlined in the EM manual requires sampling percentage to be based on the hauls for each trip. So the intent of the proposed language would correct that language. Potential impacts of Alternative 5. EM providers benefit from clear and consistent language. Don't really expect any impacts on EM participants or NIMS or admin or enforcement. There could be some cost savings. No change is really identified right now, but if there's continued flexibility in the system to allow EM providers to innovate, they could potentially lower costs. Finally, some potential guidance. So separate from the action items that I just went over and the final preferred alternative selection, some of these things, there was some things, and these are not analyzed in the analysis. These are separate. The GEMPAC and the GAP identify these issues. So I thought I'd just at least give you a sense of them before they're spoken to later in the GEMPAC report. But these basically are a couple of requests. One is to modify the video review rate, as I discussed in these, where we have a low of 25%. GEMPAC had discussed it like maybe 10% might be a better route in even more cost savings. And those cost savings can be seen in Appendix A that Pacific States provided in anticipation of this potential change. Modifying the video review business rules in the EM manual. We've had a lot of discussions about that, and I believe the GEMPAC report speaks to that, and National Fisheries Service Ryan Wolf will speak to that as well. And then there's an identification of a potential future regulatory change regarding the discard species list. That's in regulations. It's not part of this package, so we will likely have to go through another 2-meeting process to make those changes. Again, there's your council action: adopt final preferred alternatives needed and provide some guidance as appropriate. And that's my overview of the analysis. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Brett. Any questions for Brett on that overview presentation? And I don't see any hands, so that's going to take us to our reports. As Brett mentioned, there are 3. I'll just list them in the order that we will take them here. There will be a GEMPAC report, then a GAP report, and the EC report. So we will start. I will turn the floor over to Mr. Phil Anderson for the GEMPAC report. So Phil, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, I think, and thank you, Brett, for the setup and walking through the analysis. My colleague from Milwaukee noted that I was having some trouble with my voice yesterday, so just in case I ran into trouble today, he gave me a petrified cough drop from the bottom of his bag. So if I happen to put that in my mouth, I might need to call 911. Let's see. Just a few things I wanted to note before I get into the report itself. One of the things that was on the timeline continuum that Brett had on the screen there was that I didn't see there, but it might have been there, was the council took action in November of 2021 to essentially do a reset for the GEMTAC group. And the purpose was to try to get at a number of the problems that industry had identified with the current regulations and some of the other things that were associated with the manual. And so we changed a bit about how we were doing business in the committees, in that we didn't meet separately. The GEMPAC and GEMTAC met as one. And we created a couple of subcommittees that were charged with working on and bringing back to the full committee some solutions to the problems that had been identified and a source of anguish, I guess I would say. So we changed things up a little bit. And I think like any group that attempts to solve some problems, the attitude that people bring to the committee really make the difference as to whether you're going to make progress or not. And I was fortunate to be a part of a group that had a really can-do attitude and rolled up their sleeves and was ready to try to get at some of the problems. So I want to thank all my fellow committee members on the GEMPAC and TAC for the attitude that they brought forward in the problem solving. I wanted to call out specifically Lisa Damrosch, Kate Cower, Bob Dooley, Ryan Wolf from NIMS has been a part of our group all the way along, and the problem solving approach that he brought to the committee made a huge difference. And then Barry Tom and folks from the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, and looking at some of the problems associated with trying to find a pathway by which they could continue to provide the services that they have done through the program under an EFP. And while I'm not, we don't address this outright in our report, Barry Tom was very creative in his thinking about how to position Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission to be a third-party provider to apply for that status in the event that was needed, and still maintain that arm's length relationship between the vessels that would be under that model that would be providing the funding for the work and Pacific States. So turning to the report, it's fairly lengthy. I'm going to try to cut it back just a little bit instead of just reading it all. But as Mr. Weedoff indicated, we've met a number of times, but in particular, since the council met in November, we set up a two-day meeting that was separated by a few days, January 31st and the 3rd, to take on the challenges that the council had asked us to do. And we started out by reminding ourselves again of the task at hand, because it's easy. I think it's easy for what I'll call mission creep in terms of what we're trying to accomplish with electronic monitoring here in this program. And it's always was helpful, I think, to the committee to come back and remind ourselves that the EM program that has been in place since 2015 was to provide a cost-effective alternative to human observers for at-sea monitoring, and that the committees together were mindful of the need to minimize costs of the program while at the same time ensuring the integrity of the EM system as it relates to verifying discard logbook entries. But note that while, as Mr. Weedoff mentioned, the analytical document wasn't ready for full review at that time, Brett did give us an overview of the document, and we in turn, along with the PFMC staff, provided feedback on additional things to consider in the analysis, including the impacts of the cost to the program. We also spent a fair amount of time in our first day and finished it up on our second day in terms of looking at the purpose and need statement. You'll see that what the GEMPAC TAC came up with in terms of purpose and need statement is identified at the bottom of page 1 in our report. As Brett mentioned, there were subsequent changes to that, absent communication with the committee that was made by staff. I had opportunity to look at that new language a couple of days ago, and also was able to get it to the policy committee folks. The new purpose and need statement that's in the analytical document. I think it's found on page 6. And as you will hear later when we get to council action, you'll hear a recommendation from me that we adopt that purpose and need statement as it was revised in the analytical document. Turning to the alternatives, you'll see on middle of page 2 there that the committees are recommending that the council adopt alternative 2, which would have up to 60 days to submit feedback to vessels and EM summary reports to National Marine Fisheries Service. As was noted, the EFP participation has increased. Turnaround time has also increased. Increasing that timeline would allow a long enough window for EM provider to optimize staffing for video review, while at the same time providing timely feedback to vessels and National Marine Fisheries Service. We did, of course, look at the other alternatives, but after having conversations around the table, as well as hearing from our enforcement representatives, felt like this was the best alternative to move forward with. We also are recommending the council adopt alternative 4, which would provide, whereby EM providers would be required to submit logbook data to NIMS within 7 business days of receipt from the vessel operator. This compares to the status quo requirement, where they have within 2 business days. And our thinking here was allowing up to 7 business days for entry of logbook data would increase flexibility for EM providers, while still ensuring accurate vessel account information is available in a reasonable time period. And then we would note that this alternative also better reflects current practices. And I think that was borne out by the presentation you heard from Mr. Weedoff. And then we're also recommending that the council adopt alternative 5. So that's where we are looking at a much more concise language about the EM service provider in terms of they must process vessels' EM data and logbooks according to a prescribed review methodology as specified by National Marine Fisheries Service in the EM manual on its website. Here we looked at the status quo language and noted that it could potentially be interpreted as inconsistent with the purpose of the EM program to provide an alternative cost-effective at-sea monitoring option to verify logbook entries and document discards. So those relative to the selection of the an FPA for the regulations, those are the committee's recommendations to the council. We also spent a lot of time, maybe even more time, on the business rules and EM manual. You'll hear that and read there that we recommend that the EM manual should specify the minimum EM video review for optimized retention of fishing trips to be a random selection of 10% of hauls per trip, with a minimum of 1 per trip. As noted, in the analytical document, the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission draft cost analysis indicate a significant savings would be accompanied by this change. We also looked at the business rules for video review. We revisited these business rules and drafted some new language for consideration for the business rules for documenting non-allowable discards. You'll see in the middle of page 4 where we are proposing some alternative language. I would say at this point, if I can, I have had opportunity to talk further with enforcement consultants regarding some concerns they have with this language. I've had an opportunity to consult with my colleagues on the committee. And I think you'll hear when we get to the guidance portion of our decision-making, you'll hear from me that while this language is close, it needs some more discussion. Because it's not a regulatory issue, we have some time to work on this language and get it to a point where the industry's comfortable with it, the committee's comfortable with it, and our enforcement folks are comfortable with it. And then lastly, Mr. Vice Chairman, the discard species list. While we were reviewing the rules for EM on the video review, we discovered that the current list of approved allowable discard species in the VMP doesn't match the allowable discard species list in the regulations. We certainly understand that that's not something that we can fix during this rulemaking process, but you will hear from me under our guidance and from the committee here that we're going to recommend that NIMS work with council staff and come up with a timeline and process to address that issue at a later date. So appreciate the time provided me to report out on the committee's deliberations, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Anderson on the GEMTAC report? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the recap of the report, Phil. Regarding alternative 2 and changing the turnaround timeline to 60 days, maybe you can elaborate a little for us on what the optimization of staffing entails. Brett mentioned this in the presentation as well, but I'm trying to understand if the volume of work is remaining the same, how changing the deadline to do it from 21 to 60 days saves on cost. So maybe you can elaborate, is it how we hire and put people to work, or what exactly is the cost savings and workload?
Well, I will give you some initial thoughts, and then I'm going to turn to my colleague over there from the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission. He may be a better person to answer that question. However, the committee was made aware that there have been some staffing shortfalls that have exacerbated or lengthened the review time, for one. And number two, that if, when you looked at that graphic of how many video reviews were coming in by month, you obviously saw that in the 6 or 7 months of the year, making the 3-week turnaround is probably no big deal. Can make it with your existing staffing. But when you get to where you have these high volumes of video review required, that's when with a static number of staff, it takes longer to get that done. And if you were trying to maintain that 3-week turnaround during those high volume times, you would have to hire additional staff, thereby increasing costs. So that led us to kind of ask the question, well, what would be the consequences of extending the time? Are there consequences that would lead us to conclude that would not be a wise thing to do? So we had a lot of conversation around that and concluded that even under this is up to 60 days, it doesn't mean everyone's going to take 60 days. And in fact, Pacific States estimated that the turnaround time on average is going to be more like 40 or 45 days. So it is about trying to align the workload with the available staff but not get us into a position where you have to hire additional seasonal staff over a short period of time when those volumes go up in order to meet that 3-week turnaround. And in talking again, I think Brett had what some of the potential consequences on that. But at the end of the day, it was our conclusion, and we had in our rationale in our report, that 60 days would still meet and provide the integrity of the program, give us timely information, knowing that the individual permit holders were tracking the number of fish that they had in their accounts. And so, again, and it would meet the enforcement concerns that they had brought up with 90 days, because we were kind of starting to go down the 90-day trail, and they pulled our reins back a bit. And so that caused us to go back and look at 60 days. And at one time, we had even thought about 45 days. But because the 60-day number gives us an average of 40 to 45 days, going to 45 days wasn't really going to make the difference. And this option was out there. So it was those considerations that led us to recommend to the council that the 60-day alternative is the most cost-effective, and at the same time maintains the integrity of the program and the timely flow of information. And Mr. Tom may have some additional thoughts to add.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Thank Mr. Yaremko. Maybe I'll ask to help explain. I think, Phil, you did a really good job of explaining that, but I can maybe show it graphically a little bit. If Brett, can you pull up the figure? It's figure 3 in supplemental attachment 2 that shows the sort of drives received per month. And if you look at that chart, I think what's happening right now, so on average, we may have 4 video reviewers that are in place that are full-time Pacific State staff. And if you look at, if this graph pops up, as the whiting fishery kicks off in May, June, those 4, they have a certain capacity that those 4 can crank through in terms of video reviews per day. And so they may be able to plot along, but as that June, July tapes come in, they start to become overwhelmed and start to get a little bit more behind. And that sort of continues to build over that summer and fall period. And what's happening right now is that we're actually holding off as you get towards the end of the year. Those tapes are actually, because of that backlog, we're catching up on that backlog in that January through March timeframe. So that's where you see that 90-day review, because the fishing season the fishing year ends in December 31st, but it may take us through March to basically clear out that backlog, because that's really the slow season from a video review perspective. So those 4 staff can actually do that. Otherwise, like Phil said, we would be forced to hire seasonal staff, and just that ongoing fluctuation of staff has a cost and inefficiency in the system of doing that. And so that's the main cost difference of having to bring on those additional staffs for basically 4 or 5 months of the year, and then laying them off and then rehiring new staff or retraining and going through that process the following
year. My apologies. We were having some technical difficulties. Was it this slide you wanted to see?
Yeah, that's the one. So you can see that big gap with the low number of tapes in January, February. Basically, you can shave off the top of the months in September, October, November, and actually put those into January, February to get about the same number of tapes that they could review on a consistent basis. And that's just sort of averaging it over time.
And it was also a place where we could generate some significant savings to the overall cost of the program. I think the number was 120 or something. And so that that was another reason we really looked at this really hard to try to figure out, is there a sweet spot here that accomplishes everything and at the same time reduces in a significant way the overall cost of the program?
Marcy, follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, thank you. Very thorough and clear explanation. Just one follow-up regarding the training of the staff that are completing the review. Is there a significant startup cost in terms of training them to complete the task or complete the backlog? What's involved? I'm just thinking about other seasonal employees that Pacific States employs, and you mentioned concerns with hiring folks seasonally for 4 or 5 months and then having to let them go. But I'm just thinking about other employees. I know that we use Pacific States employees kind of in that manner. So I'm just trying to understand what makes these employees different. Is it the cost involved in the training and in terms of processing the data, or just looking for a little more on that? Thank you.
Right. I'm not sure who wants to handle that. Phil, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Well, we wanted this, the so-called sweet spot is we wanted to right size this so we weren't bringing in and having to train new people, so that we have a set of 4 experienced video review staff members that can, and so we wanted to right size this so we don't have that problem.
Barry?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Graham. Yeah, the challenge isn't any different. And I think for those of us that are in fisheries work know how hard it is to both hire seasonal employees right now and get them up to speed on these things. There is a training cost. I can't say that it's any more or less than some of the other, observer training and other programs we do. But the way the program is set up right now and based on the fishing activity, it would require us, if we went back to the 21-day turnaround, it would require us to hire additional seasonal employees at the very time when most of those seasonal employees are actually gainfully employed doing other seasonal activities. So if we could shift it to the winter months, it actually could be an advantage of having folks and we're doing a lot of that work right now just to maintain any employees for a full year by transferring them from different seasonal jobs throughout the year.
Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for that. Just a different question, but related. I'm thinking about carryover provisions, and I'm thinking about any consequence of extending the deadline from 21 to 60 days. I know you've discussed this previously and maybe in detail with the Gym Pack. I just wasn't sure what the thinking was in terms of possible increased costs that would accrue in terms of having to address carryover for a longer period of time, or I'm not sure. I just was wondering how thoroughly you discussed this and if you identify any concerns from the carryover perspective with the longer deadline.
Phil?
Well, I'm not sure I totally understand the term carryover in this context.
Thank you. I guess in terms of resolving the account deficits.
I might be able to help out. Since NIPS has changed the quota system out so you can actually pay for pounds this year with last year's pounds. And so my vessel had 1 pound over in sablefish and 2 pounds over on petroleum. We just went in and just used last year's pounds to do it. So there's no carryover between years. It all stays in the same year. Under what we're talking about, that what you're talking about here, I think. Because there's a delay in getting it, the fact that NIPS has changed the timing where you can change those pounds around, it doesn't really affect it at all in the grand scheme of things.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Phil?
I would just, I don't know if this is important, but I would just add that by going to 60 days where the average is going to be in the 45 day, it really pretty much reflects status quo. And we're not making the 3 weeks. And the only way we're going to make the 3 weeks is to add a bunch of costs. So we have experience of how 60 days or about an average of 45 days works. We know that it works because that's what's been happening. And the system has continued to shrink along. So.
Right. Thank you. Further questions for Mr. Anderson on the GEMTech report? I don't see any hands, so thanks again for that report, Phil. And we will move on to the GAP report. Travis Hunter, good afternoon. And I'll let you start whenever you get settled in there.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair Hassemer, members of the council. My name is Travis Hunter, and I'll be reading from Agenda Item F5A, Supplemental GAP Report 1 on Electronic Monitoring Programs Changes and Final Preferred Alternative. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel received an overview of the briefing book documents from Mr. Brett Weedoff, council staff, and received information from Mr. Ryan Wolf, National Marine Fisheries Service, West Coast Region, under this agenda item, and offers the following comments. Recommended alternatives. The GAP agrees with the recommendations and rationale in the Groundfish Electronic Monitoring Policy Advisory and Technical Advisory Committee's report. These 3 FPA recommendations are: Alternative 2, no more than 60 days to submit feedback EM summary reports. Alternative 4, no more than 7 business days for EM providers to submit logbooks to National Marine Fisheries Service. And Alternative 5, revised EM discard data review language. The EM service provider must process vessels' EM data and logbooks according to a prescribed review methodology as specified by National Marine Fisheries Service in the EM manual on its website. As far as guidance, the GAP agrees with the recommended guidance on the GEMPAC report. These 3 guidance recommendations are: the EM manual should specify the minimum EM video review for optimized retention fishing trips, e.g. bottom trawl, fixed gear, and non-whiting midwater trawl, to be a random selection of 10% of hauls per trip, minimum 1 per trip. The EM manual should modify business rules for video review as written in the GEMPAC report. And the last section of the GEMPAC report expresses a desire to modify the process to identify discard species list. The GAP recommends that the council identify the most efficient process to remove the discard species list from regulations as soon as practicable. The GAP understands that this recommendation may not occur at the same time as other actions under this agenda item. And I would like to thank the GEMPAC and GEMTAC for making this GAP report pretty easy to come up with.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Travis on the GAP report? I don't see any hands, Travis, so you got off pretty easy there. Thank you.
That was the intent.
And we have the enforcement consultant's report. Mr. Greg Bush will be delivering that. Good afternoon, Greg.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. I'll be reading Supplemental EC Report 1, Agenda Item F5A, Enforcement Consultant's Report on Electronic Monitoring, Program Changes, Final Preferred Alternative. The enforcement consultants have reviewed the reports associated with electronic monitoring and have the following comments. The EC agrees with the recommendation of moving alternatives 2, 4, and 5 forward as final preferred alternatives. Regarding Alternative 2, we continue to have concerns regarding delaying the timely review of video and subsequent feedback to vessels, since any identified issues may have occurred for some time before being addressed, but we can't accept up to 60 days, given the majority of the feedback will occur sooner than that. Members of the EC attended the Groundfish Electronic Monitoring Policy Advisory Committee, GEMPAC, and Groundfish Electronic Monitoring Technical Advisory Committee, GEMTAC, meetings on January 31st and February 3rd, 2023. And the EC reviewed F5A GEMPAC Report 1 and appreciates the GEMTAC proposing additional changes to the EM program, including changes to the video review rate in the EM program manual and recommending changes to the business rules related to increased video reviews. In November, the EC recommended the percentage of video review not be reduced from the level it currently is set at, that is 100% and 25%, depending on the fishery. We still caution against any review less than this. However, we appreciate and can accept an initial 10% review rate, understanding that this rate can be reconsidered based upon observed compliance rates. The EC also reviewed the proposed language in the GEMPAC report, intending to clarify when additional reviews will be triggered and how many trips will fall under the increased review rate. The EC appreciates the proposal, but would like to have additional discussion and consideration on what triggers increased review and when and for how long it will take place. For example, the proposal is for review of 100% of the hauls in an identified trip, plus 2 additional trips after notification. The EC would prefer consideration of 100% review in the initial trip, plus a random number of trips after notification and over a period of time, such as 2 months. This would have a greater impact on compliance, since the vessel would not know which trips were increased to 100% review. This concludes our statement.
Thank you. Questions on the enforcement consultants report? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Regarding your last recommendation on the random number of trips after notification over a set period of time, did you have an opportunity to discuss that with the GEMPAC?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Remco. No, we did not have an opportunity to discuss that. Not all of the EC members are part of the GEMPAC, and so they weren't all involved in the discussion on this proposal. So there were a number of items that we considered, such as, do we want to have a set days that the operator would know are going to be 100% review, and ideally that wouldn't be the case. And the other consideration is, would we be limited to the situation to where it was only not allowable discards that would trigger additional review? Perhaps it would be allowable discards, but not in accordance with vessel monitoring plan should also be considered, or something else that hasn't been discussed yet or thought of yet. So we wanted to have the opportunity to come up with and discuss other possibilities that would be used for triggering that increased video rate review.
Thank you. Further questions? And I see no hands, so thank you, Greg.
Thanks, Vice Chair.
That completes our management and advisory body reports, takes us to public comment. We have 2 sign-ups there. Before we get to it, I will also note there was 1 written public comment submitted that's in our briefing book. So we have Kate Cower online, to be followed by Heather Mann. So Kate, if you can hear us and you're out there, please go ahead and start.
I am. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, council members. This is Kate Cower with the Nature Conservancy. As you know, I've been here many times before. TNC has been a sponsor of one of the EM EFPs with the California Groundfish Collective and have been involved in the development of the CM program since back in 2014. And I'm a member of the reconstituted GEMPAC committee, GEMTAC. So I just want to be really brief, and I just wanted to provide quick comment to say that we are in support of all of the GEMPAC recommendations and the GAP statement. And to just make a note that I think this has been a very productive advisory committee in the reconstituted phase, and want to just thank Mr. Anderson and all of the committee members and stakeholders that have been making that effective. And I'm confident that we can continue to refine some of these considerations that the enforcement consultants have brought up before the program goes live in January. So thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Any questions for Kate on her testimony? And there are no hands. So again, thank you, Kate. And we will move on to Heather Mann. Good afternoon, Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman or Vice Chairman, council members. My name's Heather Mann. I'm with the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. Together with Brent Payne and United Catcher Boats, we have been the joint sponsors for the Midwater Whiting EFP since 2015. And I just want to echo all of Kate's comments. We're in support of the GAP report, which was supporting the GEMPAC report. And I also want to give special thanks to Phil Anderson for his leadership on this issue. And that's all I have, short and sweet, but wanted to be on the record that we're supporting this action. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Heather. Any questions for Heather? And Heather, no hands went up here, so you're free to go. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, that completes our public comment and will take us into council discussion and action on this item. And so I'll look for any hand to start the discussion. Marcy, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm not sure I'm ready to start discussion, but maybe it's kind of more of a question. I heard Kate mention upcoming meetings and plans for continued dialogue, and I guess I didn't hear anything about that other than some mention this morning and delegation about how some of these other issues like addressing the discard species list. So maybe it would help me at least understand kind of what the steps forward are with the GEMPAC TAC and how the dialogue can continue. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to turn maybe to Mr. Anderson. He has his hand up because I think part of that was covered. Go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, thanks very much for the question, Marcy. Talked a long time and given the report, may have missed it, but when I got to this part about the language that the enforcement consultants were concerned about, I noted that this language, while it was in our report, needed more work. We needed more time to sort those things out with the enforcement consultants. I have, when we get to the guidance part, I have that as part of the recommended guidance that we be provided, that we, the GEMPAC TAC, be provided the opportunity to work through those issues that Mr. Bush identified. I also had a chance to talk to Greg here at the break, showed him, told him what I was thinking and how I was going to propose it. And he was comfortable with it at that time. I don't know whether he changed his mind or not, but that's how I was envisioning working through that and any other issues that have to do with the manual, the business rules. If there's something else that we've missed, we want to get at that. That said, we don't have a lot of time to get that done. We don't want to make changes after the third-party providers that may want to come into the program. They need to know what the rules are. So it's going to be important for those to sort that out. But I think the piece that the enforcement consultants were concerned about isn't going to affect a provider from knowing what to do, and because that's mostly going to be in the rules about what do you do if you see something that's out of order. But I'm confident, as Kate mentioned, and that this group will work diligently and bring something back to you in June for that piece of the manual that will have the support of everyone concerned.
Thank you, Phil. Further questions or discussion on this agenda item? It's dark in here, so I want to make sure I don't miss any hands. Not seeing any. over here. Phil Anderson.
Well, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Vice Chairman, if you're ready for a motion, I'm ready to offer one.
Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thanks, Sandra, for bringing that up on the screen. I move the council adopt the following purpose and need statement and final preferred alternatives for electronic monitoring under agenda item F5. Relative to the purpose and need statement, this is taken from agenda item F5 supplemental attachment 2. And it would be as follows. This action is needed to create and ensure flexibility in the electronic monitoring program in order to reduce potential costs. Current regulatory deadlines for electronic monitoring video review providers to submit required feedback reports to fishing vessels and video review data summary reports, as well as logbook data to National Marine Fishery Service, may need to be revised to create more flexibility for EM video review providers. In addition, the regulations need clarification to ensure the intended flexibility regarding the process to evaluate and summarize EM video and review data via the West Coast EM program manual. Therefore, the council is considering changes to the current deadlines and requirements. The purpose of extending the regulatory deadlines and clarifying regulations regarding the EM manual is to provide positive benefits to participants and the nation, and to lower overall costs of the program while still meeting the data collection and data quality requirements of the EM program, end quote. Relative to the final preferred alternatives, the motion includes alternative 2. Electronic monitoring providers would have no more than 60 days to submit feedback for electronic monitoring summary reports. Would include alternative 4. Electronic monitoring providers would be required to submit logbook data to National Marine Fishery Service within 7 business days of receipt from the vessel operator. And it would include alternative 5, replacing the language in the first paragraph with the EM service provider must process vessels EM data and logbooks according to a prescribed review methodology as specified by National Marine Fishery Service in the EM manual on its website. And that concludes my motion. The language on the screen is accurate and correct.
All right, thank you. I just do want to back up under alternative 2 where that arrow is. Should that word be than?
Than, yes, thank you.
And with that change, then I believe it's accurate.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes.
Look for a second. Bob Dooley seconds it. Please speak to your motion.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Well, I think the purpose and need statement has had adequate review. I know the legal folks took a look at it along with council staff. I think it accurately reflects the purpose and need for this action. Under alternative 2, that rationale, since the EFP started in 2015, EFP participation has increased and turnaround time has also increased. Changing the turnaround time to 60 days would allow a long enough window for an EM provider to optimize staffing for EM video review with the intent of keeping costs lower and yet still provide timely feedback to vessels and to National Marine Fishery Service. Relative to alternative 4, compared to the status quo, which is for EM providers to submit logbook data to National Marine Fishery Service for entry into the vessel account system within 2 business days, allowing up to 7 business days for entry of logbook data would increase flexibility for EM providers while still ensuring accurate vessel account information is available in a reasonable time period to inform subsequent trips. This alternative would also better reflect the current practices under the EFP. Relative to alternative 5, the status quo regulatory language could potentially be interpreted as inconsistent with the purpose of the EM program to provide an alternative, cost-effective at-sea monitoring option to verify logbook entries and document discards. The purpose of the EM video review conducted by EM provider is not to estimate all discards for each trip, but rather to validate the logbook estimates of discards using prescribed review methodology as specified by National Marine Fishery Service. Alternative 5 would clarify the regulatory language and point to the EM manual for detailed prescribed review methodology. That completes my rationale for my motion.
Thank you. Any questions for maker of the motion? Brett?
Not a question, just a clarification of alternative 2 in the title of it. It's mismatched from what's in the analysis, so I just want to verify and maybe correct that. In the analysis, alternative 2 says no more than 60 days to submit feedback / EM summary reports.
I want to understand if that creates an issue here. Is this the correct version, or what is in the draft analysis correct? And Ryan, you were trying to raise your hand.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I did see Phil put his hand up, and maybe we can just clarify. Maybe I can ask a clarifying question to the maker of the motion.
Yes, please.
Whether when you say submit feedback for electronic monitoring summary reports, if that is intended to mean submit feedback to the vessels and electronic monitoring summary reports to NIMFs, as stated in the analysis. Is that correct?
Yes. To be honest, Mr. Vice Chair, what Mr. Weedoff read, if there's a difference between what you read and what's there, I missed it, except that you used some acronyms that I didn't in this. Other than that, it was identical. But if Mr. Wolf is recommending that further delineation would clarify the action, I'm fine with that. If we need to there needs to be an amendment offered to modify the language that's on the screen consistent with Mr. Wolf's recommendation. If that's necessary, I'm obviously good with that, but I'm failing to see the problem. But
all right, I want to make sure we are accurate and clear on this. So, Ryan, was that explanation from Mr. Anderson satisfactory?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm satisfied with the clarification that's been made by Phil. I think for our intents and purposes, I think we understand the intent, and it's really just a minor clarification issue from our perspective. So thank you.
Okay, so we're good on that issue. Further questions? I think we're still in questions for the maker of the motion. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I just want to ask a clarifying question for myself. I'm not sure if it's for Phil or Mr. Weedoff, but I think what Mr. Weedoff was getting at was that instead of having a 4 in there, there would be a slash mark. Is that correct? And if so, I'm happy to make an amendment if that is what we need for clarification. But I just want to make sure that is what we are talking about here in terms of terminology.
Brett, I think that's directed to you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Ms. Svensson, I think we just clarified what is intended here. We're selecting alternative 2 as a final preferred, and that's understood what alternative 2 is in the document. I don't think we need to clarify the language here on the screen at this time.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, good. Further questions? And I'm not seeing any hands, so that will take us into discussion on the motion. Any discussion desired? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you, Phil, for complete and good motion on this. I will be supporting it, obviously. Member of the Gym Pack and was part of crafting this, so of course I would support it. There have been some adjustments and such over time, and there's been some questions during the time that I would just like to comment on. On the 60 days, as Phil noted, it's really 45 days, and it's really kind of like status quo. 60 is kind of a bookend. And I think that gets us pretty good place. But I would note that, immediately, pretty much 7 days, the logbook is the deduction coming off the account right off the bat. So what we're worried about is the true up. What does the video see? What are there mistakes or underestimates out of the logbooks? And if you remember the spreadsheet from the last meeting in November that was presented, it's in the briefing book in November, the difference between the logbooks and the EM is very, very small. So I don't anticipate we're going to see big true ups happening, even if it is 45 days or 60 days down the road. And it's not much different than what happens in accounts as they exist now. I mean, just with regular quota, not the EM true up, but just in accounting for observers or whatever, that the entry is different, or when it's put into the website. So I don't see this as being a big problem. I think it's an eloquent solution, and I think it works. So I think the risk of having a bunch of fish show up in 45 days for someone to have to account for is, according to the data, is pretty low. So anyhow, that's that. The 10% issue, there was a little talk about that, the 10% review, which really is north of 18%, because when you do the calculation of at least one tow being analyzed, it really moves it up. So to around 18%. I think but the really salient point here is, and this is generally true with all of this, is getting it out of the regulatory language, getting it into the law, to the manual and guidelines, so that we have flexibility. If we find that 10% is not the right number a year down the road, it's not a 3-year process to change that. It's much more flexible. So I think that those are things that are really, really positive. And I think we've gotten to a place where this program can be as affordable as it can be. And I think it'll be more affordable over time. And I think we're in the right course. So I will be supporting this. And I thank Phil for his leadership, and thank Mr. Wolf for his leadership, and Mr. Tom for his leadership in getting us to where we are, because it's been a real, and also all the members of the committee. So it's been a really productive effort, and I'm happy to see it come to hopefully a successful conclusion here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Further discussion? And not seeing any hands, just make sure I didn't miss any. I will go ahead and call for the question then. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much for that. To finish up our work here, one of the tasks also was some guidance, and I know Mr. Anderson in some of his reporting mentioned that, so I'm going to look in his direction first.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have some guidance to put up, and this has to do with the BM manual and business rules. This is, I'll call a work in progress. but the first one is that the council recommend that the EM manual should specify the minimum EM video review for optimized retention fishing trips, which is bottom trawl, fixed gear, non-whiting, mid-water trawl, to be a random selection of 10% of the hauls per trip with a minimum of one trip. And then, I can talk about a little bit about why we're recommending that. Mr. Dooley just articulated the majority of it, which was that after looking at the history of the reviews, that this type of a random selection of 10% with a minimum of one per trip, the realized review percentage is something more like 18%. This was a cost saving piece as well. So it was an important consideration from the GEMPAC-TAC process. We did have a fair amount of discussion with the enforcement consultants and their representative, Captain Chadwick, about this issue. I know industry met with Mr. Bush here in the last several weeks or months about this as well. That was the basis for bringing this forward as a recommendation or guidance relative to the manual. The second one is the adding new language for consideration for business rules for documenting non-allowable discards that I addressed in our committee's report. The draft language that was provided in the GEMPAC-TAC report, I put below this. I believe it's well thought out approach to help clarify the protocols, which I think is needed. But at the same time, the council understands that additional discussions between GEMPAC-TAC and the enforcement consultants may result in refinements to the language suggested here that's in quotations. And so just wanted the guidance to reflect the need to have this clarifying language, but I'm not suggesting that we recommend this specific language. Instead, giving the committee an additional opportunity between now and June to meet with the enforcement folks and work through this, because they had some good points. They're in a better position to help, I think, craft this language to ensure that it meets their needs in terms of it from an enforcement perspective and makes the language enforceable. So I want to make sure we give the flexibility to the committee and the enforcement folks to work this out and come back with a recommendation to the council in June. As I said, and I will look for confirmation from Mr. Wolf that how we work this out isn't going to be a factor relative to the third-party providers' applications or costs associated with their work. So that's the guidance that I'm recommending.
All right, thank you, Phil. Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Phil. Yeah, I just wanted to, well, maybe I'll start and take a moment now that we've taken a look at the final preferred alternative to the regulations and are now switching to guidance related to the manual, all of which was discussed at length at the GEMPAC. I just want to echo the thanks that Phil gave to all of the members of both of those committees. I really appreciated all of the work that went on there. I want to give thanks to Barry and Pacific States and of course, Phil for his leadership and patience with all of us through this process. So with that said, going to these recommendations regarding the manual, yes, we could support these. We had a number of conversations about this, and I just want to reiterate again, similar to what Bob said, and this may get at some of Marcy's questions earlier. We wanted to keep the flexibility within this document because it is a NIMS document. It's an annual document that we put out with public notice. We've come to the council on drafts before and noted that we expect this to change potentially over time as we get into the program. We may refine things in the manual as we go. So we do have a chance to there was a draft manual that was released on March 1st, just due to the regulatory deadlines. We had to do it 90 days before June 1st. If you look at that on our website, it's got brackets for some of the like the 30, 60, 90 days, the things we've been discussing here. It was noted that we would revise that, obviously based on the discussion here, and we can make those changes based on the final action from the council as it relates to those. But Phil is correct. When it comes to looking at instances of what we might do with unallowable discards, we can easily just note in the manual that that is something that is ongoing and will be worked out before the fishing year starts. You know, what would be expected of the service providers if those situations were to occur, which does give us that extra time that Phil noted to have these additional discussions with the enforcement consultants and with the jump back. And NIMS is committed to being there and to supporting that as well. So that's just a long-winded way of saying I fully support you here, Phil, and I'm happy to answer any questions that folks have from NIMS perspective.
All right, thank you, Ryan. Phil.
Yeah, I messed up and forgot the last item on the list. So I apologize for that. It has to do with the species discard list, and that was noted in the GAP report as well. There's a need to address that. We know we can't do it under this rulemaking process, but would like council staff to work with NIMS to identify the most efficient process to either remove the discard species list from the regs or modify it as appropriate, and bring something back to the council in terms of a process and timeline.
Ryan?
Thank you. And to this point, since this is talking about a regulation change, yeah, NIMS will be ready. We can discuss this in workload planning or as needed to set up a separate process. We're supportive of the concept. We were supportive in the GEMTAC, but yeah, because it would require a change to the regulations and we're already at final preferred alternative here, we'll have to set up a separate pathway. And there's a couple options for that, which I can speak to once we get to workload. Thanks.
All right, thank you. I'll keep looking for hands, but just remind you, this is guidance that was provided. We don't need a motion on it, but need some at least agreement, head nods, thumbs up or something, or unless somebody has any objections to it. So Merrick, Executive Director Burden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And as you all know, we try to think about the year at a glance before we actually hit day last so that we have an efficient agenda item on that last day. This guidance is very helpful. Thank you. Is it implied here that we would be looking to have a check-in in June, perhaps, to bring some of these things back? Or maybe one of you can clarify if that's the intent. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Is there any further guidance or anything we need on this? Maybe I should turn to Brett while everybody's thinking here and see how we've done.
I think we've done an excellent job. We're within the 2-hour mark. You've adopted a purpose and need. You adopted alternatives 2, 4, and 5. And then you provided some guidance to NIMS regarding the change in the 25% review rate to 10% for optimized retention. You provide guidance to NIMS, CC, GEMPAC, council staff to clarify the business rule language and come back in June. And then you asked NIMS and council staff to work on a pathway to discuss and change the regs regarding the discard species list. So I think you've completed everything on your task list.
All right, I'm going to take one more quick glance and see if there's any closing comments, and I'm not seeing any. So before I pass the gavel, there's been a lot of thanks extended to people, a huge list of names, so maybe I can just hit the primary ones here for NIMS. I think Mr. Wolf was recognized for his efforts from PSMFC, Mr. Barry Tom, and especially to Phil Anderson and his leadership for these committees and getting all that work done. Monumental step here. So thanks to all, and I will pass the gavel back to our chair.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer, and I'm going to move the gavel on to Vice Chair Pettinger to take us home.
All right, thank you, Chair Grelnick, and I just like to say that Barry looks really good in that seat right there. Right? Just saying. And with that, we'll go to F6. And I'd just like to say that we're going to welcome Marlene Delman to the seat for the first time. And she's going to lead us on final assessment methodologies. So welcome, Marlene.
Have to push the button. Thank you. Mr. Vice Chair. Pettinger, I'd like to thank the council for how welcoming everyone's been, and it's definitely an honor to support the council process. The business at hand is agenda item F6 on Groundfish final assessment methodologies. The council's scientific and statistical committee, their Groundfish subcommittee, produced a draft of the accepted practices guidelines for groundfish stock assessments in 23 and 24 from their December 22 meeting. This is a reporting back to the full SSC and also the council on the results of that meeting. The document that was produced is updated every stock assessment cycle, and it's intended to supplement the groundfish terms of reference for the review process to provide groundfish stock assessment teams with default approaches to consider when dealing with certain stock assessment data and modeling issues. These guidelines are not intended to provide a comprehensive treatment of all potential issues that we encounter, which are too numerous to list. But they are intended to lessen the time that's spent on standard practices during stock assessment reviews. The guidelines are subject to change each assessment cycle as the SSC evaluates additional data sources and modeling approaches over time. For this item, for reference materials, we have agenda item F6A, which is the SSC's Groundfish Subcommittee report that includes the draft document of the accepted practices guidelines. And that was provided in the advanced briefing book for the council meeting. In addition, we have one supplemental SSC report that provides results from the full SSC's actions at this council meeting.
Very good. Thank you, Marlene. Questions for Marlene on her first overview? All right. Well, with that, we'll go straight to the SSC and Dr. Holland.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. I'd like to read into the record agenda item F6A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Final Assessment Methodologies. The SSC discussed the accepted practices guidelines for groundfish stock assessments in 2023 and 2024. They were developed by the SSC's Groundfish Subcommittee and revised during a meeting on December 12, 2022. In contrast to the terms of reference for groundfish stock assessments review processes in 2023-24, which is more prescriptive, the accepted practices document provides guidelines and advice for conducting and reviewing assessments. In particular, it describes methods and approaches, sometimes more than one for the same process or parameter, that have been reviewed and are considered good practice. While alternative approaches can be used by assessment authors, those supported in the accepted practices generally require less justification. The SSC does not suggest any substantive changes to the version in the briefing book, though a few edits were made. The SSC endorses the revised version of the accepted practices guidelines for groundfish stock assessments in 2023 and 2024, which will be available on the Pacific Fishery Management Council Groundfish Stock Assessment Documents webpage. That concludes the SSC report, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Dan. Questions for Dan on the SSC report? Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Yep. And then I don't see any. Okay. No public comment, which takes us to council action discussion. And so I'll open the floor up for that. Marcy.
I want to take a minute to thank both council staff and the SSC Groundfish Subcommittee for providing us with this work. I know it was a late add-on to the April agenda, but I just appreciate seeing the document and having it available to us. I think it provides guidance on considerations on data use and methods and how things have been handled in past STAR panels, excuse me, where the assessors have run into challenges and explored other alternatives. So I think it complements the terms of reference and fills in some gaps. And it's kind of nice to have some accepted practices that would require less justification to use. Standardize, I guess you'd say. Of course, assessors are free to deviate as needed, but having some kind of baseline standard operating procedures, I think, is really useful. So I appreciate the time that was put into this, and think it's a great tool to aid transparency for folks trying to engage in stock assessment processes and activities. Thanks.
Thank you, Marcy. Anyone else? Okay. Well, we're not going to, there's a motion here. I guess that I guess everyone's good at that. I think all we need is basically to acknowledge the table. It will suffice, and they'll utilize it in the upcoming assessment cycle. And with that, everybody's good with that? Okay. All right. Marlene, you're extremely efficient. I will say that.
Thank you.
How are we doing on this agenda item?
Well, you're ahead of schedule on this agenda item. I think we had allocated an hour. Thanks for the guidance provided by the council on this. I believe that the accepted practices document will be available on the council's Groundfish Stock Assessment webpage, and that concludes the agenda item.
Well, with that, I'll hand the gavel back to our chairman with 9 minutes left of the hour. So.
Well, thank you, Marlene and Brad, for being so efficient, and Vice Chair Asamer, you also saved us some time because we were really hurt, and it's been a long day. It's been an emotional day, but we got all the work done, and that's what matters, I guess. So let me see if Executive Director Merrick Burden has any announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll echo your words of nice work to this body. I do not have any announcements for this afternoon.
All right. Well, thanks, everyone. Get some rest. We've got another day tomorrow.